number of 11 games to clinch the AL Central. And finally, in tennis, Carlos Alcaraz won the U.S. Open yesterday after defeating Jannik Sinner in the finals. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
I'd normally start the show saying good morning. We'll call it morning. 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, and Dustin Fiocco on the updates. You know where we're going to start, John.
Oh, where's that?
With the nightmare fuel that was Sunday in Green Bay. Because if you had any insecurities at all about this football team, if you talked about any of the storylines with us all summer long, you saw them all play out in a half of football, and then it just spiraled. So what I'm not going to do is define the Lions season by their week one performance, and I would encourage you to not do the same as well out there in listener land. This team's going to be defined by the way they're playing at the end of the season, not the start of the season. But, John, for the first game, for the tone setter, it was everything we talked about. Where's the pressure? Period. Aiden or otherwise, there was none. And to hear we're good, we were not good. Micah Parsons, well, Green Bay makes the big, bold move. They're all in. He was the bigger difference maker than anybody in Detroit's front, forcing an interception, getting a sack, beating Penei Sewell across his face multiple times. And then there's the interior offensive line, which a source of great discomfort losing Frank Ragnow and Kevin Zeitler. What did we see? No run game, no explosiveness, no offense, no touchdowns until Tesla's one-handed catch in garbage
grab.
time. Yeah, it's a great catch. The problem is it was game over. So it's all of the things we talked about in one neat, tight package for people to vent about today. What did you take out of it?
It just was to start the season, and we knew going into it, like, what have they done for the last couple of years? They start the season slow offensively. And you couldn't afford to do that in Green Bay. You just couldn't afford to do it. And it's first time the offense takes the field. You're thinking no one thinks there's going to be trick plays to start the season, but you think that there's going to be a competent offense. And your first possession, 3 plays, -4 yards. You just started off looking confused, a lack of communication, lack of creativity, a lack of anything. And then you follow it up with what you would think is better, right? A 16-play, 78-yard drive, 9.5 minutes. But if you're gonna hold the ball for that long, and you heard the sound from Goff, they're in the red zone 4 times. They come away with 1 score. Like, that's not good enough. And you come away with 3 points. That just, and then all of a sudden, two plays later, you kick the field goal. 2 plays later, Green Bay's already in the end zone. I mean, I'm not sure if you're looking at the defense, the secondary, the pass rush, offense. It's a lack of creativity, lack of what we have become used to. And I honestly thought this. I'm like, wait a second here. I felt like it was 2022 all over again.
Ouch.
And everything that had been built up in 23 and 24 just seemed to evaporate. And I'm not saying that's the way it's going to be the rest of the year. This is just one game. But that's what it felt like. It felt like it was the start of the 2022 season where you're playing Seattle and it's just, what do you have on offense? And they at least scored some points in that game, but this one was just it was just nothing there.
Does it make a little more sense why the Packers are favored to win the division?
Well, it does. And we're all disappointed. But it does make a little bit more sense as to why they are. And I don't think Jordan Love is some world beater, but he just simply hit open receivers.
When he had all day to throw.
Well, he had all day to throw, but he hit open receivers. And it just felt like, how many times over the last couple of years did we feel like, well, how did Amon-Ra St. Brown get so open? You know, and Laporta. And I know Laporta had a number of catches, but
it's the only good drive of the game.
There just were no wide open receivers. And even when Jahmyr Gibbs had the ball, and when he would bounce to the outside, every time I kept thinking was, damn, he's fast. But there was nothing in the run game for them to get.
And that's what it will always come back to, because Green Bay played a lot of off coverage, zone coverage, take the top off, right, take the top away. What's the answer? Well, you got to dink and dunk and 3 and 4 and 5. And
right.
Those are going to be long drives to nowhere, because unless you can get explosives in the run game, nothing's going to translate. When you get in the red zone and space has to be earned, John, when the offensive line has to earn that space for the offense, they couldn't. Graham Glasgow's like blocking ghosts at the second level, and Tate Ratledge blocking ghosts in their own end zone. Like, it was a terrible start for that offensive line. They ran for 40-some-odd yards. John, that's the superpower of this team, and they looked like they are without their superpower. They looked like Space Jam when the Monstars took everybody's powers. That looked like a painfully mortal group up front, and it turned Jared Goff back into the guy that LA got rid of. Like, that's what the offensive line does, is it unlocks Goff, it unlocks explosives in the run game, and then they can take their shots down the field. All of it was reduced to nothing.
Was. And I mean, Goff, in terms of, you just look at completion percentage, 31 of 39. You're thinking, oh, that's not bad.
Well, he took what they gave him.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, is it was all dink and dunk down the field, and it's just this offense, and Goff, to his credit, he's not going to force something that's not there. Now, I know he threw a bad interception. That was a great play defensively as well, but you have to be able to get some chunk plays in this offense. In any offense in the NFL, you've got to be able to take some shots downfield. Hell, you just paid J-Mo $83 million. Like, where is that deep threat? Where's the breakout start of this breakout season? Instead of 5-yard outs or 7-yard ins and dumping it off to Montgomery or dumping it off to Gibbs, like, that's...
Yeah, John, how many passes went to running backs, right? They had 31 catches. Montgomery and Gibbs had 14 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, half of the touches are just little dump-offs to the backs.
And if you thought Jahmyr Gibbs was going to be this dual threat guy, he is, right? But 10 catches, you see that and you're like, oh, wow.
Did they have like 100 yards or something?
Yeah, I mean, this must have been big. No, 31 yards.
Oops. So we're going to start with the Lions, and they're going to be the focus of the entire show today. We'll have a brief pause for Overreact Gyms. We'll work in the JMO deal. TJ Lang will be in studio at 9 o'clock, but we've got open lines. And we want to know what was the worst of that, because there's a lot to pick from. 248-539-9797. There is no shortage of things for you to get worked up about today. And we understand it's 1 week. You don't have to preface your call with that. I think we all know this team should get better. They better get better. But for one day, it was all of the things we worried about coming out to play. What was it for you? What was the worst part of many terrible things that happened?
For me, it was, and I don't know if anybody's actually going to talk about this. It wasn't like, I'll get to what I'm going to say in just a moment, but I think a lot of people are going to look at that interior of the offensive line and say, yeah, it needs to be better. It wasn't good enough. Graham at center. All of those things are true, but that wasn't the one thing that you thought you could count on was dominance by Penei Sewell. And that wasn't there. That's the one thing. And I'm not saying, okay, Penei Sewell he didn't have the game that you needed him to have in this game.
He didn't play like the best tackle in football.
Right, and I still think he's the best tackle in football. Just because you have a bad first game doesn't mean to me, and he may grade out just fine, but it's not the level that we expect from Penny. So it's like Skubal that goes out there and he loses a game because he only went 7 innings and gave up a grand slam, like one bad pitch. Like that's the thing about being as good as Penei Sewell is. You expect that that's a constant. You're going to go out there and get that performance from him week in, week out, especially in a moment like this, in a game like this, where you are working in 2 brand new guards. What have I said all offseason? I love the fact that they're going vet, rook, vet, across the front.
What if the vet's the worst of the group, though?
Well, and Decker didn't have a good game either. So if your 2 edge guys are sitting there going, well, we need those guys to be vets. We need them to step up in this game, and they don't.
No, but I was talking specifically about the vet in the middle.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, it's supposed to be a stabilizer putting him in the middle, but he looked like he was joining Frank Ragnow in an early retirement. Like, that was a bad game from Graham Glasgow.
Until I know, and I know TJ will have had some conversations and be able to share some context with us, like the third down coming out of their own end zone, where Montgomery is faced with the nose tackle right in his face as soon as he gets the ball, and you see it, the end zone view. Graham goes one way, the nose is standing right there, unblocked at the goal, like coming out, like that is a situation where you are definitive. We block the first level first. No matter what. He goes one way, Mahogany goes another. So I don't know if it was Mahogany
whose fault
not listening to Graham or if it was an MA by Graham. Somebody was wrong. Clearly.
Yeah, you never want to be running back staring at a nose
Yeah, I
tackle
can
on the
tell
1
you
yard line.
they didn't draw it up like, hey, you know what? Montgomery can beat this guy one-on-one. We're not going to block the nose.
John, they always tell you running backs got to make somebody miss.
Yeah,
I just don't think you want to draw up, so you got to
Not the
make
point of attack.
the nose tackle miss. Ticket text phone calls 248-539-9797. What was the worst of a terrible day? It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Lions fans, it's time to roar louder than ever. And today, those roars may be complaints, but the 2025 season is here, and the ultimate way to celebrate is with 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila and the official tequila of the Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to eventual postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. Sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory, eventual victory, will never taste so good. 1800 Tequila, the official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo, 1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly. We're good. 97-1. 248-539-9797. We were not good. The worst part was, we'll get to the phones. People want to vent today. You know what it's going to be. Mm-hmm. And we stress, season's not over, all that stuff. It's week one. But when it's everything that we complained about and worried about and stressed about, and it's all of it in the very first game of the season.
And a lot of people will be watching tonight's game to see.
Can you imagine if the Bears, they drop 35 points and win easy?
What I tell you last week on Friday, must win, or at least must play good.
Did anybody play well? I mean, seriously.
Isaac Tesla.
Okay.
Tesla. Sorry.
Him and Jake Bates.
Yeah.
By the way, Jake Bates, more tackles than Aiden Hutchinson. After the game, I get told, hey, well, Hutch got doubled a lot. I wonder what would help free Hutch up from some double teams.
Let's get to the phone lines.
Adam in Gibraltar,
well,
good morning.
Plenty of time for us.
I know. Adam, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I think the worst thing about that game was I expected our O-line to be, deteriorated, to say the least, or bad for lack of thereof. But the amount of missed assignments was atrocious on that O-line, and the way they were getting pushed back, they just looked very, very weak. And I think the communication is just not there right now. I mean, I believe it is fixable, and thank God it's only week one. But that O-line seemed very bad, and I think the other thing is I'm scared of John Morton. I did not like the way he called that game. I mean, give credit to, Green Bay for the way they came out defensively, but John Morton, the way he called that game, he called it scared. I think he called that game scared. I just think this team is going to take a big step back. This gives me vibes of the 2 years ago when the Eagles in that second half just completely shut down. And I don't like the way this season's starting. I mean,
no.
Luckily they can right the ship. It's only week one, but it doesn't look good. I think if by week 3, week 4, if you're having the same problems, yeah, this team is going to be maybe a 5-win team, 6-win team on a season.
I don't even know if I'd be willing to go there 4 or 5 weeks in, but look, you could do a lot of damage early in the season. We've seen other teams struggle out of the gate, and it causes you to miss the playoffs. So I don't want to minimize week one because you do need to get off to a hot start.
Well, okay, so, and I know we want to get back to the callers, but this is why I kept saying this is as close to a must-win in week one as you're going to have.
Right.
Is Chicago next week. So you start with 2 division opponents. And then we all saw Baltimore last night. And I know that they lost it at the end of the game.
Yeah, but I don't feel good about going there week 3.
Okay. And now Cincinnati, Cleveland, Cincinnati. Uninspiring. So, okay, maybe some good, some bad.
Got to win those games.
Kansas City, maybe that looks or appears to be a little bit more winnable, but you got Chris Jones in the middle. What's he going to do to this?
If you back up, the Lions are favored in 3 of their next 4 games. But you got to get it right because you start messing around and losing some of those games, more MAs up front. John, I know a lot of people are going to complain about Morton. As an offensive play caller, if my offensive line's not winning up front, it doesn't matter what I'm calling. If we can't run the ball, none of the other stuff gets unlocked.
No, but and this is why I was so disappointed, and I said that the performance by the tackles. I'm just going to say Penny. I'm not going to say just Penny Sewell, but by both Decker and Sewell, because as a play caller, you can cover up some deficiencies up front, and you could put a tight end behind the three interior guys and help support the pass protection, help support the run game, but when you are bleeding in all of the other spots that you're counting on, now as a play caller, you're kind of left with like, okay, what do I do? What am I supposed to call when I can't count on Sewell or Decker to be good in protection or to be good in the run game? Decker got beat across his face a couple times. I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
We'll open the floodgates on the phone lines. First, Heather with the news. Let's get to that. Heather, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Or morning.
Morning.
I guess. He eliminated the good in the morning, so it's just morning.
I thought you were saying morning, guys. And then you looked at him and said, or at least morning. No, you're not calling him a guy.
No, good morning. Just morning. We're all mourning in other ways because none of us woke up as billionaires either. We all woke up as losers. Our dreams of becoming a billionaire were just crushed. 2 players, however, did win.
They went from players to players.
You got it. You got it. There was a player in Missouri and Texas that won the nearly $1.8 billion jackpot. So they're going to split the jackpot equally. I wonder if they're disappointed by that. I won!
Okay, yeah. Initially, you're like, I won! Oh, I got to split it? Oh, wait, that's okay. I'm still a multi-bazillionaire.
It doesn't matter. They're going home with a ton of money. So they can either choose between $895 million paid out over 29 years or a one-time lump sum payment of $410.3 million before taxes. So
that's it?
They got a lot to figure out, a lot of people to hire, some financial advisors, some
people to cut out of their life.
Yeah, a lot of good times ahead.
Let's hope. I mean,
I'm
it
sure,
will be, but you do hear the downside of that much money. Just tell your.
That's why I'm glad I
telling
did.
myself
yeah.
this.
Yeah.
I'm
okay.
so glad I
You're
didn't
so
win that.
glad you didn't win. Yeah.
It would have been
headache,
such a
John,
nightmare.
Could you imagine? Not worth it.
Yeah, not worth it at all. Also, over the weekend, I'm sure you saw this Phillies fan that went viral for all the wrong reasons. So after a home run ball went flying into the stands, everyone did what you do when a ball comes flying into the
scramble
stands.
for it.
You sure do. You hustle as fast as you can.
Someone comes up a winner.
Always. And it was a dad who instantly went over to his son and gave it to him. They were celebrating his son's 10th birthday.
That's so nice.
Isn't it?
It's cool.
And it was
he
awesome.
put the ball in his glove.
Yes.
And then he gave him a giant hug.
It was so cool.
It was.
Until this woman who's been dubbed Phillies Karen came rushing over, demanding that he give the ball back to her because he had stolen it from her. It was her ball. And he did release a statement. He has now since explained what happened. And he did decide to, it was sad, took the ball out of his son's glove and gave it to Phillies Karen.
He never should have.
Well, okay.
However, it actually turned out to be maybe the best thing that could have happened to this little boy because they lost that ball, right?
But then the team stepped up,
The
right?
team stepped up.
Yeah.
They gave him a swag bag.
Mm-hmm.
He got to meet the player. He got an autographed bat. I've read
Both
other
teams
things
stepped up, yeah.
that he has won. And random people, I don't know if it's true or not, but I did read an article or saw a headline that this man who owns this camping site is gifting the family an RV and tickets to the World Series.
He was on Shark Tank, and I forget the bald guy. Yeah.
What?
Kevin O'Leary?
The
shark,
The
Oh,
shark
is that
yeah.
who it is?
Yeah.
Well, anyway. So maybe it was the best thing to happen to this family.
And how about the backlash for this woman?
Well, what's crazy is that everyone's trying to find out who this woman is, right? But they've misidentified her twice. So now these other women are releasing statements saying, hey,
That's not us.
that's not me.
Yes.
And there's some funny statements out there, but I don't know if we've actually figured out who this woman is.
Well,
But,
and Jim, I
come
know your
on.
reaction was, well, he shouldn't have given up the ball. I thought he did the perfect thing. He avoided a conflict, and his surprise, first of all, when she grabbed his arm, was like,
Oh my gosh.
he was shocked.
Yeah.
And didn't want. I thought it was a great example for his son of avoiding a conflict. And you know what? I just go ahead, get out of here, and I'll talk to my son about this and how grown-ups can be a-holes.
And that's exactly what he said. He said, I was just trying to set an example of how to de-escalate a situation in front of my child. So that's exactly what he did. Finally, you guys, one person is dead and another is in critical condition after a car crashed into a Detroit restaurant early Saturday morning.
Yum.
Man, there's some security footage of this. The crash happened right around 2:30 a.m., went flying into the Avenue Grill while patrons were inside dining. Like I said, security surveillance footage shows this white car and a red car approaching each other before, obviously, this devastating impact. The crash does remain under investigation.
It's Heather with the news. You've been waiting patiently. We're going to hear from Lions fans next. The worst of a terrible day. What was it? 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking to get back in the gym after summer, I know a lot of us take our fitness outside during the summer months. So Planet Fitness during the summer, what did they do? They decided, well, you know what? We're going to take the opportunity. We're going to redo a lot of our gyms. And if you live in Rochester Hills, Commerce, Woodhaven, Livonia, the one on 5 Mile, completely remodeled. There's also new strength equipment at their Clinton Township location, Southgate, Novi, Belleville, Oak Park, new cardio equipment in Lake Orion, Auburn Hills, Lapeer, Northfield. I could go down the list. They have upgraded throughout the summer almost all of their locations. And if you're a Black Card member, you have access to every single one of them. There's more than 50 in the state. And right now, the Classic membership is just $1 down and $15 a month. It's for a limited time only. So make sure you get back in the gym as things start to cool off, and we've had some cooler weather. It's Black Card membership. I mentioned access to all those locations. You also will gain access to Hydra Massage, Black Card Spa. There's so much to be able to enjoy at Planet Fitness. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
97.1, we'll get right to the phone lines. What was the worst of a terrible day in Green Bay? All the off-season worries and fears played out. Marcus in East Point, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, people. Welcome back to football.
Yeah.
I really almost didn't want to call because the game was so uninspiring. But I think one of the things I thought about yesterday was the fact that with all the changes with the coordinators, maybe we should have played a little bit in the preseason because they just look lackluster at every level. The communication from the DBs was bad, especially on the one play that Terry Arano got beat.
Yeah.
But the thing I think was the one thing that was the worst was the O-line communication, the pass off. And the veteran was the guy who looked the worst. I mean, Glasgow looked like he had never played offensive line before. Let the guy right over his nose go by him, and he's double teaming with Mahogany. And, I mean, it was just weird. I think they really needed to play in the preseason to get some continuity. They looked bad.
Well, so I don't know what the blocking scheme was supposed to be on that. Somebody was wrong. And I know what you're talking about. He went to the right. Glasgow went to the right. He was blocking with Ratledge. And then was he supposed to stay on the nose, or was Mahogany supposed to block with him? That's like that. But the point is, you don't leave a guy like that unblocked, especially. I mean, it could have been a safety.
Yeah.
And so there was miscommunication up front, and I'm not going to backtrack. I've already changed my opinion on being able to play in the preseason because there's more of the inter squad scrimmages. They had Miami, they had Houston, but you've got to find a way in an environment like that you can rely on your veterans, and it's Decker, Glasgow, and Sewell. Those are the guys that you got to be able to count on to communicate, and it can't be, well, he couldn't hear me. Right? They've all been in that environment before. You know that there's some verbal and nonverbal communications, and if that was a nonverbal communication last year, well, you're not playing next to Frank anymore.
Yeah.
All right? You don't have Zeitler over there. Like, these things aren't assumed anymore. I have to actually make the assumption that Ratledge doesn't know what's going to happen, or that Mahogany doesn't know what's going to happen. There are no assumptions up front. You communicate, you over-communicate, so you don't have unblocked defenders at the line of scrimmage.
Like, that was the most glaring example, but it was a constant. And I know that there's a natural tendency to focus on the pass rush, and I'm not trying to tell people it was good. It was not acceptable. To me, the biggest issue was their inability to run the ball. That's supposed to be the thing that helps a young offensive line is, hey, let's lean on some people. Let's fire off the ball. They couldn't run it at all, John. They ran for like 2 yards a pop, under 50 yards for the game, and they lost that superpower that made them a special offense. It took them back to square one. There's no explosives in the passing game. There's no explosives in the run game. There's no play action pass, and Jared Goff looks like the guy that LA got rid of, and it all starts up front. That, to me, was the biggest issue, is they simply could not run the football.
To me, I think the biggest disappointment was, and this is in all three phases, offense, defense, and special teams. It was that they were undisciplined. You had 7 penalties. You had a lack of communication or miscommunications or lack of understanding of what you were doing up front, really on both sides of the ball. You lost in the trenches. You lost offensively at the line of scrimmage. Defensively, you lost at the line of scrimmage. There was nothing from Reeder or Tyleek Williams. Davenport had 3 tackles, but no pressures. And when you can't apply pressure opposite Aiden Hutchinson, let's just take a look at Green Bay. You have Rashawn Gary, who's good by himself. He gets a sack and a half. Because on 3rd down, you know they're going to bring in Micah Parsons. And sometimes they lined up over the guard. Sometimes they lined him up at tackle. Sometimes they dropped him. Like, they used him in creative ways. But the threat is always that you get to the line of scrimmage and you communicate where he is.
And you saw Goff
and attention
pointing him out. Yeah.
Is paid to Micah Parsons. Well, what happens? You get a sack and a half from Rashawn Gary. Well, for the Lions, you're obviously going to pay attention to where Aiden Hutchinson is. And we saw it. Double, triple. He was getting chipped. He was getting, every attention was paid to him. And they could do that because there was no threat anywhere else. There was no threat. There was no threat opposite him. There was no threat by blitz. There was no threat anywhere.
Let's get to Paul out in Grand Rapids. Paul, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much.
Nothing but disappointment. And I got nothing but disdain and contempt for Brad Holmes because he did nothing this offseason. Nothing to address the needs, especially defensively and especially the pass rush. I don't think this team wins 5 games this year. I think I think it's just time to go into rebuild mode. Fire Brad Holmes. Fire Dan Campbell.
Whoa, Paul. All right, we can be a little bit disgusted with what happened in Green Bay, but you want to fire Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Oh, come on.
This is
Come
serious.
on. They just went to the NFC Championship game. They won 15 games last year. Almost no one has drafted better than Brad Holmes, and you want to send him on his way? Same thing with Dan Campbell? Over one loss?
What did he do this offseason? This team won't win 5 games this year, with what I saw yesterday.
Paul, they're going to win more than 5 games,
Yeah.
and you're absolutely out of your mind.
You're not wrong, but if they play like that, yeah, they'll struggle to win 5 games.
And I'm not even mad at him for feeling a certain way about this offseason because you're right. But that doesn't equal firing the best general manager and head coach this team has had in 60 years over one game.
Yeah. I got a little worked up there.
Well, you should get worked up. We're 40 minutes in, and we got a guy calling in to fire the coach and GM. I can't believe that just happened.
I can't either. Next time, I'm just going to laugh it off. We're going to hang up. Like, if you want to have that opinion, that's fine,
Look,
but
if you
it's
wanna
going to be a
say,
short call.
Hey, why didn't they add an edge?
That's
hey,
moronic.
The interior O-line maybe could have used a vet in there. Is the ego a factor? Just keep your own guys. Are they a little too stubborn? Fine. All valid criticisms. Fire the guy? Come on now. Some ticket text. Actually, Mike and Troy, you've been waiting. Sorry, buddy. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning? Hey, Jim, great show last night, you and Valeni. I
thanks.
love the show. Hope and it's going to be great. Listen, I saw 2 things. I told your call screen. I told you guys a couple weeks ago. I'm scared of the offensive line. They look putrid. But here's what really bothers me. The preparation. They look like they weren't prepared yesterday, and that goes on the coach, just like they weren't prepared in the playoff game. When do we start criticizing Dan Campbell? Last 2 games, playoff game and regular season game, they look like garbage.
So I'm with you on that. And when you look undisciplined, unprepared, and by undisciplined, you have 7 penalties, you have missed assignments up front, you're a sieve in the secondary, that does go on the coaches. But I do expect that it will be corrected.
Ticket Texter says we're not prepared. It's the first one on this sheet of paper, and you can see I'm holding up pages of these ticket texts this morning. Let me just read you some of them. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and ticket texts letting Lions vent. What was the worst part of a terrible day at Lambeau? Texter says low energy. They didn't come ready to play.
Yep. I thought that. I mean, Lisa and I talked about that while the game was going on. It just doesn't look like they want to be there.
Sonic and Knuckles looked like ass and cheeks. well,
it's hard to look good as a running back when there's, and I'll say this little tongue-in-cheek as well, when there's no hole to run through.
The worst part of yesterday was play calling. No innovation, no creativity. Looked like an old-timer calling the plays. And another one says, John Morton served us diet vanilla ice cream. I'm concerned about the play caller more than anything else. I'm not defending what they called. I'm simply saying it wouldn't matter what they called when the offensive line's that putrid. That's my biggest issue. Because if they come out and they're rock'em sock'em in the run game, they could have had a remedial game plan and run for 6 yards a pop like they did all of last year and dominate.
Yeah.
Right, that was Ben Johnson's point when he left, is it's turnkey, dude. Like, Now, Ragnow was here at the time when he said that, but you just run the damn ball and everything else opens up. When you can't, all of a sudden, I'm not getting to JMO, I'm not getting to St. Brown, I'm doing these little check downs. I'm living on no explosives. So they win TOP, they win time of possession, but they were pitter-pattering going nowhere.
Maybe the nicest way I could put it was it just looked like an apathetic performance.
Glasgow did not look good. He was not good in Denver either. He was covered up the last couple years because of the guys around him. Tex says it feels like the window's closed with the Ragnow departure. We heard all summer how great Hutch looked. Yeah, he did look great going up against Sewell. ... Not Sewell's best game either. What else? Window closed. Just Ben Johnson. There's a lot of people upset today. I'm concerned what John Morton is doing at 3:30 a.m. every day. Supposedly he's the first one in and the last one out. I can't imagine what he's actually doing. Phone calls, ticket text, your biggest concern. What was the worst? It's 97.1. All right, guys, you've heard a lot of names in the personal injury game, and the one you need to know about is Lawrence KG, and you need to know about KG Law. It's my guy, 877 KG Cares, down-to-earth, approachable dude, and what you care about most is that he wins, and he wins for his clients because he cares about them, and he goes the extra mile. If you or a friend or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now. That's 877 KG Cares, kgcares.com. It's spelled Kajy. Check him out. He'll help you out. He cares. It's 97.1. Lions season won't be defined by week 1, but it couldn't have been worse. Everything we talked about all offseason staring you in the face. Can't pressure the quarterback, interior O-line crumbling, no explosive plays, questions about both coordinators. We ask you what was the worst. 248-539-9797. Texter says Brad Holmes and his ego has ruined this team. 2 bad off seasons in a row.
I'm not going to say that they've done it wrong.
But they got to get it right.
Well, they got to get it right. They've got to find a way to give Hutch the opportunity to get to the quarterback. Right. And I know a lot of people are going to, and I heard this last night, and I know, social media is not always the greatest place to go, but you want to know what people are thinking. And when you look at Hutch's stat line, like it's zeros across the board. Well, there's ways that you can generate pass rush if you don't have somebody opposite Hutch. What did we know? What did we learn about Aaron Glenn last year?
You blitz.
He was blitzing at times at a clip of 52% of the time, which is bizarre. It's ridiculous, but it's what they had to do.
Green Bay was picking up a lot of those blitzes. They tried to throw junk in the middle, and backs were picking stuff up. And as a result, Jordan Love from the jump is sitting in these big, cavernous, spacious pockets. And any quarterback's going to look good. And the problem is the Lions aren't just going to play any quarterbacks on the schedule.
No, they're going to get better than Jordan Love.
They're going to play everybody besides Josh Allen. But anybody else you think is good, they're going to see him. Whether it's Mahomes, Lamar, Baker, Burrow, go through it. And I bet you if they have all day to throw, it's not going to look good either. And that's the key. Like, as a layman, I'm looking at the game going, you need to get pressure from both edges. And we're told constantly by this regime that, no, you don't. We're good. That's frustrating.
Well, and so when that happens, you do look at Davenport and anybody else that's over there like, okay, you need to do something.
You get one-on-one.
If Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are telling us, we're good, we think that these guys can win, then they need to go out there. And I'm not asking Davenport to be a double-digit sack guy, but he needs to be in the 8-9 area.
Well, Zadarius was a 9 guy last year.
Right. He's not available now.
The offensive line is everything for us. It exposes how weak Goff is when the offensive line isn't good. My biggest concern is the pass success was tied more to Johnson and Glenn than Campbell. That's Tom in Clarkston. And we have a lot of people mad at caller Paul for trying to fire both Campbell and Brad Holmes today.
Bizarre, ridiculous. That's...
Well, you'll like this text. Sounds like Paul may have been auditioning for the Mike and Rico show.
You just called
the Valenti show with
early.
Rico and Paul. Let's get...
Call back at 2:40.
Andrew and Troy, good morning.
Good morning. I don't know if we could call it that after yesterday's performance, but
morning.
Good morning. Yeah. Beyond disappointment with the amount of time and effort the team and coaches have placed into preparing for TV commercials. It's ridiculous. If they would have put half of that effort into preparing for yesterday's game, I think we would have saw a different outcome.
You think because Dan Campbell did a couple of commercials, which he probably recorded in March or April or May, and hell, if he did it in June, that affected yesterday's game?
Absolutely.
Oh, come on. And all of the players,
he did commercials last year. They won 15 games.
Right.
Yeah, and you saw an uptick in Dan Campbell commercials before we lost.
Is this a real phone call? I wish we would have built a bingo card before the show. Like, fire Dan Campbell, fire Brad Holmes. It's them damn Applebee's commercials. What else would be on the bingo card today?
Yeah. I mean, is it the commercials that Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, we see them doing? Like, Hutch is in commercials. And you know, like, it's the downfall of – they're the only team that has a coach or players that do commercials.
I told you last week this was coming if they lost.
And I thought you were silly, but that's me. That's me.
First hour, fire the coach and the GM, and doing commercials is distracting.
It's that damn triple dipper's fault.
It's not the players. It's not the players in this town once again. You know, it's Graham Glasgow sucking people. He sucked yesterday.
guys they missed the most, Aleem McNeil and Frank Ragnow. This team won games in the trenches. They are now the weak points of this football team. When you flip that on its head, you can't be the tough, gritty team if you don't win in the trenches, period. It doesn't matter how many $20 and $30 million receivers or safeties you have. If you don't win up front, you don't win, period. That's how this team was built. Can't get it flipped upside down.
It's your boy yesterday. You know, everybody loves him in this town. Anzalone dropping a play you got to make. You got to make that interception.
So underrated. Like, they didn't play well enough to win, but those two plays, the branch pick that was nullified and the drop from Anzalone, those are plays where you could steal one you don't deserve if you catch those passes.
And generate a little bit of energy and momentum for your side.
It's your OC who, yeah, you can criticize him yesterday, but never taking one shot down the field to open things up. Sometimes in football, you take that big throw and you just live or die with it. You get the defense, you spread them out. You just signed J-Mo to a contract. That's his forte, and you didn't just make the throw. It's like a punt if it's an interception.
Look, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm going to drop back and I'm going to make the Lions run the ball on me. I'm going to make them execute. They couldn't do it. Who's been waiting the longest? I want to reward people. It's one of those days where we're going to be locked in and flooded with phone calls. Terry in Southfield. Terry, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I just want to say that, first of all, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, we're lucky to have them. I think they're the right people for the job. They're doing what they need to do. But my biggest concern is the continuity of the team. So we had 9 new coaches, and if you count the coordinators, that's 11 new coaches on the staff. And, Dan Campbell teams is built around, like grit and discipline. We got players snatching other players' helmet off.
I didn't like that.
So, if you see some of the stuff that normally don't happen on his team. And I'm saying, to our fans in Detroit, that our biggest issue is, we're going through a transition period. That's a lot of coaches to lose. We're talking about 11 coaches. Now, Coach
Terry,
Campbell,
that's the key is Dan Campbell, right? He's supposed to be the rock, the constant. He sets the tone and the culture, and that stuff shouldn't happen.
No.
He should be picking guys to come in that bring a level of preparedness and energy to replace the guys that left.
But what have we learned about teams that are coached by Dan Campbell? That was a surprise to me that you started off undisciplined. But what have we learned? They make corrections, and it's infrequent that you lose back-to-back games. And I know it's the Bears, and you could say, well, it's an easy one. Well, it's fine. Hey, maybe the schedule makers did us a solid, and it's going to be tough going to Cincinnati. It's going to be tough. Okay, we know all the tough road games, but maybe they actually did us a solid of, hey, we're going to give you a tough one to start with, Green Bay. We didn't even know Micah Parsons was going to be there, but now all of a sudden you got to get right. Well, they better get right. They better make their corrections, and I think Dan Campbell will get with John Morton and say, this is not the offense that we've built. We need to find a way. He's going to get with Hank Fraley. Not that he needs to. Hank knows exactly what the concerns are, but he's going to get with those guys. There's going to be some accountability. And from week to week, we do not see a team look like we did yesterday in back-to-back performances.
Look, we know where the bread's buttered. We're going to spend a lot of time on the Lions today. We have Overreact Gyms coming up next. Today's football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. You can stream your local NFL game all season long. Just $30 for the first year. That's like, what, $250, $3 a month? Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Many Lions fans not pleased with yesterday's performance where Detroit came up short to the Packers 27-13. Somebody not too concerned with the showing is head coach Dan Campbell because he's confident his team will regroup and improve. Lions with their first chance to improve comes in 6 days when they welcome in the Bears and Ben Johnson back to Ford Field for their home opener. In college football, Michigan drops to 23rd in the country after losing to Oklahoma on Saturday. MSU wins in double overtime by defeating Boston College 42-40. The Tigers with a day off today after a disappointing series loss to the last-place White Sox. However, Kansas City losing over the weekend to Minnesota has given the Tigers a magic number of just 11 games to clinch the Central. And finally, in basketball, Eurobasket continues to get some big performances out of their NBA names. Yesterday, Giannis helped lead Greece past Italy with a 37-point performance. Meanwhile, Luka Doncic helped give Slovenia a win over Italy with his 42-point showing. 22 of those points scored in the first quarter. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Mostly the NFL, few college, will do it all. Overreact gyms. Congratulations to Josh Allen. You are the league MVP. Led 3 scoring drives in the fourth quarter. In the final 7 minutes alone, on a day where his defense gave up 40 points, he found a way to win. That is your MVP.
Well, he is the reigning MVP. I think there's a chance he wins 2 in a row, and not surprised at all by his performance. I don't think it's an overreaction.
Crown him.
It's not an overreaction. I would have picked him to win at the start of the season. And that division, the Patriots, were a no-show. He's going to chalk up 6 easy ones within that division. He's going to light up the Dolphins a couple times.
Here's a bonus one. They locked up the 1 seed.
Okay, well, nobody locks up the 1 seed on week 1. Now, I know they're
That's
going
a
against
pivotal tiebreaker.
It's a
and
pivotal
to Tom's
tiebreaker,
point, that
right?
schedule sets up for them to win 13, 14 games.
Yeah, but okay, that's an overreaction. Like, if we're going to go down that road, that's an overreaction. They did not lock up the 1 seed at 1-0 because let's say next week he runs the ball, and all of a sudden somebody hits him in the knee, and he's done for the year.
But we rule that out. We always say with injuries, it's okay. Of course, if somebody gets hurt significant, they go through the lines last year.
So I went too far with Josh Allen, but there's a lot of other guys that are going to have to play well, but also are going to have to remain healthy.
It says Mew, the Packers are the best team in the NFC. Not the NFC North, the NFC. A dominant win in week 1 on both sides of the ball, and Parsons is just getting started.
I don't know. I would still say the Eagles because we saw the Eagles without Jalen Carter. And I know it's the Cowboys. Cowboys' offense is still going to be good. Their defense may not be. But I'm not going to sit there and say that the Packers are the pride. We don't know yet what the Lions are. So we just need to see more before we're going to say, crown them the NFC champs.
It's an overreaction. The Eagles are the best team. Let's not forget yesterday. I thought there was a portion from middle of the second quarter through the third quarter where the Lions actually were playing the better football. They just didn't take advantage and execute the final play. And get some pressure on Jordan Love, and you'll see what you really have. Because when the Lions did the few times yesterday, he really made some mistakes that the Lions didn't capitalize on. Their quarterback will still hold them back.
The Miami Dolphins will pick number 1 overall. Tua stinks, and this weird aloof stuff from Mike McDaniel is only going to turn the team off, especially when they go in the tank and lose all these games.
I think they're going to be right there, but I think it might be an overreaction. You still have the New Orleans Saints, and they started off 0-1, and Spencer Rattler, if they're expecting to win a lot of games with Spencer Rattler throwing the ball 40-plus times a game.
They nearly did. I mean, they had a shot in the end zone at the end of the game. I was more encouraged by them than Miami.
No, I know that Miami, I think at some point, Tua is an average quarterback, but they still have some weapons offensively. And I know that it's a bizarre game plan, but I think it's a bit of an overreaction at this point.
They put a lot of eggs in the HN basket. And the guy's overrated, okay? He made a few splash plays when he first came on the scene. He's not an every down back, and they're going to pay the price because they used to be able to run the football. They can't anymore. But this is an overreaction because this is like taking Miami versus the field when you have the Browns, Giants, Panthers, and Saints. And there's others.
The Houston Texans trading away Laramie Tunsil will keep them out of the playoffs. Poor C.J. Stroud. Sacked, under duress, couple turnovers in that game. It's going to be the thing that upends what was otherwise a promising football team.
And they let one of their guards go. I have been talking about this all offseason. And I know some of it is in regards to, Laramie Tunsil and Washington getting him and identifying that they need to protect their young quarterback so that he doesn't have a second year like Stroud had last year and is looking like he's going to have this year. I don't think this is an overreaction at all.
Can I say this before I answer this? I just saw on our little feed up there, Hutch's State Farm commercial ruined this team.
Come on.
Yes, that's an overreaction.
All right, wait, where we're at here are the Texans.
Missing the playoffs.
I'm going to say this is an overreaction for right now, simply because of one team. I have no idea if they're good or not, and it's the Colts. The Colts will be the team that has to win that division if the Texans don't. And the Texans can, again, junk up wins within that division, even with a bad O-line. They can be a fraud going in the playoffs, but for now, it's an overreaction.
Do you believe the Chargers will win the AFC West? I thought they were one of the big winners from the opening week in the NFL. They lost their home game against Kansas City, had to play it in Brazil, and Herbert outdueled Mahomes. 3 touchdowns. He used his legs to ice the game. I thought they did a great job protecting on blitz pickup. Year 2, Jim Harbaugh, they take advantage of Kansas City, which is now without Xavier Worthy on top of Rashee Rice.
I think it's a bit of an overreaction at this point. I'm not going to crown anyone other than maybe Josh Allen MVP. Denver is a force to be reckoned with. I know they got lucky. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Their defense is really good. I want to see that Broncos defense play against that Chargers offense. I think that's going to be a great matchup. So I think this is a bit overreaction.
Yeah, overreaction for now. Jim Harbaugh is 6-0, I think, in week 1 in his career, and he hasn't won the division every year when he does that. So that right there tells you overreaction. Plus a respect for the other 3 head coaches in that division. That this is going too far too soon. When you have Pete Carroll, Andy Reid, and Sean Payton.
Grit. John Mateer will win the Heisman Trophy. John Jansen got to see him up close and personal on Saturday. Dual threat, plays with an edge, and most importantly, 8 games upcoming against currently ranked teams. Heisman moments aplenty. John, I was super impressed with him.
I was impressed with him as well. And maybe I was more impressed with Arbuckle, their 29-year-old OC, in regards to, he did a really nice job of calling plays to attack every facet of that defense. But Mateer was the one that obviously made some of those plays. He was able to escape the pocket, hit guys downfield. He did a great job with the snap count, which is not going to win you the Heisman Trophy, but the amount of times that Michigan was not sure when that ball was going to be snapped, they were caught off guard. So they're going to play against better defenses than they saw on Saturday night. I think this is an overreaction.
We're going to spend more time tomorrow on Michigan, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Amazing. They ran their mobile quarterback in Norman. Was unsure if that was something you were allowed to do.
I thought we were in the business around here not handing out September Heismans. This is a super overreaction. You've got guys like what John said first, better defenses, SEC play. Yeah. We'll see. I'm not taking away from the great game that he had. He looked awesome. But there's guys out there like Dante Moore that could really get into this thing right now. And Lenora Sellers, I think, is a key guy that if South Carolina overachieves. And I'm not burying Arch yet.
Doomy. South Florida. That's Doom with a Y at the end. Doomy. Have to clarify.
I don't hear the D.
I don't either.
Is that what you say to your swinger friends?
I don't hear the D.
South Florida will make the college football playoff. They have the best 2-week resume of anybody in the sport. Wins against Boise State, that could be pivotal. And then they go into the swamp and beat the Florida Gators as 17-point underdogs.
They certainly are the favorite in the clubhouse. Boise's already got that one loss, and it was a bad one to start the season off. I don't know that this is an overreaction. And you look at the rest of their schedule. They're not going to be this. Florida has a tough schedule coming up. This was a must-win for Florida. South Florida, not the same. I think they will be a college football playoff team, so not an overreaction.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with John. It is not an overreaction. They get Miami this week in Miami. They don't have to win that game.
No,
if they
don't.
Run the table in the conference, and they might be able to afford a conference loss. I don't know about that. That is where if they lose to Miami and they lose one conference game, that's where things would get dicey because the conference is so horrible. But yeah, they can. What team right now can you give a loss to and still guarantee a playoff spot?
I want to squeeze one more in here. I'm Batman. Suspending Sharon Moore is not a punishment for Michigan if he's going to coach games like that.
Oh, come
what
on.
are we doing from the 38-yard line punting with Zavada? What are we doing running on 3rd and 6 only to kick on 4th and short? What are we doing burning timeouts in the second half? What are we doing coaching like Davis Warren is still our quarterback? Maybe it's not a punishment for him to be suspended.
You really want me?
Is that an overreaction?
Overreaction,
Okay.
yes.
They're not going to miss him, is what you're saying? I mean, he gets to coach until 12:01 on Saturday morning. So, I mean, is it really a suspension?
Those are your overreact gems. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I gotta tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Fall's right around the corner, and if you need to make sure that you are taken care of throughout the winter and your house is protected throughout the winter, now's the time to do it. My friends at Rapid Roofing are running a special Labor Day promotion. You could choose $2,000 off a brand new roof or take advantage of 0% financing until 2030 with approved credit. Rapid Roofing installs only top quality materials backed by the best warranties in the business, and most jobs are completed in just one day. Call 888-360-ROOF or go to rapidroofing.com for your free inspection today. Offer valid until September 30th. Not applicable with any other promotions. Other restrictions apply. See website for more details. That website is rapidroofing.com.
They're going to get right back into the Lions. Phone calls first. A quick news update with Heather.
Yeah, so during Sunday night's loss to the Bills, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson shoved a fan who slapped him on the helmet. Did you see this?
Yeah, I didn't like seeing that.
Yeah, so it happened after Jackson threw a 29-yard touchdown pass to DeAndre Hopkins.
Hell of a grab.
Yeah, it was in the third quarter. The two were celebrating, right? Like as
they
one would
went
do.
to the crowd.
Yes, and they
to
were
celebrate.
right there in front of the crowd, close enough where this fan could then
tap him on the helmet.
And he hit both of them on the helmet. The fan, well, Jackson immediately, I guess you could say, like retaliated, reacted, whatever it is, by delivering a two-handed push that sent the fan falling backwards. That fan was ejected from the stadium, and afterward, Jackson said that he kind of forgot where he was in that moment. He said, quote, "You have to think in those situations. You have security out there. Let security handle it. But I just let my emotions get the best of me." He said, hopefully it doesn't happen again. I learned from that. So
I like his response. All right, we're all going to make mistakes, but you got to know when you go to the fans, and because how many times have we talked about leaping? I'm not going to say the name of it, but leaping into the fans, like you're going to get high fives, you're going to get tapped on the helmet. There's nothing that drove me nuts more than somebody hitting me in the helmet.
Doesn't it hurt the fan? Like if you hit, like wouldn't it hurt the fan?
It's just a slap on the helmet. No, it's not a big deal.
Me.
But it's
had a couple drinks, should be fine.
You got to understand
that's
that
true.
you
Totally
took
fine.
it to the fans.
Yeah. Yep.
We do have sound from the fan. He was reached for comment.
So the dad that was caught in the middle of a Phillies fan meltdown is speaking out, explaining why he gave his son's, prized home run ball after being berated by this viral Karen, which she is being called.
Karen.
Yeah, Phillies Karen. The dad, Drew Feltwell, told NBC 10 in Philly that he had no choice when this fan basically just sprinted up to him, demanding that he give the ball back to her, saying that it was her ball. And he did take the ball that he rightfully got and gave his son out of his son's glove. But here's what he said. And he did say he had two options, right? He could either fight back or set an example, which is what he wanted to do for his son. He says he wanted to show his son how you just de-escalate a situation, gave the ball back, tried to end it. And thankfully, it did work out for him. That they were recognized. He did receive a swag bag from the team. He got to meet the player. He got an autographed bat. Like it was made up to this boy.
Yeah, well, and props to him, but also props to his son. For neither of them made the scene. They did de-escalate it, and love the fact that both teams recognized it and took care of him.
Yeah, I'm happy that he got rewarded for it. He also would have been right to stand his ground, though, and stand up for what's right. That ball is not intended for whatever seat it lands near.
Has she ever been to a game before?
Right.
I mean,
Don't know.
Because it's not where it lands. It's who gets the ball first.
Who has it in their
right?
possession.
Have you ever just foul balls? That's what people do. You sprint over that ball. You try to get your hands on it, and sometimes there is a little bit of not a scuffle,
scrum.
but
a little scrum. See who comes up with it,
and then whoever gets it gets it. That's how it works.
And in every other situation, you see one guy. Or girl, they hand the ball or they hold the ball up like, look what I got.
Exactly.
And then everyone else around them goes, oh, man, we missed out. And then they go about their day.
And life goes on.
Yeah.
Not for this Karen forever. Let's see. Brother Rice, longtime football coaching icon Al Francesa, passed away on Sunday at the age of 92. So he had coached high school football in the Metro Detroit area for more than 50 years. He began his career at Royal Oak Shrine in 1960, took over at Brother Rice in 1969, where he remained until he retired in 2013. He finished his career with 430 wins, 9 state championships. Pretty darn cool. He sent more than 300 players on to college football, including 13 who then reached the NFL.
Coach was a great football coach, but he was a tremendous example and leader for not just the guys that went on to play college football, but for those that he coached and went on to great things in life.
We should do that in the news when TJ's here, because TJ was at Brother Rice. He had a lot of nice things to say about Fracassa. He made a huge impact on a lot of people.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right. Look forward to that. TJ at 9 o'clock today. That's Heather with the news. Also talk a lot of Lions football with TJ. And John, let's just get back to it. That was as lousy a way to start your season as we could have thought. Because it's all the things we were worried about playing out in front of us. And I'm not going to do the thing where we define the Lions season by what happens in week 1. Look, they've elevated this organization to a point as back-to-back division champs where they're going to be defined by what happens in the postseason. And yes, I still think they're making the postseason after losing week 1. But that doesn't change what happened yesterday. And you can decide for yourself what was the most troublesome. But the point is there's no shortage of things to point out. We spent all offseason saying, get Aiden help. Well, now I got to hear about how he's doubled and it's not his fault he can't get to the quarterback. Meanwhile, they add Micah Parsons, and in a limited number of snaps, was more impactful. They were all in Green Bay. They're the division favorites, and they looked like it. And then the interior offensive line, losing Frank Ragnow and Kevin Zeitler, it worried us because that's the engine of this football team. Were they going to be able to protect Goff? Were they going to be able to generate explosives? Could they do the basics like run the ball? Like, John, I thought that's the one thing. You help a young offensive line out. You try to run the football. That offensive line looked pedestrian. All of a sudden, the superpower of this football team is now a weakness. A team that's built on grit and toughness lost both lines of scrimmage. So you tell us, I mean, the coordinators were another concern. If you have issues with these guys, 248-539-9797, it was nightmare fuel. It's all the things that kept you up at night all offseason, and every last one of them was an issue in week 1.
It was. And I'll start with this. It's one game. I don't expect, even though that's the only example that we have to go off of, I don't expect that to be what this team is moving forward. And what do we know about Dan Campbell in his time here in Detroit? Save the 21 season and early on in the 22 season. That's what this felt like, was a game from early 2022.
Which is terrifying.
Yeah. But what do we also know is they are able to fix issues. And now we don't know if John Morton or Kelvin Shepard as coordinators can fix those issues. I think offensively, I have more confidence that Dan Campbell will, because he's going to talk to John Morton. He's going to give him some leadership, some guidance, and say, this is what we need to do. Same thing with Hank Fraley. Same thing with all the position coaches. I don't expect this to be the team moving forward, but it's the one that we saw.
Yep.
And it was a team that was manhandled at the line of scrimmage on both sides. Because defensively, they knew that they had to account for Aiden Hutchinson. DJ Reader, Tyleek Williams, Marcus Davenport, we can block those guys one-on-one. And they did.
All day from the jump. I mean, that was a cavernous, spacious pocket. It was, John, it was like out of a coach's dream. An O-line coach had to love what Green Bay was able to do, that nice pocket where there's no seepage in the middle and the edges are protected, and Love's just standing there. He's making a sandwich. He's doing a little cheese, a little ham, a little layer. He had all day to diagnose the defense. And of course you're going to get breakdowns. Like, the Lions want to run this man coverage scheme, and it's fine, but you can't cover forever. And it starts up front. It starts up front on both sides of the ball. I don't care how many $20 million and $30 million receivers and safeties you have. If you don't win at the point of attack, this football team is not going to accomplish anything. 248-539-9797. Now, I look down and I see Alex, who says he doesn't like the way we're talking about the Lions. Alex, how should we be talking about the Lions? Good morning.
Hey, guys. I'm a longtime listener, first-time caller.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thanks.
And I'm up early from Texas, and originally I'm from Canada, but I'm a diehard Lions fan. And I watched the game yesterday on the Sunday Ticket, and I was upset, but it's only been one game, and these Lions fans need to relax. It's not that big a deal. It's only one game. It's week 1. So what do you guys think?
Well, it's not a big deal if they're able to correct the issues, but I think the issues, and Dan Campbell said after the game that they're all correctable, it was communication up front. I felt like the offensive line wasn't on the same page. Defensively, I'm more concerned that it's not correctable because I believe Decker, Sewell, and I believe that Glasgow is better than what we saw yesterday, but especially the tackles. I think you're going to get better performances. Defensively, I don't know how much of a better performance you're going to get from Davenport or from Tyleik Williams because he's a rookie or DJ Reader because he's old.
And Alex, I'm certainly not canceling the season after one game, but for people who had complaints in the summer and then watched them happen on their television screen, are we supposed to gaslight them and tell them it's no big deal? It didn't happen. It did happen.
Yeah, I understand. It's just, it's just one game. I mean, I'm still a Lions fan regardless, so I'm not upset about it. Just go Lions. That's all I want to say.
Well, that's what we want. That's what we want to say. And by Friday, we'll be back to go Lions, and we're still go Lions
we'll rev
today.
it up. Look, I'll be a Lions fan if they lose every game. It's happened before. We've seen it. I'll still be a Lions fan. I don't have to like what I saw though, and I don't have to spin and go, actually, let's not talk about the negative today. We're very much going to talk about the game that happened. We're not going to just avoid it because we're Lions fans and we didn't like it. 248-539-9797. What was the worst of a terrible day? It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. Whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. The worst of a terrible day. What was it for you? Dante in New Baltimore, good morning.
Morning, guys. The worst has to be the center of that offensive line. Like when Kelsey, 3 years out to Kelsey retiring, and even public statements he was making, he goes, I'm leaving. I win a ring. I'm done. I'm retiring. And the team knew that. And I'm not going to say the statement that I'm blaming Ragnow, but we knew his toe was not going to make it. I mean, we knew he was going. I think as a fan, I underestimated how important he was to the anchor of that line. Like, Glasgow can play center. Glasgow is not a true center. And, Jansen, you come from the line. You know there are guys that can be shifted, and there are guys that are just anchors. And I don't know what the situation was with Zeitler, but we could have signed him for one more. I mean, when you already know Glasgow's going, you're going to lose somebody else, too. Like, listen, I'm like, we're going to be all right. I mean, I was on the high from last year. I want to ask you, Jansen, this is your world.
Yeah.
I don't think we have anybody with the organization on that fillers that can fix. I'm worried because you saw it yesterday when they had us pinched on the goal line. All three plays were the breakdown of the center of that line. Every single one. It was just like you said earlier. It was like a sieve, a funnel. It just opened up like Moses and part of the Red Sea. And I'm worried as a fan. So, I mean, more insight on the offensive line. That was my biggest worry.
Dante, if you can't get to the second level, then you have major concerns because the second level is where you get some of those bigger runs, whether it's Montgomery or Gibbs. And that's where Graham really struggled. Now, there were some communication issues. Clearly, you leave a guy unblocked on third down coming out of your own end zone, and there's communication issues. I don't know if that was on Mahogany or if that was on Glasgow. But having said that, I think we'll probably see the same setup against Chicago. The fix, I think, will eventually be you move Ratledge to center and then you bring in Awosika as your guard. We saw that a couple of years in the NFC Championship game, and I thought he performed good. Now, I'm not sure why Mahogany last year leapfrogged him in going because it looked like Awosika was the backup the entire time,
the
and
swing
then
guard, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, hey, when push came to shove, they put in Mahogany, and he looked good. But that was only 2 games, and we asked Dan about that, and he thought they were going to. I feel like he thought they were going to perform better than they did yesterday. But if the issue is Graham, to me right now, that's the only fix is putting Ratledge at center and then bringing Awosika in.
He mentioned them not being ready for Ragnow's retirement. They maintained that this wasn't some surprise and they were ready for this. Would have been nice to bring Zeitler back. And I know he's a free agent and can choose to go to Tennessee, and I understand he's got a home there, but that would have been a big-time stabilizer to keep Zeitler if you really knew Frank was going to retire. Also, if you knew Frank was kind of at the end of the road here, we detailed it in the draft 2 years ago. Graham Barton, who's a good center for Tampa, on the board. Powers Johnson, who the Raiders took. There were some centers that could have already sat a year, played guard for a year, were in the pipeline. Instead, we have Terrion Arnold, who everybody's picking on, who didn't even finish the game. Now he's got the groin issue. Like, there are things you can point to with Brad Holmes not addressing edge, not having the offensive line backfield ready for this, trying to do it in this offseason with inexperienced guys, and all of it comes to fruition in week 1.
And I said, maybe I think that they'll probably go with the same setup up front. And maybe this was deferring to the vet, giving him first crack at it. If there's not a big difference between him and Ratledge at center early on in camp, right now Ratledge has a game under his belt. He knows what the speed of the game is. He knows what the environment's like. He understands a little bit more. I'm not saying everything, he's learned it all in game 1. But I think at some point, if Glasgow continues to struggle, to me, that would be the first thing that I would look at.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's the answer or not because I'm not at practice. I don't see that, but
because the benefit's supposed to be that he is the cerebral, smart veteran, and he did not look like he had them in the right spots, as evidenced by all the MAs. And then the other thing is physically. If you don't get to the second level, like there was a play in the red zone, it's a second down, and he whiffs on the linebacker, Edgerrin Cooper, who ends up chasing it down from the backside, and then Gibbs dances, and it's a loss of 6. Like, in the red zone, you have to earn space. It's not there. You have to earn it, and you earn it with your offensive line. Like, I know they won TOP, and Tom's point was, well, they kind of took ball control. They pitter-pattered their feet and went nowhere. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the people on this. Calvin in a car, you're on 97.1.
My question is, like I said earlier, Lions fans are quick to jump off the bandwagon. Didn't Glasgow play center in college for Michigan?
Well, yeah, and he's played center before in the NFL.
He didn't look like a center yesterday, Jan.
No,
Jansen. He did not. He did not look like a center. I don't know what was going on, but that wasn't the Lions' offense that we was accustomed to seeing yesterday.
I agree. I'm just you asked if he had played center before, and I said yes.
Could have fooled him.
Yeah.
No, I know,
Yeah.
and to your point, yeah, that's not a center that's going to get it done for what you need to do. If your aspiration is still a Super Bowl or NFC Championship game, like, that's not good enough. But it wasn't good enough from Decker or Sewell either. Like, let's not gloss over that. They weren't good enough either.
I'm going to ask you this question. Do you think them not playing in the preseason and getting their timing together was a factor?
I've always been a proponent of you've got to be able to communicate at game speed, see things at game speed. I backed off last year because I understand how critical it is that these guys don't get hurt. And when you are a veteran, you don't need as much time. Having two new pieces and another one that's put in there moving around, I think there would have been a benefit from it. But I'm not going to go back and say that that's the reason they lost this game.
Well, now you're staring down week 2. Ben Johnson in the building. If they have a big night tonight, it's going to put even more panic into people. Imagine they drop 35, a couple trick plays, they're crisp.
And I will disagree with how he phrased it in regards to the Lions fans are quick to jump off the bandwagon. I don't know that there's anybody jumping off the bandwagon. Everyone is still Lions fans.
Yeah, outside the
we
one
are
guy
allowed to be critical when they put a performance out there like that. But the reason that they performed poorly yesterday is not Dan Campbell doing commercials or Amon-Ra St. Brown or
Aiden,
any of these guys doing commercials. And no, both coach and GM don't need to be fired this morning. That's jumping off the cliff.
For people who missed it, we did get a call 40 minutes into the show, firing not one but both of Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, if you're wondering how people are doing. 248-539-9797. Ticket texters. Gibbs needs to change his number back to 26. He definitely looked like a 0 yesterday. What was most concerning is how easily and quickly the pocket was overpowered and collapsed even when we did have the matchups identified. Jeff in Petoskey. Tex says, it sucks watching that happen, but maybe this was the perfect time for it to happen. Open both Campbell and Holmes' eyes. Yeah, but you can't go back and change the offseason. This is your team now.
Right, yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of guys out there that are starting center or guard quality that you're going to go sign or edge. Like now, but you can't address it. Mm-hmm. You can make trades. I don't think we're going to see anything like that happen until trade deadline. But by that point, yeah, you're going to learn a lot more about this team.
The Lions looked like Rocky when he fought Clubber Lang for the first time. Soft and not ready to play. Tim in Rochester. Well, John, you know what that means?
That's a pretty good analogy there.
We need a beach training montage. That's what Rocky did. He got out on the beach with Apollo and the short shorts, and they were running in the sand. We got to get Mahogany and Glasgow and Ratledge out on the beach.
My only problem with that analogy, and I think it's good, but when you really start to break it down, I mean, Mick died. Nobody died on the Lions. Rocky had an excuse. What, is Ragnow the equivalent?
Professionally died by retiring?
The offseason died? I don't know.
Let's get to Ron in Ann Arbor. Ron, good morning.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Ron, what do you got?
Yeah, we're all right.
Yeah, after that, yeah. My concern, I was very curious to see how Aiden looked yesterday. And to me, he looked thicker. His arms looked thicker. He's been in a weight room. He looked good physically, but he did not have that jump. He was not coming out of the 2-point a lot, if at all. And I didn't see him. He was very, very active before he got hurt. He'd be jumping around, moving around. He would chase down running plays 10, 15 yards downfield, even when he didn't really have to, but he would. There was hustle all over the field. So I'm wondering if it was just kind of mentally for him, you know, how am I going to feel? I might not do certain things.
But Ron,
he did not look the same. He looked different.
He talked about, you know, he had some moments in practice when they did have the joint practices and would go full go. He had some moments where he had some leg whips and some hard contact, and it helped him build the confidence in his leg. So I don't know. I can't get myself inside his head. But, John, I thought he already had those moments.
Yeah, but it's different in games. And, I mean, the moment's different. The environment's different. The contact is different. Everything is different. I didn't have that same impression of Hutch. I thought he was still, you know, good. I don't like him coming out of a 2-point stance. I know that he does that at times. I prefer that he comes out of a 3. That's just me. You know, and if I'm blocking him, I would much rather be able to see his numbers in his stance standing up versus him coming out at a much lower pad level.
248-539-9797. What was the worst part of yesterday? It's 97-1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That website again, firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Didn't play a ton of snaps, but made a big impact. Micah Parsons had a sack where he, by the way, beat two guys on the left side and chased Goff all the way to the other side. His pressure where he beat Sewell inside multiple times, one helped lead to a red zone interception. John, he was as advertised. Out of the gate, barely had practice with Green Bay, and he made an impact.
Yeah, and everybody was all up in arms about him, being able to stop the run. And I'm done with the comparisons to Reggie White. He's not Reggie White, but they didn't need him to stop the run.
Nope.
I mean, the Lions did a lot of that themselves.
Yeah, for all the talk, well, they don't have Kenny Clark at least.
Yeah.
Lions ran for like 46 yards. And Micah Parsons in like half the snaps was way more impactful than Aiden Hutchinson was.
And I think when you hear Dan Campbell talk about the things are correctable, yes. I saw a little bit of a lack of energy, but I didn't see a lack of effort. There weren't guys that were loafing or lollygagging around. Guys got beat. And so when you look at the technique, yeah, there are things you can do technically to be better. There are things that you can do even before the snap of the ball offensively, like communication up front. I thought that was a huge concern when you have guys that are unblocked at the line of scrimmage. That to me that's a lack of communication. The environment requires that you may have to have some nonverbal communication. That wasn't ironed out.
Why do you think Hutch struggled as much as he did?
Because he was double and triple teamed.
Right,
because there's no one opposite him.
But that's by design. Like, they have signed up for that. The Lions as an organization have put two handcuffs on him and said, figure it out. That's by design.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and say Hutch was non-existent. Hutch did what Hutch was supposed to do. He attracted 3 blockers. All right, so let's take 3 out of the equation. That leaves 8 other players. Quarterback's not blocking anybody except for a good fake. So now all of a sudden, you've got 7 other blockers. There are other guys that need to step up and make plays. When you have one-on-one matchups, you're not going to win all of them, but you got to win some of them.
Well, it's why we keep asking about it. To their dismay, it's why we keep asking about it. Let's get to Robert. You're next up.
Robert, good morning. How you doing? Robert,
we don't have time for that. Joe, you're next up. Joe in Grosse Ile, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I think what hurts for the Lions fans is we're just not as good as we were the last 2 years. I mean, they've been so much fun to watch, and the realization is setting in now that we're weak at cornerback, and the strength of your team, which is supposed to be the offense, and there were still some phenomenal plays by Amon-Ra, and the catch by Tesla was unbelievable. But to get the 13 points against a Green Bay team, which is good, but to still only score 13 points and looking at a tough schedule, I just think it kind of has everybody feeling really, really not optimistic for what's going to unfold this season. We're just not as good as we were the last 2 years, and they've been so much fun, man.
The 2 guys they missed the most were Ragnow and McNeil. Yep. Tip of the spear on both lines of scrimmage. When you don't win on the line of scrimmage, you can't be a tough, gritty football team, and you can't beat anybody any good.
And I think we will see a shift in terms of reps. I think Isaac Tesla has earned the right to get more time.
Yep.
And I don't need to see Khalif Raymond as a part of the wide receiver, trio. I need to see more Isaac Tesla because he can attack the center of a defense along with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like one of the things that we were excited about was that him being on the field, down the field, would clear things up for Amon-Ra St. Brown. That it would clear things up. And I know Amon-Ra had 6 targets, 4 catches. Laporta, 9 targets, 6 catches. Like, that's what I expect, but I also expect that other guys will be open. I was surprised that there was not a single shot downfield to J-Mo.
I mean, I think some of it is the way Green Bay was playing. They were dropping coverage. They were playing deep.
Okay, so be it. That's fine.
But you know how you're supposed to counter that?
Run the ball.
Run the ball. It's been the thing they've done from the inception of when this thing turned around. They became a dominant running team. And they wouldn't just run for 3 or 4 yards. They'd run it when they had to. They'd run it on 3rd and long and they'd get it. They'd run for explosives, and it forced teams to come up into the box, and it opened everything up. When you don't run the ball, the offense looks like it did, where you can win TOP with the little dinks and dunks, but Jared Goff gets reduced to an average quarterback. And the offense, I know they scored with Tesla and garbage time. The offense didn't find the end zone when that game was even close. The last time they were held without a touchdown in the first 3 quarters, Baltimore 2023, more than a year ago. 248-539-9797. Sean in Novi, good morning.
Hey, I've been calling in for months, and I was telling your screener who I put blame on for this season is the fans of Detroit, columnists, the journalists, and the guys who host the show. And I love the show, by the way. This isn't a reflection on you. But what's frustrating to me is that I've been screaming how poorly mismanaged the Lions were in the offseason, and we still have money to spend. What did the Red Wings do back in 95, 96 when they won the most games of any team in a single season and won that Western Conference championship? The next year they went out and got Brendan Shanahan and added Hall of Famers and all-stars to their team. It's difficult to win championships. And the GMs in this town are starting to believe their own hype and not doing the things that are putting the Lions in the best position. Now, at the end of the day, it's entertainment. I was still entertained. I love the Lions. But you cannot put 2 offensive linemen. One was drafted in the 6th round. The other one is a rookie. Statistically, that doesn't work out right. You had Desarius Smith, who wanted to be here, and you didn't do what was right. And, last year with the injury to Hutch, it's the same situation you have going on now. Like you said, the last caller, go ahead, Hutch, figure it out. That's wrong. That puts players in positions to hurt themselves because they're overextending them. And I've been hung up on so many times from hosts saying, "Oh, you're wrong, you're wrong." Well, I think what they're saying around the country, the Lions missed the playoffs. This could be it. And I think it's all due to Brad Holmes not doing what's right for the team and what's right for the fans. And I think you guys need to put these guys in hot seats. Stop talking and being if and buts and candy and nuts. We all would have a Merry Christmas.
Oh, so Sean, you want to put Brad Holmes on the hot seat, and if they don't win the division this year, he should be fired?
Well, no, I'm not saying no. No, he's done a hell of a job. But in totality of things, he's been left in the kitchen too long, and his cake that he was cooking is now burnt. And what I'm saying is that you have to bring things to the forefront and start managing the team right. And what was a slap in the face the night before? They give a wide receiver who an $80 million contract, where we went out and got a wide receiver in the draft. I mean, it's just, come on, this is illogical thinking here. Wide receivers are expendable.
Sean, you are getting a producer credit on today's show because after the update, we want to work in that JMO conversation. Amazing how that works out. And I understand the frustrations with Brad Holmes. Look, if you were complaining all offseason, you have every right to complain today. You saw it on your television screen. We'll take phone calls on the game. We want to know the worst part of that terrible game in Lambeau, and there's no shortage of things for you to vent about today. We've also stated we're not going to define the Lions by week 1. I'm not, John's not, you shouldn't. You can do whatever you want, but I wouldn't define a football team by week 1. The status of this football team, they are judged by what happens late in the season. We'll get to the JMO conversation next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. It was a game full of struggles for the Lions yesterday as they fall to the Packers 27-13. Detroit hoping for a quick turnaround when they host the Bears in 6 days for Detroit's home opener. Detroit will be welcoming in their former offensive coordinator turned Bears head coach in Ben Johnson. Michigan and Michigan State also hoping for easier weekends as they have home games this Saturday. Michigan hosting Central Michigan while MSU brings in Youngstown State. The Wolverines coming in off of a 24-13 loss to the Oklahoma Sooners, while the Spartans won a nail-biter in double overtime against Boston College. The Tigers have an off day today after their series loss to the last-place White Sox. They resume play tomorrow in New York against the Yankees with a magic number of 11 games to clinch the AL Central. In tennis, Carlos Alcaraz won the U.S. Open yesterday after defeating Jannik Sinner in the finals. In golf for the 5th straight year, the Walker's Cup was won by Team USA. And finally, in European basketball, the Eurobasket tournament continues tomorrow with the quarterfinals. Yesterday, Giannis leading Greece ahead of Israel with 37 points, and Luka Doncic also a big showing for Slovenia in their win over Italy. Luka grabbing 42 points, while Italy's leading scorer was former Piston Simone Fontecchio. He scored 22. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
Look, we knew this was going to happen. If they lost the game, everybody was going to be upset, and we've got a ton of phone calls and ticket texts, 248-539-9797. Last caller brought up the JMO extension from late Saturday night, right? As MSU won their double OT thriller against Boston College before your head hit the pillow at night, you may have seen the Lions extend a 3-year offer on top of JMO's current deal. John, what did you make of it?
Keeps him here till 29.
Yep.
Use him. You better use him. You better find ways to use him if you're going to invest that amount of money in him. And he is a game breaker. Can be. 1,000-yard receiver last year. I expect that same thing, but then you better find ways to get him the ball in space where he can do things with it. That's where I go back to John Morton, where I didn't particularly care for the offensive game plan.
I don't know that the game plan was going to work in any shape or form if they don't win up front. Like, to get JMO the ball, you have to be able to pass set. You have to be able to win up front.
But you could also, there are, I mean,
I know you can do end arounds and
run, and
screens.
you need to be effective running the ball, or else if you're not, then the play action is pointless.
So I don't know
you
how
could
much...
also roll Jared Goff out. Now, I'm not saying he is some mobile quarterback, but a naked bootleg, you could do that with any quarterback.
Yeah. Look, if they're not going to run the ball, it doesn't matter what the game plan is. I'm not trying to give John Morton a free pass today, and if Ben Johnson's Bears look great tonight, I know it's only going to intensify. I'm just making the point to you. He could have come out with, like, the greatest offensive game plan in the world, and when nobody's blocking the nose guard on the goal line, like, it just doesn't matter what the play call is.
So total yardage yesterday, I think if you look at 266 to 246, and they lost in kind of a dominant way. You know,
they weren't close.
That's a little troubling. I dove into yards per play for the Lions. 65 plays. They averaged 3.7 yards per play.
Oh. Right. Well, and it was 3.3 per pass play. Like, that's where you really start to struggle, is when you can't get the ball downfield. Some of that is offensive line. I think more of that, or let's say more equal parts, is the route trees. And you've got a guy in Amon-Ra St. Brown that runs, I've said this before, most people will agree, I think he might be the best route runner in all of the NFL.
Well, where was that over the middle yesterday? Because his one spectacular catch was to the outside. It seems like they wanted to run everything outside yesterday. That's and use their speed. And there's NFL, the speed's pretty balanced out, you know? I was troubled by them just not taking a shot down the field, whether the safeties were back or not.
Keep them honest.
Sometimes you force it. The Laporta play showed what was there.
Well, that was the best drive of the day, is when they got play action going and got Sam Laporta the football. They moved the ball down into enemy territory. On the JMO thing, they spent a lot of time this offseason talking the talk about a big year for him, and I think they're putting their money where their mouth is by paying him early. And their thought is, we're getting a discount now because he's going to have a monster year. This is them literally betting that he's going to have such a big year that this deal will age well. And I was shocked because I thought they were going to wait another year on this, and we were maybe he would be the odd man out. They rushed to get this done because they believe in him, and they believe in doing these deals early allows them to keep more of their guys because they get to lock in the price before the market explodes. The problem is they are so all in on keeping their own guys, rolling cap over to 26 and 27, that staring them in the face is the 2025 season. And that's where you start getting in trouble. When you fall in love with keeping your guys and keeping them forever, you are shortchanging the present. You are hurting the product in front of you right now. Well, whether it would have been paying Zeitler a little more to tell him, hey, don't go back home to Tennessee, you're a critical key cog of this, or Za'Darius, hey, we're not good on the edge quite yet, or Doesn't even have to be Za'Darius. You don't like him, fine. There's other guys out there. There's other offensive linemen out there. They rolled this team out there. It's an extension of we're good to just keep J-Mo and worry about the 27, 28, and 29 Lions. We're good. What if they're not good enough? Right. I mean, that's the calculus here. It's a gamble to not make those moves.
And that's where you go back and you can criticize draft picks like Rakestraw, Hooker, Broderick Martin, instead of taking an offensive lineman to start building depth there long term, instead of getting a little cute and then taking Manu in the fourth. I mean, look, we had the text come in already, and I'm not against it long term. Is Glasgow, did not have a very good game yesterday, and at some point, do you move Ratledge over to center and you actually put Manu at guard? Like, you drafted him. Oh, wait, can he not play? I mean,
I think we talked about that a little off here too. I mean, how much of this is a week one problem? Well, I don't think they're making that move after 1 week, but if Graham Glasgow can't do the job physically, I don't care that he's a veteran because they're still missing assignments up front. That would be the natural pivot, is you put Ratledge at center and someone has to play guard.
I agree with you, but let's not let the running backs off the hook here today. Their job is to make plays. They're both getting paid to make plays as well, just like the offensive line. We can all, they're dependent on the offensive line to a degree, but Gibbs was slipping all over the field yesterday. How about this? So they had
shoes.
They had 34.
I thought about that.
I did too, and the cleats might have been an issue because the Lions were slipping more, but how about this? Gibbs and Montgomery, 34 touches, 2.7 yards per touch. You got to put a little bit on them, too.
There's enough to go around. No one played a great game.
Outside of Tesla and Jake Bates.
But Tesla only had one target.
It's not his fault.
I know, but so, and Tom, I'll go back to what you said. Like, where were those over-the-middle routes that we've seen Amon-Ra St. Brown? Okay, I understand. Maybe you originally want to be able to look at the defense and say, yeah, we can attack the edges and get Amon-Ra St. Brown on the sideline, but at some point in the game, they call them in-game adjustments for a reason. You've got to find ways. If they're going to play so far back that you can't get J-Mo deep, doesn't mean you don't send them deep, but that if you're drawing a safety back, now all of a sudden there should be something in the middle.
Exactly. You could have used Brock Wright for short passes over the middle. Where was he at yesterday?
What about the screen game? Could we have seen more screen game, right? Try to get those offensive linemen into a different situation where they're moving and have favorable matchups.
But they tried all that outside. Yeah. Look, you traded Tim Patrick because Isaac Tesla was going to get into that role, right?
Yeah.
I still think he will.
But then you decided to have Raymond significantly out-snap Tesla. So therefore,
is that really a surprise, though, week one? Like, I know the takeaway is obvious. Play the guy more.
Don't trade Patrick yet.
Yeah.
You should have kept him.
I'm fine with the trade. I'm glad that they traded him because I think Isaac Tesla is going to be that. They need to give him that opportunity now.
I mean, Reynolds and Patrick the last few years were the guys that would make the defense be accountable in the middle.
All right, we got phone calls. Let's get to Michael in West Bloomfield. Michael, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, boys. How we doing?
Good.
So what I thought was a big wrong yesterday was Kerryon Arnold. I mean, I thought this guy was going to be a shutdown corner. He was getting picked on like a redheaded stepchild until he went out. And frankly, I thought it was good that he went out because it could have just damaged him for the rest of the year. I mean, that dude was just getting abused. And everything else I agree with. I knew the center of the O-line was going to be a beginning of the season issue. They will get better, and they'll make them better. And like the previous caller said, I was looking for some 3 receiver sets. I didn't see Tesla in the game till garbage time.
Yeah.
I mean, what's up with that? I mean, what are they saving him for? He's on the start. He's on the team. Let's get him in the game. And I didn't see any double running back sets either with Montgomery and Gibbs. And maybe I missed it. I might have blinked.
I don't think I saw it either. And I know Morton had been more open to it.
Why? I mean, because Green Bay was stifling them every turn, and they needed to do something different. So right now, I would say John Morton, you get about at a C-.
I think people would call that generous, to be honest. We've gotten a lot of hate towards Morton today.
And when Dan is talking about, hey, there are things that are correctable, it's not just the players. Things can be corrected with the game plan, can be corrected with coaches as well.
I'm looking down at the callers, and we got one that says, "Stop crying, Costa. Lions will be fine." I thought I've prefaced a lot of this with, I'm not going to define them by 1 week, but we have a show to do today, guys.
Oh, well, when we come back, we'll have to see what he has to say.
Okay.
Or listen to what he has to say.
If he holds on, him and a bunch of other Lions fans want to talk. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, he's giving you up to 30% off any hair transplant to mark the milestone. Now, you've got to go meet Dr. B. He is a true pioneer, one of the first to use your own hair to stimulate new growth. What once seemed like science fiction is now changing lives right here in Michigan, and he believes in it so much. Not only has he had the procedure himself, he recently performed it on his own son. So forget those outdated methods. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing scars, just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that keep improving, and he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. So book now at MichiganHairRestoration.com and mention 97.1 to unlock your exclusive discount for the month of September only.
Hey, if you don't want to watch football games at home, the best place, America's favorite place to watch football, is Stadium Swim, located at Circle Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circle Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
TJ Lang will join us at 9 o'clock and every Monday during the NFL season. Quick note from Twitch. We're not going to spend any time on the Tigers today, and it's a nod to the Lions. It says Tigers are lost a series to the White Sox over the weekend, and no one's going to talk about it. They're just floating along, 500, cruising.
What's the magic number?
I don't know. Lions talk today, 248-539-9797. Sunday was all of our insecurities on the screen, televised, right? For all the stuff we talked about in the offseason that could go wrong for the Lions, it did go wrong in week 1. Did they need to add a pass rusher? Why aren't they all in? Have the Packers passed them? Is the interior of the offensive line going to be good enough? What about the coordinators? There's no shortage of things for you to feel bad about right now. We want to know what was the worst of it. And again, reminder, framing the conversation properly, they are not defined by week 1. The season, this team, is not defined by the regular season. They're going to be defined by what happens at the end of the season. They're going to be defined by whether or not they can actually improve on this stuff, because they got a lot of problems right now. 248-539-9797. We've got Ryan in Detroit. Ryan, what's up?
Hey, good morning, man. Listen, the old 8-ball, what it say, outlook not so good? I'm telling you, bro. I'm a prophet. I called in earlier this week to Rieger show, and I told him, man, I said, hey, this is not going to look so good. I said, we better go in there and we better at least show up, man. I got a couple things. Just bear with me, man. I'm sad because yesterday, man, I don't know if you guys had a chance to get out, man. It was this Detroit Lions pride. I'm talking about whole families from granddad to grandchild decked out in Lions gear. And we got this vibe going on, man. I even bought a hat from Rally House. I'm taking it back. I left the tags on it just for this reason. I'm taking it back. They got to earn my money, bro. And listen, I'm going to tell you something, man. Now, we talking about a new coordinator. This is where it's going to get long. We need to change our name for this week. Like you said, we can't define them, but for this week, so they'll know they're not the Detroit Lions this week. They're the Detroit Cubs. Because why? That looked like some little league play out there, Detroit Pal, where they were scared. You got to have a QB on the roster. You got to have receivers on the roster, but they're not using them. We got a new coordinator who's doing these little safe dump-off plays, right? You guys talking about Gibbs' shoe falling off. The reason why, he's not used. He doesn't have time to even get speed. When you do a dump-off pass, you got to stop and turn around. And it looked like it wasn't together, right? And he's out there not getting the yard. He's a sweep runner. That's our sweep runner. Our Thunder Montgomery, that's the pound runner. They didn't utilize them effectively yesterday, and it showed. That coordinator, he needs the heat, because if that's what you're going to run all week, bro, or all year, bro, it's going to be bad, bad, bad. That season is going to be missing the playoffs. Now, the last thing I got for you guys, it got personal with me with Parsons when he was on your guys' radio, whoever radio show. He said he never really liked Detroit. That kind of stung. And it didn't just sting with me. It stung. We wanted him not to have the day he had yesterday. He got pressure, and lo and behold, right when I was satisfied with the loss, I said, okay, they lost. They got their butts whooped, but he didn't get a sack. And what happened? Hawk, Goff down. Oh, Goff. Goff looked shell-shocked yesterday, man. He looked like he not there. Like, what? Something's not right, and they better fix it fast. Not being a negative Ned, but if that's what's going to happen, oh, boy.
Right. Hold on. Now, make sure, take a look at that receipt. The return policy is probably 30 days. Don't take it back just yet.
Hey,
because,
listen,
let me tell you this. There has been very few coaches current coaches in the NFL that have been able to get their players to respond, and whether it players or coaches to fix issues, than Dan Campbell. So why don't you give it a week or two? And I know it's the Browns. It's the Bears. But then they do have a trip down to Cincinnati. Baltimore, right? I'm all over the place.
I'll be fair with that. I'll give them 30 days because I did make sure. I asked the clerk. I said, I want to make sure now if I keep these tags on here, what's the return policy? Because I was weary. I spent a lot of money for that hat yesterday. I got other hats, but I wanted a fresh brim because everybody was decked out yesterday. I was feeling the pride. I'll give them 30 days.
Okay.
I'll do that.
All right. Thanks, Ryan.
Lions are favored in
talked one off the ledge.
3 of their next 4 games. That'll play out over the next 30 days. John, I think that's sound advice. And I'm not mad at him. He's calling it like he sees it.
Yeah.
He watched that game, and it's funny to see his brain go from like one thing to the next. It's like, and we couldn't block, and then Goff wasn't any good, and then our running backs couldn't get their footing, and again, John, my biggest issue, and John Morton, my biggest issue is up front with the offensive line. Because John Morton, didn't matter what his game plan was. If they can't run the ball, nothing else is going to work. Right? To me, that was my biggest concern from that day, is they could not run the football. It's going to turn Goff back into LA Rams Goff. It's going to take this two-headed monster of Sonic and Knuckles and turn him into nothing. You're not going to have the time to get J-Mo the football. You're not going to be able to keep up in games that do turn into a bit of a track meet. Like Green Bay started that game red hot. Detroit just simply couldn't keep up. They're doing this pitter-patter, 3 yards, 4 yards, 3 yards, 4 yards. I don't care. They won time of possession.
And
they couldn't do anything.
And if you can't get chunk plays, if you get down, you not only can you not keep up, but you can't catch back up.
Their superpower was their offensive line. Was it not, John? Like, I know you appreciated that more than anybody. You and TJ, that was their superpower. They looked like they were mortal.
It was the one thing that you felt that you could count on. And I think you asked the question earlier, like, what was the biggest disappointment? To me, the biggest disappointment wasn't necessarily the struggles on the interior of the offensive line. It was Decker and Sewell. They did not play. Now, 2 different expectations for both of those guys, but they didn't play to those level of expectations.
No, Sewell got whipped a couple times by Micah Parsons. You know, for everybody that wondered, well, it's no big deal that they added him. He hardly played, but when he did, he had that red zone where he beat Sewell inside, and Goff had to get the ball out and threw the pick. He had the sack later in the game. Game was over, but he comes off the left side, and he beats not 1 but 2 blocks and then chases Goff all the way down, rolling to his right. You know, I thought Goff early in the game took what the defense gave him.
Yeah.
But the problem is you're not going to move the ball down the field.
Yeah, because then you get in the red zone, and instead of those dinking and ducks that allowed
condensed.
you to get there, everything gets very congested.
And how do you finish in the red zone? You got to earn space. You got to create space. Sometimes it's a route runner who gets a step, but it's also an offensive lineman that fires out of his stance and creates 3 yards of push, and all of a sudden the cutback lanes are there. You're falling forward at a space on the field where yards are a premium. You flourish, and now they flounder. At least through 1 week. I know we have to remind people, like, Hank Fraley's a good O-line coach. These guys are young. Those MAs should not be happening as the season goes on. But if that was your concern before the season, it played out on the screen in front of you. Got people fired up this morning. 248-539-9797. Nobody more fired up than, 40 minutes into the show when someone wanted to fire both Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Don't worry. As mad as you are, no one's topping that guy today.
No.
Oh, so Applebee's guy doesn't trumpet?
We got that right after.
I think that's right under you need to fire him.
Too many. You should be spending time coaching these guys in the offseason instead of shooting commercials at Applebee's.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to point out Dan Campbell was in Applebee's commercials last year.
Yes.
He won 15 regular season games.
I want to make this quick thing about John Morton. I'm not writing him off going crazy after one game. I did get a vibe of a Joe Lombardi offense. And Joe Lombardi came from that tree. He's a Sean Payton tree guy. So...
That's why when I think Dan says after the game that these issues are correctable, part of them are also game plan issues.
And Matthew Stafford had his worst part of his career with Joe Lombardi.
Get to CJ in Belleville, because CJ, I think this is the biggest point. They built their football team on one thing, and one thing first and foremost, and it wasn't there. CJ, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, all. Thanks for taking my call. Tough weekend for football all the way around, especially for Eastern Michigan. But in regards to the line, I wanted to get John's opinion and also had a question for John as well. So my question is, what was going on with the time management before the end of the half on Green Bay last possession in the first half? Why didn't we call a timeout, try to get the ball? Because they got a fourth down stop. Why didn't we call a timeout before that to try to at least get some points going into the half? And then my question, kind of an opinion. It's just my opinion. That game reminded me a lot of the Lions and when the Lions went down to Arrowhead and beat up on the Chiefs in their building. But my question, what I want your opinion on is the team's been built on grit. You know, they've been the most physical team in the league for the past 2 or 3 seasons. And it seems to me that, you know, even going back to the last couple of games last year, the Washington game in the playoffs, it seems now that teams are able to meet that physicality, and the Lions just aren't able to respond to it. It's like they're like a deer in the headlights, like, oh, these guys are fighting back. Like, what do we do now? So just wanted John's take on that, and still very optimistic for the rest of the season. Thanks,
Yeah, their physicality, the way they were built, it was flipped on its head. I mean, they were not the tougher physical team in either side of the line of scrimmage. John, end of the half.
So it was, 3 plays?
So there was about 50 seconds to go, and before the 3rd and 1, Dan Campbell let it wind all the way down to 20. It became a game of chicken between him and LaFleur. And my read of the situation was Campbell was concerned if he used a timeout, Green Bay picks up the first, extends their drive, and scores. I think he was more concerned about giving up points than he was getting the ball back.
Well, and because, I mean, okay, this is coming off the interception, and it was a 16-play drive that Detroit had put together to start the second quarter that they came away with a field goal. I don't really have an issue with the clock management at the ideally, if you think that you're going to get a stop. To me, that was more of a shot at the defense. Like, we don't really think that you're going to get off the field.
Yeah, and I think he was getting the ball to start the second half, but it was a chance to double up and go 2 for 1. See, the aggressive thing to do is I'm getting a stop, I'm getting the ball back, I got 50 seconds, I can do something with it. Instead, that was not typical. That was playing a little more afraid of Green Bay than it was, hey, we're going to get the ball and score before the half. Looking at the clock. Sorry, guys. All right, we'll keep talking Lions football. It's 97-1.
Hey, not a lot of highlights over the weekend for our sports teams, but I do have a highlight that I want to share, and it comes from our Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. They want to let you know this month, maybe you're wondering if you need a new truck in the driveway. Get Motor City's hottest truck. It's the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option, the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be or do with over 600 horsepower, and that comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details. That website again, gmcofferinfo.com.
I mean, they've resigned Hutch to a life of double teams the way they've built this roster, and they're going to rely on everybody else to win one-on-one. But they don't have Lee McNeil and Marcus Davenport. I mean, I think that's who that's calling out. You got to win your one-on-ones. That's Dan Campbell. Lions lose to the Packers. Look, whatever your biggest concern was with this football team, you were right. At least for 1 week, you were right. Yeah. Whatever your concern was all offseason, if you had that one thing that was gnawing at you, you go, I just don't know about. You were right. So, John, it's no surprise we got a lot of people calling in today. Let's hear from them. 248-539-9797, and we'll start with Bernard in Detroit. Bernard, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
By the way, the Tigers met at number 11, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I'm the guy who said you've been crying all morning, Costa. That was me, and I held on just for you.
I know you would.
Crying, man. And let them boys play football. It's going to be all right. Listen, before you start, we got the ball, and we going down the field damn near every time. Of course, it was dink and dunk. We couldn't finish, man. They did not finish. We held them the 4 straight series with 3 and outs. Then we get the interception. Hutch gets the guy gets still crazy that call in the backfield. We lose the ball there. But yeah, we got our butt whooped. But we got to just ride or die with our teams. That's Michigan. That's the Lions. And we got to ride or die. Oh, they're crying. The next day ain't gonna do a damn thing about this football team. Let them boys play ball. They're gonna figure out that offensive line thing, and they're gonna get better. As bad as we played yesterday, we could have won that game early in the game. We got away from us later. We go down and score touchdown, interception. The interception we throw was all Michael Parsons. It was Michael Parsons. It was damn Gary Goff. It was all Michael Parsons.
No, it was Rashawn Gary, too. It was a bookends. Look, Bernard, I'll put the tissue box away. I certainly don't think the season's over, but no. I'm just because I'm a fan doesn't mean I'm going to go paint my face and come in and say that it's not that big a deal. Like, whatever your issue was, your big concern, you watched it.
And Bernard did bring up the fact that they did get into the red zone. They were 1-4 in the red zone in terms of being able to score touchdowns. And let's just go back to the beginning of last year. Why did they lose to Tampa? Some of it was they had to throw the ball too many times. That was play calling, just like we're talking about now. Play calling. I think it was an issue yesterday. You get into the red zone, and things get congested. You have to be able to convert. Last year against Tampa, the reason they lost that game, they were 1 of 7 in the red zone. Did things get better after that?
Yes. They were the number 1 offense in football.
So, to Bernard's point, and not that you were crying too much, or we've had some people ready to jump off cliffs. We've had a couple that have taken the leap, and they're halfway down the cliff. They do have Dan Campbell has been really good. His teams have been really good at being able to respond.
And grow and get better.
Grow and get better. And so now this is a big opportunity to grow and get better. There needs to be a lot of growth between the Green Bay game and the Chicago game.
Well,
they
and
do
Goff
have
talked
that
about
opportunity.
It. Urgency is a must, and he wants to lead that urgency. Let's get to Rich in Detroit. Rich, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Not much, man. I appreciate y'all allowing me to get this off of my chest. One, I think that this was basically like a preseason game for those guys, man. Those guys just needed to knock some rust off, and Green Bay just wasn't the team for them to get that practice in with. The play calling. Is it me, or it's like the defense knew that Amon-Ra was basically the scapegoat for these guys, and when that cornerback picked Goff off, they knew exactly which play they was running. Another thing, I think the defense was playing with all those injuries. It reflected in their play. Like, they wasn't playing as violent. I think those guys who had all those injuries last year is just knocking the rust off, getting their mind back in the game. So hopefully they'll be violent against the Bears.
Have to be. Look, and the Bears will be on a short week. They're coming here. Detroit's got to respond. I mean, we were already circling that game. Could you imagine if the Bears look crisp tonight offensively? It's just going to fuel it.
Oh, there's no question.
Well, it's why you made the case like, hey, as big a week 1 game as you could have, as much of a must-win game as a week 1 could possibly be. It's why you spotlighted that.
Yeah, because you don't want to be looking at that Bears game as a must-win.
And suddenly it feels like it because it's sandwiched between a Monday night destiny with the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
And you don't want to start 0-3. We don't need to get into the percentages of what that means for making the postseason. Because all of a sudden, I say we're defined by what happens in the playoffs.
You
do have to make the playoffs,
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Mike in Livonia. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Go Blue, John.
Go Blue.
Honestly, here's my deal. I kind of want to take a step back. I'm not obviously falling, I'm not going to go crazy and be pessimistic about the team, but there's a few areas of concern. Them talking and running their mouth, and I'm talking about Dan Campbell and the players, about the coordinators leaving and how that shouldn't be that big of a deal. And then also looking at, when they were kind of like taking, this is at Micah in the trade and Clark being sent the other way. I thought they would come in and be a lot crisper and play with more on edge than they did. And I was a little disappointed in the way they played. Obviously, the offensive line, we knew it needs a gel, but they didn't give Goff enough time. I mean, literally, progression reads and all that. It was probably second receiver, and then he had to let the ball go. The D-line is where I was actually really, really frustrated. That's supposed to be the strength of our team, supposedly. Again, Brad Holmes wants to be defensive about Davenport, but with all due respect, he looks more like a rotational player and not our starter. So I don't know why they're very adamant about. Again, I'm not a big fan of Darius Smith, so it's not like we want to go down that road again. But this is why you wanted to pursue other players and try to see if you can get somebody so that you can, instead of relying on your O-line, which has been a strength for the last few years, you can maybe rely on your D-line until your O-line can get back into things. Because we couldn't run the ball yesterday for sure. And then obviously Johnny, the Morton thing is going to be a concern until he proves otherwise. But I felt like Calvin Shepard kind of settled in as the game went on and started kind of, become like an AG towards the end of the game. But the damage was already done, and we were down a couple of, touchdowns. So there's a couple of things that, do worry me. I was more honestly pissed, excuse my language, with the fact that they just never came in ready to play. The physicality, the crispiness of the play, the players themselves, right? We're just not ready to match Green Bay's, edge that day because, again, we've won 5 out of 6 games. And we knew this was going to be a tall, and we're playing away, obviously, in Lambeau, but they just needed to come in and play better, and they did not. And that was so disappointing. And again, the defensive line needs to be a strength of ours until our O-line is back. Otherwise, we're going to have a long season.
Thanks, Mike. One of the things that he brought up there, thought that this team would play with more of an edge. What did we hear from Amon-Ra St. Brown early on? And they like being the underdog.
Yeah.
And even the sound that we played from Jared Goff, like he was, said he had no idea if we were the favorite, not the favorite, but if he had preferred being the underdog, like it didn't feel like they had that underdog mentality yesterday. There wasn't that dog in the fight.
22 carries for 46 yards, 2.1 yards per carry. It starts and it ends there. All of a sudden, Goff's throwing 39 passes for 5 per. We got time for another call. Let's get to Josh and Warren. Josh, good morning.
Hey, guys. 2 quick points. One, I never want to hear anything about the Lions dominating another team in training camp again. Them dominating the Dolphins was the biggest fallacy that we've ever heard in the entire history of this team because the Dolphins suck, and it just showed our offense is just as bad. So that can go out the window. And another thing, I'm not paying Hutch, or I'm going to be hesitant on it because I watched Myles Garrett yesterday sack Joe Burrow 3 times in a row. He's a game wrecker. I watched a guy come off of a potential back injury that everybody's saying Micah Parsons is not going to be good, dominate in the plays he played. And who is Myles Garrett's other bookend, rusher? You can't even name him. It's because he's a game wrecker, and Hutch is not a game wrecker. And I'm not paying $50 million to a guy just because we like him here. You need to be dominant and impactful on every play you play for a guy to get $50 million on this team. And to me, Hutch is not a $50 million player. I'm sorry.
I think Hutch is going to be just fine. The issue is when you have Marcus Davenport, who's not, or anybody else. He mentioned Marcus Davenport as a rotational player. Okay, I agree. Who are the other players in that rotation? It goes down from there. That's part of the issue. And I think Hutch is going to get, $50+ million a year. I think he can be a game wrecker if he is given the opportunity to be.
TJ Lang joins us at 9:02. Overreact Gyms next. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with another offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere on the app that you want. And you can build parlays, you can bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, whatever you want, FanDuel has got you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready? Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's 9 o'clock on a Monday. Football season's back, and TJ Lang is in studio this morning. Teach?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey,
Morning,
buddy.
John.
Good morning.
Just so you know what you're walking into today, we've already gotten
I know what I'm walking into.
phone calls to fire Holmes and Campbell and all that
Rough
stuff.
start, not the way you wanted to. I never questioned guys' effort. I mean, I didn't think effort was an issue yesterday. To me, they just looked like not prepared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it looked like Green Bay had an answer for everything they did, whether it was offensively, defensively. Look, you can kill me on this. I thought the defense played well enough majority of that game to win. You dominated the time possession. I mean, they really
35
didn't.
to 25.
Josh Jacobs didn't do much until late in the game when he started to wear him out a little bit. But, what they held. I mean, they held Jordan Love to like 180 yards. And look, I mean, the big thing was they couldn't get off the field on third down to start the game. I think Green Bay started 4 of 4 on third down and just kept drives going. And a lot of those were like 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10. Yeah. And they just looked like they had an answer early for what Detroit wanted to do. And offensively, I mean, you play like that with as much talent as you have. I mean, that's disappointing, right? The run game was bad, atrocious. Yeah. The protection, I mean, you get in that type of game, like, you shoot yourself in the foot, you kind of earn it, right? Protection wasn't good. Some of the young guys, I mean, we know they're going to go through ups and downs. Yep. Yesterday was,
started down.
A down for Tate Ratledge.
Yep.
You could tell, went the wrong way a couple times, couple MAs, got beat in some key situations, 3rd down, 4th down, whatever it was. And it's like, okay, but I'm not panicking yet. You could have the conversation, John, and I don't know how you feel about it, that, does not playing in the preseason, kind of, because now you're going out there and it's new coordinate. Like, I don't care about joint practices. There's no way you can simulate
game speed,
the adrenaline that you feel, the energy that you feel, right? The pressure that you feel in a practice situation. Yeah. It's great to get reps against other guys. Don't get me wrong, but maybe that's an opt out because you look at last year and it's like, okay, well, they started like decent last year. The year before they didn't play in the preseason, they go down to Kansas City and win. I was just more than anything, I was shocked with how inept the offense looked, and just how they just didn't look like they were aligning right. They didn't look like they were on the same page. It just looked dysfunctional.
It felt like there was a lot of communication errors.
Yeah.
And you talk about Ratledge going the wrong way, or what happens on 3rd down when Graham goes one way, Mahogany goes another, and then you've got a guy at the point of attack with nobody blocking him.
Yeah. And there were, 3 or 4 plays with unblocked defensive tackles.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's never part of the game plan. I know, so, we don't know the exact, assignment that everybody has, but I can guarantee you when there's a defensive tackle running free in the backfield, that is a blown assignment, right? And that happened multiple times. So, look, they got a lot to learn from. I mean, they got a whole lot to get better. They better get quick get better in a hurry, right? Coming back with Chicago, and interested to see what they look like tonight.
Oh, yeah.
But and even like on the perimeter, I mean, you're looking at some of these receivers lining up and like arms in the air, like what are we doing? And like, I'll get over to this side, and it's like, man, like it just looked disjointed to me.
It felt like coming into the game, like if they had been in Ford Field and would have been able to verbally communicate, like maybe some of those things would have not happened. But you and I both know, in environments like that, there's going to have to be a lot of nonverbal communication and things that are just understood. And I felt like last year, with Graham and Zeitler and Frank, like you can have a lot of those nonverbals because you trust the guy that's next to you to just do what he sees.
Right.
But you can't rely on 2 guys, Mahogany and Ratledge. They haven't seen any of it.
Right. Especially week 1 when you're going to get unscouted looks. I mean, week 1, every defense is going to show you something that wasn't on film last year. They're going to make you adjust, especially when you're on the road and it's loud. Green Bay's defense, a couple times, I'm even looking out there like, I don't know. Oh, my goodness. Like, I don't know who's blitzing. Like, you know what I mean? So, yes, if you have a veteran group that can kind of sift through it and say, hey, we've seen this before. It's recognizable. Let's get it in the right spot and get moving. Mm-hmm. That'll take time, and they'll get there. Don't get me wrong. But then the defensive side, look, I thought they – like the one big negative for me was the pass rush. I mean, I don't think you got close to Jordan Love at all. There was a couple times where he held the ball – and you ended up getting some late pressure. But He just seemed way too comfortable. And we said it early in the broadcast was, man, if you're going to give Jordan Love that much time, this is going to be a long day. And it ended up doing that. I mean, Kelvin Shepherd tried to pressure. He tried to bring different guys, a couple linebackers, 6-man, 7-man blitzes. And it was just getting wadded up in the middle of the line. And it's like, oh, boy, like, when you're bringing pressure, somebody's got to be one-on-one, and none of those guys were winning one-on-ones.
So, I mean, I'll go back to something that you and I agree on, right? As an offensive line, right? You're going to get looks that you didn't see last year.
Yeah.
And I would think with Calvin Shepherd that he was going to have some looks that Aaron Glenn didn't have last year.
Mm-hmm.
So if Green Bay is able to do it, but we're not, and they're able to pick it up now, and they have a more veteran offensive line than we have, so it's.
Well, and it's not an opt-out, too, but that's the difference between being at home and being on the road.
Sure.
Right?
That's
Green
part
Bay,
of the
you're at
equation,
home. You don't have the crowd noise. You can take your time, get everybody on the right page. You can hear everybody, right? So, yeah, and that's one of the difficult parts of playing offensive line on the road in an environment like that. But they got a lot to work on, man. You know, I was in there after the game talking to some guys, and certainly a pretty quiet locker room. Not a dejected locker room, I wouldn't say that. I mean, guys know that, you know, obviously there's a whole lot of football left to be played.
Yeah.
But I think they'll be fine. You know what I mean? That was kind of my takeaway. Like, rough start, not the way you wanted to. Wished it would have looked a little cleaner, but, you know, I think you still have the horses, you still have the players. I still believe in all the coaches like to turn this thing around. We've seen Dan Campbell do it year in, year out. You know, it seems like when they lose a game,
they don't lose
like, watch
back-to-back
out.
games.
No, right. So we'll see, though. This is a new year. Just because you've done that the last 3 years, you're not guaranteed to do it this year.
Well, and that's what we've said to people is like, this team's not going to be defined by week one. We even said it last week. Like, hey, I know Monday's going to create this huge reaction one way or another. They are not going to be defined by the product they put on the field in week one against Green Bay.
Right.
Knowing all of the questions they had. Now, I think what's extra frustrating, though, TJ, is whatever your concern was, you were right.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. If you were like a big, hey, the coordinators are going to be an issue, you were right. If you thought, boy, this Za'Darius thing's a problem, or the interior of the O-line, or, hey, they're all in, they added Micah Parsons and we didn't. Whatever your issue was out there, you were right.
Yeah.
And to have all of it unravel in the very first game, like, yes, they have the time to piece this together. The schedule's not going to give them many reprieves. Sure. Put the work in and fix it, but there's a lot to fix right now.
Yeah. And I didn't think Jared Goff played great. Like, there's just so many check down. It's like, what happened to this? What happened to this offense we've been hearing about, taking shots down the field?
So that's what I was going to follow up with. Like, to me, some of it was just simply the game plan, the play calling. Now, I know when you have unblocked guys up front, like, that'll destroy any game plan. But
it wasn't like every single pass.
No.
You know?
And so where was Amon-Ra St. Brown or Isaac Tisla over the middle? Like, everything seemed to be on the edges, and then there was no deep threat by J-Mo. Like, I just felt like the game plan itself was built in that you were going to be very conservative.
I'll have to go back and watch, like, the all 22 copy when that comes out, because Coach mentioned yesterday, like, we knew they were going to be playing deep safeties. We knew that, but they didn't do it every single play, so it's like, when you call those plays and you get the one-on-one and you get the opportunity, take a shot down the field, you know, and that's what Green Bay did it a couple times. I mean, that one drive, they had a big one, you know, to Dobbs off a nice little play-action pass. It's like, I thought we were going to have more of that in our offense. I don't know if they were calling it. I don't know if it was covered. That's why I like going back and watching the entire field copy so you could see the coverage and what was dictating. But Jared just looked like he was playing a little hesitant to me yesterday. A couple times it's just double pumping on a check down. Like, even if you check down a little bit quicker, get it. How many times you see get it down to Gibbs or Montgomery for 3 yards and they take it for 15? You know what I mean? It was almost like it was wait. Shoot, okay. Like, let me just try to get 3 yards. And you throw the ball 39 times and you have 200 yards. I mean, that's just not a very productive passing day. And look at his number. You completed 31 of them. I get it. But we know they put an emphasis on not putting the ball in harm's way. But still, if you're Jared Goff, man, like, I'm trusting those receivers. Anytime I get a one-on-one, take the shots down the field. I just didn't really see it yesterday, unless it was like a design play like the one to Laporta that was the big gain.
It felt like he took what the defense gave him, but that led to a lot of just floating in the middle of the field. They didn't really move the ball.
And when you're down 3 scores, it's like, sure, go ahead. We'll
take your
keep
3
giving you 5
yards.
yards.
Knock yourself out.
It's not because it's not us, it's us versus the clock at that point.
A lot of talk about Graham Glasgow, right? You mentioned that the veteran the rookies and the young guys may struggle. The veteran, I think, draws a little more attention. I want to get your thoughts on it coming up next. We got to be mindful of the clock. We'll keep taking phone calls, 248-539-9797. We got TJ Lang in studio this hour. It's 97.1. Look, if you got to replace a roof, it's not something you're looking forward to. It's a big investment, and that's why choosing the right company matters. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Not only are they the local experts with a proven track record, but every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means your investment is protected for as long as you own the home, and if you sell the home, that's a big bonus. Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating. Nobody has a 4.9. It speaks to the quality of the work they do and the thousands of happy customers. That trust doesn't happen overnight, and it's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So if your roof is aging, you don't want to hear this. If it's leaking, you know you got to do something about it. If you're ready for peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. It's powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. Well, to him, it's not just words. It's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's getting a lot of play today. TJ Lang in studio on a Monday. They were not good at getting to the quarterback early, and it built a two touchdown lead, 2-score lead that stayed the whole day.
Yep.
And then the Lions offense just kind of pitter-pattering in the middle of the field. Didn't find the end zone till garbage time with Tesla.
Which was a great catch, though.
Hell
I mean,
of
if
a
you want to talk
catch.
about like anything positive, that was like
unbelievable.
That was an incredible play.
But nobody wants to hear it because
no, I know because you lose and it's like okay, you don't like to talk about the positives, but that was a heck of a play.
Well,
and I know he didn't play much because he was sick throughout the week. And
Was that the biggest reason?
I'm assuming it was. I mean, they even and look, we even saw it with J-Mo when he first got back. Is like, you know, he as a rookie or. Late in the season.
Yeah,
it was like he was coming in for like run plays. They want to see you go run block, right? We know that's a staple. That's a characteristic.
No block, no rock.
Yes, they want to see their young receivers go out there and compete before you start getting rewarded. I thought it looked like maybe he was on a pitch count and didn't play much because outside of special teams was maybe because I don't know what he was dealing with throughout the week, but banged up a little bit, a little sick, and hopefully if you make a play like that, it's one way to earn a little bit more playing time. I mean, they could have used some bigger targets, stretching the field a little bit. Somebody on the opposite side of J-Mo, it felt like J-Mo was running a lot of underneath routes, didn't it? Kind of sitting down shallow. And I know he had 2 catches for like 15 yards. And I don't remember ever seeing him like flying down the field like, consistently and trying to use his burner speed.
I mean, how much is that is you don't have the time to get it all the way down the field? If you're having breakdowns up front, like you can't run the ball, so you can't play pass, you can't take deep shots. You end up in this cycle of, I get what the defense gives me. Goff's not going to turn it over, but you have no explosive plays. I think they had one play over 20 yards, none in the run game. I brought up Graham Glasgow. Like that's what I wanted to get your thoughts on today because he's the vet. They moved him to center for stability, and there were MAs. Maybe that's just not getting picked up by the young guards, but he also physically, I mean, he was blocking air at times. Are you concerned about him because you can't chalk that up to being a rookie? He wasn't good last year. What if he's just not good?
I mean, did he stand out to you guys?
In a bad way.
Okay, like I didn't really feel that way during the game. And certainly like when I go back and John's same way, you got to you watch a little bit tighter angles because sometimes your eyes take you somewhere else. I don't get to watch the TV copy, so I can't see what they're singling out. But I didn't feel like he was I didn't feel like it was like a huge negative or like hurting the team. It didn't feel like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe when I go back and watch it second time, the couple plays that I noticed were the miscommunications. The guys going the wrong way. Could you say that hey, that's on the center because he's supposed to make the calls? Like I don't know. Maybe I tend to look at it more that you have young guys next to you, and do you need to give them the call like 5 times to make sure they're right? Like, you know what I mean? Like the offense line, you get up to the line, you identify the defense, you identify your responsibility, you give the call next to your buddy, and it's like, okay, let's go. If you miss it, that's like, man, okay, I gave you the call, dude, right? Like, you got to know. And so I think that's more on the young players, and it happens every young. I mean, it happened to me. I mean, my first start, I think I had 10 MAs just because you're out there just swimming, trying to I got to beat this guy physically, and then it's like, oh, but I forgot my responsibility. So it happens. It's not excusable, but it does happen. Do I put that on Graham? No. Did anybody look great to me on that offensive line yesterday? No. Anytime you have 4 sacks and 9 quarterback hits and, I mean, probably a dozen other pressures, no, you can't look at anybody on that offensive line and say they played great. Am I concerned about them? No. I mean, is it something that it was sort to be expected? Maybe it was a little bit worse than I was expected, but that's the type of game you got yourself into. You couldn't finish. You couldn't get in. Couldn't convert third downs. You couldn't.
I think the biggest,
you couldn't punch the ball. You couldn't. You're settling for field goals. Like, you play that type of game, man, especially against a defensive line like that. Like, it's going to be a long day.
The biggest concern that I had was, I knew that there would be some issues inside because of the young players, but I thought Decker and Sewell would play at a higher level than they did. And maybe some of that is having the young guys next to them, but I felt like there were times where Decker, he got beat across his face in the run game, or Sewell, and I know sometimes he's going up against Micah Parsons. It's a great matchup. You're not going to be 100%,
right.
But it's kind of like comparing him to Skubal, where if we think Skubal's the best pitcher, yet he gives up a hit, you're like, okay, well, that's going to happen. He's not going to pitch a no-hitter or a shutout every time. And for Sewell, I still think he's the best tackle in the NFL, and to get beat or to not play to that level, that was probably the most disappointing thing for me.
And, I go back to, the preseason. I mean, a lot of teams played guys in the preseason. And when you're trying to go out there and knock the rust off, it's like, okay, if you're playing – if they would have opened up with Miami yesterday, it's like, okay, we can knock the rust off and, still be fine. If you're trying to knock the rust off or trying to get into a rhythm or try to, build that chemistry and, now all of a sudden we're down 2 scores in Green Bay and we got to change the game plan, it's like, well, that's trouble, right? That's not how you're going to win. And you get into that type of game, that's not the Lions' recipe for success. If you can't run the ball and you're forced to be one-dimensional and pass the ball, not many teams are built that way, especially unless you have a quarterback that is mobile, that can run, that can get you out of stuff, which, Jared Goff, I'm not calling him a slug, but, he's not known to be that type of quarterback. So
speed's not his asset.
It's the type of game that you couldn't get into against a good defense, and, ultimately the mistakes that you made and the missed opportunities. Even in the second half, defensively, that ball that goes right off of Anzalone's hands.
Right.
And it's like, dude, that could have been a game changer, right?
Could
that could have sparked your team.
Shift,
And then the very next play, the pick 6 from Brian Branch. Oh, it's a holding. And then, Hutch's penalty didn't count because the play didn't count. But, missed opportunities like that. They didn't have that one spark play to wake everybody up.
Right, because all of a sudden you're in a game you don't deserve to be in, and you may end up stealing a game you didn't deserve to win.
And look at Buffalo yesterday. Good teams. Okay, we're clawing back in this thing, and boom, you force a turnover, man. And it's like, okay, shoot, now you really got that belief that you're back in it. Lions just couldn't find that one play to spark the sideline.
Let's knock out some phone calls. Jordan, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good. So I called in on Saturday about Brad Holmes and not doing anything, and from what I've seen yesterday, Brad needs to make a move.
He needs to make a move?
Yeah, he needs to go get some D-line help, and he needs to go get another O-lineman.
Who? Do you have any names
Brad
that you
Holmes.
want him to go after?
Brad Holmes.
I know that. You want Brad Holmes to play defense?
D-line, you got Jadeveon Clowney just sitting out there. I think he'd be a cheap option. I think he's still got a little bit of gas in the tank.
We've talked a little bit about him, and maybe that is so. I think the reasons that Darius was signed after the first game is, they gave him a lot of money, but it's not guaranteed because he wasn't on the roster for the first game. And I thought that, maybe he would wait till Monday, and he's obviously in Philly. He's not going to be here. That's not an option anymore. And it could be the same thing for Jadeveon Clowney. He's a veteran guy. He's an older guy. I think there's a lot of teams that are just looking at it going, well, let's get through the first week, and then maybe we can give him a call.
Yeah, and I would say I don't think you need to make any massive major changes after one game, but if this starts to become a consistent problem where we're just not getting a pass rush, or Hutch is it's taking him a little bit longer coming off the injury. He hasn't played in a year, right? We know he's going to come alive eventually, but if the pass rush problems are consistent, then yes. I think it would be fair to everybody to be like, come on, man, you got to help this guy out a little bit. You're bringing pressure, still not getting home. You're rushing forward, still not getting home. You're stunting, still not getting. You know what I mean? So I would say if this is the defensive line that they're going to be, then I would agree with you. But I still look at these guys and say they do have the talent to turn it around. Yesterday was just a rough start.
Right, but if you're going to make your defense about, hey, Aiden Hutchinson and Marcus Davenport are our dudes, and Aiden gets doubled, well, you can't be surprised that's going to happen. And if you're going to say Davenport has to win one-on-one, there's not a track record that suggests he's going to do it. So, I mean, they made their bed with this. Like, this is as intended. And I think that's the concern, right? Like, they looked at this and said, that's what we want to roll with.
Yeah.
We want to roll with Aiden getting doubled and Davenport needing to collapse and crush the pocket.
Sure. And that's all fair. And that's why I said if this goes on into next week and it goes on into Baltimore and it's like these guys are just clearly not getting anything done, then yes, then you could say that.
Look for upgrades.
I just don't, try to, make massive emotional decisions off of one game.
No,
and it was one poor game.
I'm
but
not suggesting make emotional
Right.
decisions off of one game. You may have had this read for 6 months, and then you watched it and said, see? That's not basing it off one game. That's saying, hey, I thought this was a problem for months.
I mean, is that more of a, testament to, because what did we hear all training camp? How dominating Hutch was and Davenport and, but Taylor Decker was out for, 4 weeks. I mean, no offense, but, you're going against Jamarco Jones and Skipper and Manu, and it's like, I hope he would be dominating those guys, right? Like, let's see what he looks like against, legit NFL starting tackles. And we got to see that yesterday, and neither of these guys, ultimately showed up. But that's, Green Bay had a good plan for them, and they just couldn't find a way to make those game-changing plays.
Got phone calls to get to, more TJ's reactions, yours as well. It's 97.1. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain, not with Brightside Dental. Fall means you're back to school. It means tailgates, football games. It means a busy schedule. Don't neglect your teeth, and don't stress about it. That's the Brightside experience. There's no lectures about what you're doing wrong. Instead, it's comfortable and painless. 9 Metro Detroit locations, one right around the corner from you. I see Dr. Adam at the one in Southfield. If your current dentist can't see you, call Brightside Dental. They'll get you in quick, often with same-day appointments. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays. And here's the best part, with no hidden fees. Make an appointment. Get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and The Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. I'll continue to say it. Look, it's week one. They're not going to be defined by week one. We knew they had a lot of changes and tweaks with the lineup they need to make. And now it's staring them in the face. They're going to play Chicago next week. TJ Lang in studio. We've got phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. We'll get some of his thoughts, want some of your thoughts. Let's get to Kyle in Sterling Heights. Kyle, good morning.
Morning, Chuck. Morning, guys.
What's up?
So, I just want to say that, our running backs ran for 20 yards, both of them like 20-something yards. And we had an all-pro center and a Pro Bowl guard. And Brad Holmes did nothing in the offseason other than draft a second-round rookie to replace those guys. Our skill players are not going to do anything if Goff is running for his life
No
or
doubt.
we can't open up a hole.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, that's fundamental. That's the basic, the bedrock of this football team is winning up front. It was their superpower. It unlocked everything.
Well, and it unlocks so much more of the offense, not just in protection, but in the play-action pass. If you can't run the ball, it's really hard to sell a run.
And there's no explosives. First of all, explosive runs are cool. That was a huge bedrock of this offense. And then explosive pass plays off of play action were kind of that counterpunch that made Jared Goff an MVP candidate a year ago. Without all that, Jared Goff's doing little 3-yard passes looking like LA Rams Jared Goff, hanging in for dear life. It's no way for this team to play. So, look, whatever stood out to you, we want to hear from you. I thought all of your insecurities played out on TV. And we want to know what was the worst of a bad day. And it's one day, it's a terrible day. What was the worst? So, TJ, it's dealer's choice. It's, hey, they got Micah Parsons and we don't. They're all in and we're not. It's, we're good on the edge. Well, not really, because they have a clean pocket to get a couple touchdown lead early. It's the interior offensive line that people were worried about. It's the play calling and the coordinators. TJ, what was the most concerning? What was the worst of a bad day?
Offensively, the run game, because that just ruins everything you want to do. Like John mentioned with the play-action pass, I mean, this offense isn't meant to, let's just drop back 45 times and try to protect for 5 seconds and win down the field. And then defensively, the pass rush, right? It just everything that we were concerned about. And I don't think we were concerned about the run game.
No.
Were we concerned about maybe the offensive line and how they're going to gel and what that chemistry looks
TJ,
like?
I thought that's the one thing is that they would at least lean on a young line and give them a chance to run the football. They couldn't do it.
Yeah, I agree with you. But and to defend, I'm not going to defend Brad Holmes, but that last caller said, well, he didn't address. They didn't know Frank was retiring until after the draft, until after free agency. You know what I mean? I think they obviously knew it was an option, but if that would have happened in January or February, do they probably address that position differently? Yes,
TJ,
I think they do.
When we freaked out, we being fans freaked out, we were told, no, they kind of knew this was going to happen. They'll be fine. And
I think they knew it was an option. They didn't know it was for sure going to happen.
But the idea was that they're prepared for this. This isn't some grand surprise.
Yeah, which they drafted a guy in the second round, and they drafted another guy, Miles Frazier, who is banged up. Haven't seen him play yet. But
did they do enough, I think, is a fair question.
Well, okay, that's what I'm going to say again. If this continues to be a problem, and this is what the offensive line is going to look like for a couple games, then yes, I could sit there and say,
Okay.
but they're not going to, they'll make changes, right?
But let's play that game just a second. If they decide to go in the first round and get a guard or a center, then they don't have Tyreek Williams.
Correct.
And now we're already talking about not enough pass rush.
And not enough Aleem McNeil.
Yeah.
Not having him for now.
And I don't understand free agency is all a part of this conversation
And
as
when
well.
you have unspent cap that you're rolling over to 26 and 27, I think that draws the ire of fans too.
Yeah. And look, I think if these problems continue to, I wouldn't be surprised to see Brad make a move. I mean, they still have the third most cap space this year out of any of the teams. Yeah. And even throughout the weekend of reading some reports, I mean, Schefter came out and said how close the Packers were to getting Hendrickson. So with Cincinnati, now that they're seeing deals and now that they're seeing teams are willing to pay up, I mean, if they hit a skid or they start sliding a little bit, could that be an option? I'm not going to try to plant that in people's head, but that was a legitimate report that Green Bay and Cincinnati almost had a deal done for Trey. So that tells me that, hey, maybe Cincinnati's willing to move on, but obviously if they keep winning games, doesn't become an option. But
yeah, but they didn't put out a dominant effort
right
against the Browns.
Well,
Browns should have won
ugly
that
game.
game.
Yeah, Browns could have won that game. I mean, ugly game, division game. Yeah, I get it. That's kind of what we were hoping for yesterday, at least with the Lions-Packers was, hey, it doesn't care what it looks like. Probably going to be ugly. Probably defense is probably going to play well, and which is what happened. I mean, their defense just played a lot better than we did. So I know it's easy to overact after a game like that. And look, you got dominated. I mean, call it what it is. Like, you got dominated.
Yeah, and we shouldn't run from that. I mean, it's bad. It's even Jared Goff said it's not good enough. You don't have to sugarcoat it. I mean, they're going to have to be a lot better. They have plenty of opportunities to be better. They're going to get marquee matchups to show whether or not they can do this.
What's the easiest thing to fix? If we're looking at it going, all of the narratives in the offseason were kind of reaffirmed in the first game, whether it's OC or DC. And I'm with you where I thought the defense played well enough to win. They didn't play great, but they played well enough to win. The play caller on offense, John Morton, the interior offensive line, pass rush, like which do you think is the easiest to fix before we see the Bears on Sunday?
The run game. Even going back and breaking, watching some of these runs again, it's like, man, if they struggled getting up to the second level. Yep. They struggled getting up to Quay Walker and Edgerrin Cooper, and those guys were just kind of toying with them and, hey, going front side, then cutting backside. But even watching the film, and Coach talks about this all the time, and John, you and I know it's right. Like, sometimes when you say you're not far off, people can look at you and be like, what are you talking about? You guys were terrible. And then you go back and watch the film, and you're like, you're actually right. Not far off.
Film's never
like,
as good, never as bad.
Yeah, it's like, man, everybody's doing their job, and then it's this guy who misses on the second level. And then the next run, man, it's like there's a huge hole and a crease and a potential explosive play, but, oh, man, this guy ended up tripping, or the tight end, got edged a little bit on the inside. So I do think that's the easiest thing to fix. And I think that's the thing that when you come to the run game and controlling the line of scrimmage, like, they're going to have urgency this week. Mm-hmm. And knowing those guys, I mean, Dan and Hank Fraley and the leaders that they have, right? Graham and Panay and Taylor. I have faith in those guys having a bad taste in their mouth and coming out and making sure that's not who they're going to be. They have their standards are way higher than that. But John, you played a long time. You've been on offensive lines that are pretty damn good and had a bad day, right? And it's like, okay, man, and you take that, man, you take that heat, you put it on your shoulder, and you say, you know what, we stunk, we didn't do our job, hurt the team. Yeah, we're not going to let that define us.
There's no group
I have faith in
that takes the field with more pride than the offensive line. They may maybe as much around the team, but nobody with more. And when you put a performance out like that, it stings, and you're itching to get back out there.
And you're going to play Chicago, next week. We get to watch them tonight, but Chicago, every team in this division made moves to try to keep up with you. I mean, just call it what it is. This team was 15-3 the last 3 years in the division. The back-to-back NFC North championships, dominant run game. I mean, last year I think they ran for 150 yards a game in the division games in those 6 games. Obviously, Green Bay going out and getting Micah. Minnesota going out and getting Josh Allen and getting Javon Hargrave, a couple big D tackles. Chicago went out and got Grady Jarrett and Adeyingbo, who's a really good player. All these teams made adjustments, right, to stop you, right? Yeah. To stop you. You got to make sure that you're playing at a high enough level to where you kind of counter that, right? We don't care who you brought in. We're still going to, try to establish our dominance. Didn't get it done yesterday, but you're gonna have a lot of urgency this week, and I'm excited to see what Chicago looks like tonight. I want to see if they're a team that you can kind of look at and say, okay, they're still the Bears, or you can look at it and say, man, this is going to be a tough division. Which I think we know it's going to be a tough division all year.
We're gonna get the best phone calls left coming up next. Lions fans, their feedback after that loss. It's 97-1.
Hey, FanDuel's getting you ready for the kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you just simply win that bet. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, whatever you want. FanDuel's got you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, big thanks to everybody who tuned in last night on YouTube. We'll be doing it 7:30s Sunday nights. As we wrap the show here, we'll get some of the best calls, TJ's final thoughts. I have in front of me the PFF grades for week 1 for the Lions. Of their 5 worst graded players, 2 of them are on the offensive line. Graham Glasgow graded out as their worst player. And then, well, actually, it's 3 of the top 5, 3 of the top 6, because Sewell and Mahogany rounded out as the 5th worst player for the Lions in that game. So 3 offensive linemen with some of the worst grades for Detroit. Not a surprise if you watch. They couldn't run the ball. Jared Goff didn't have a good day, wasn't comfortable.
And that's why there's a certain level of expectation for Graham. And did he live up to it? No. But it's completely different level of expectation for Penei Sewell, who I think is the best tackle, or at least was the best tackle in the NFL. And that's not a performance. You're allowed to have a bad day, but his bad day should be other guys' best.
So, again, their worst player, Graham Glasgow, followed by DJ Reed, Marcus Davenport, Penei Sewell, Christian Mahogany. So Davenport grading out poorly, too. Their best player, Brian Branch, then Alex Anzalone, Sam Laporta, Gibbs, and St. Brown.
And the problem is you can't have, on both sides of the line, multiple players grading out that way. No. You've got to be able to win the line of scrimmage. You can't win the line of scrimmage on either side. You've got no chance.
And I say this knowing that PFF is not gospel. TJ, I don't know even if you're a fan of it, but it's just a tool to go, hey, did my eyes see the right stuff? Yeah. I thought Graham Glasgow was a problem, and he's the worst graded player. Yeah. And it confirmed a lot of what we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, like you said, it's not gospel. I mean, if you want to glance at it as a fan and be like, okay, yeah, I thought this guy had a good game, or
yeah,
there's a lot of times where guys had really good games and pop up on the bottom 5, and you're like, okay.
And we're looking.
I'm not arguing that they played well. Don't get me wrong.
Right, and I'm sure it was a minus, or however they do their grades when you have an unblocked player at the point of attack.
Well, look, I mean,
but I don't know what that blocking scheme was.
Exactly,
I don't
nobody
know
does.
if that was supposed to be Mahogany that
Nobody
went
does.
left when he should have gone right.
Right now, the problem that I've always had with these grading sites is if you want to see somebody clearly get beat, right? If I'm blocking one-on-one and I just get whooped, Micah Parsons just clearly swipes some hands down, bull rushes me, whatever. You want to give me a negative? Sure. There's too many things that go into that grading site, John, that is, like you said, he missed this guy. Oh, he didn't fan out to block the nickel that blitz.
Yeah.
Like, that's not my responsibility. So take it with a grain of salt, what it is. I mean, like you even mentioned, there was a play, it looked like Graham was at the second level not blocking anybody. Well, maybe he was supposed to block the safety who ended up dropping back, and, man, he's looking for work, and the backside linebacker, that was the other guy's responsibility. Nobody blocked him. But you were the closest to him, so it must have been your guy. That's where I have an issue with some of the grading skills. Now, I'm not, like I said, not arguing that, anybody played well that you mentioned on the bottom of that list, but are we worried about Penei Sewell?
No.
Okay. Right. So,
but that just goes to when you have a couple of guys inside, and it may be that he was doing more work than he should have been doing because he was covering up some deficiencies for Ratledge. Same thing with Graham. He could have been trying to cover up some deficiencies for a couple of young guys that are trying to find their way.
Some phone calls, 248-539-9797. Let's get to Ben. You're on 97.1.
You guys kind of build on my point. I think what's troubling for me, and I'm going to go back to last year, that last game against Washington. And I know these are two different teams, two different seasons, but having a bad game, bringing your whole defense back, we're signing all these skilled players, and we have McNeil's out. Hutch is coming off an injury. We have young linemen. We just didn't compete like in the couple of years past, like that Texas game, or we were always in these games, and it just didn't seem like we were like the Washington game. We were ever really in this game, and and I'm talking the eye test, but But by the time we get like McNeil back and these young linemen working, in sync with the other linemen, we got a tough schedule. So that's what worries me, that this season's not really a lock to be a playoff team, unless all this stuff gets fixed right away. And, the one thing I hate, I know you guys played the game, so I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but, cleanup tape and all that stuff. Isn't the NFL always, one or two plays? When the Lions were bad, there were one or two plays from, making a difference. And that's what we changed the last couple of years. So, and I get it. It's, I'm not giving up on them, and I'm not saying same old Lions, but yeah, I mean, the interior line on both sides is where we're suspect. And if we let this slip, or if it slips for a while with who we have to play, it could get ugly.
Yeah, and it may be just one or two plays. And that one play that wasn't made might have been the Alex Anzalone interception. It might have been Branch if there's not a holding call. It's like you never know what that play is. And if you get called for a penalty, it's no different than J-Mo going for an 80-yard touchdown but then having to be called back because, somebody held on the offensive line.
Right. It's the Goff interception where he had to get the ball out right away at pressure.
Yeah.
Penei Sewell gets beat inside by Micah Parsons. If he doesn't throw that pick and they get a field goal at the very least, you're within a score. I mean, it's the little stuff that adds up.
Yeah, and the caller said what I've been saying. If this continues to be a problem, they will address it.
Yeah,
they will. You'll have to. So I mean, that's going to be the key. But I'm not betting against Dan Campbell's team, man. We've seen it year after year. Only saw it twice last year during the regular season, but. It's like, okay, man, this concern. Last year it was week 2, right? This year it was week 1, and it's like, okay, but I'm not gonna discount these guys. Well, they got to get better. They got to get better.
They
in a hurry.
have to.
That's a fact.
And I said it to open the show. I'm going to judge this team by what they look like in the playoffs. I still expect them to be in the playoffs, despite what happened in week 1.
Yeah.
But we're going to judge what this team looks like from a polished standpoint a lot more at the end of the year than we are in week 1. That doesn't mean we run from the issues of Sunday, and we've talked through all of them over 4 hours today because it is a real thing they have to fix.
Yeah. And you, I'm sure you mentioned it earlier too, is you better fix it fast because if something goes wrong, in Chicago, look at your next couple games, right? On Monday night game in Baltimore. I mean, that's a hellacious place to play, right? A couple weeks after you're going to, Cincinnati. You got a Kansas City trip coming. So, yes, I mean, I understand how people could be concerned or worried right now. You got a daunting schedule ahead of you. But like you said, I mean, I agree with you. I expect this team to figure it out, still be a playoff team. Mm-hmm. But,
and we will get a chance to directly see how much they improve because it was a division opponent. They're going to play them again at home on Thanksgiving Day. So you get a direct comparison of what they look like in week 1 versus what they look like at Thanksgiving.
And you got to stay afloat early in the season. I mean, no one's going to be happy with 3-3, but I'd take 3-3 to start the season and then try to build off of some expected growth up front. Yeah.
Right. Then continue to get better, and that's what this game's about, man. Continue to get better. Got a lot to work on.
Yeah.
And if things continue to be problems, then
you got to go outside and find somebody that can do a better job, and that's going to be up to Brad Holmes to figure out how that happens. Looking for a chair there, Gator?
Yeah, Gator's getting a chair. We're packed in today in the studio. Gator, question for you. You guys have a mock draft ready?
Oh, no. I mean, come on.
Where would the Lions be picking?
Yeah.
Top 10 right now?
Yeah, and what do they take? Which quarterback? Which here we go, right? Let's panic right away.
We both said that this morning when we walked in. We're like, yeah. I wonder if they're going to do just to, go back to years gone by, a little homage to, the draft this early in the season.
I mean, like the thing, right? We could.
So let me set the scene for you because I think fans are somewhat expecting it because we've already had calls that said, all the ones that you think you're going to get, right? It's Dan Campbell shouldn't have been doing commercials. They lost this game because he was doing commercials in April. And that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell should both be fired.
Sure. Carlos Menares last week had the article.
Hot seat
should be hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's a failure this year. Look, I mean, the overreaction, I completely expect the overreactions to come in, and I will be rolling my eyes for 4 hours, no doubt. And it's not, and I don't mean to minimize what we saw yesterday because it wasn't pretty, man. It was ugly. And what made it worse was it was Green Bay because we think Green Bay is good anyway.
Yeah.
really good. And for them to manhandle the Lions, which is kind of what it was, particularly their defense to our offensive line. And I don't know, you guys know better than I would. If that's just, is it poor technique, or is it just guys missing assignments and not knowing it just yet, and it takes some time for the interior before they're going to figure things out? I mean, I think Glasgow's the elder statesman of the group. I suspect he knows what he's supposed to do, but the other guys on the other side of him, maybe not as much, and it takes a lot.
Yeah, there were just too many missed assignments. Whenever you have somebody at the line of scrimmage that is unblocked, somebody effed up.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's not uncommon in week one, I don't think, to have a lot of those miscommunications because teams are going to and I know they're same coordinators from last year from Green Bay, but there was a lot of different things that Jeff Hafley was running, right? And that makes it difficult. The more you move on in the season too, and the more film that you have available to study, to build a game plan around the scheme that you think you're going to see. I know next week, you're only going to have one game, but you're going to learn a lot about Chicago's defense, what they do tonight against Minnesota. So I think as a young player, it might settle you down a little bit that you are going to start seeing defenses that you're going to be prepared for. I'm not saying they weren't prepared, but there's unscouted looks that you're like, oh man, we didn't go over this, or oh shoot, like I haven't never seen this before. That could be frustrating for a young player.
Well, I have two offensive linemen here quickly before we get to our show. I wanted to ask you guys this about what I saw with my eyes, and if I'm stupid or what.
This is my opportunity.
This is your opportunity, John. Load up.
Can I answer before you ask?
John's never in a 4-point stance, but he is right now. With my eyes watching the offensive line for the Lions and watching Jared Goff, it looked like Goff had no room to throw. Like the offensive line, their defensive line penetrated the offensive line so much that there was
a lot of push. There was no depth of the pocket.
Yeah, exactly. It looked like me. I'm like watching this, going, well, should Goff take another couple of steps back? Was he always throwing from this depth last year? Or is it the offensive line is getting pushed back so quickly that we never saw that last year, but we're seeing it in this first game?
I thought there was two things at play. One, you're right. They were getting more push. Guards and centers got to set the depth of the pocket. Tackles, that's the width of the pocket. I also think that it was part of the game plan that they were going to do a lot of 5-step drops so that the offensive line didn't have to hold up. So he was closer to the line of scrimmage, 7 yards versus 9 on a 5-step drop. And when you give up that type of pressure, now all of a sudden you're in the quarterback's lap, and he still has not had enough time to throw the ball.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, it was just disjointed. And I think a lot of those plays, the ball was designed to get out fast, and for whatever reason, the routes and the protection didn't match up. And offensive line, you're expecting, hey, 3-5-step drop. Okay, I got to hold my block. As long as I don't whiff right off the bat, we should be good. Then if it's like, whoa, what is he do? So I think just the offense in general was disjointed, and I'm not trying to cover for the offensive linemen. Certainly need to be better because there was too much pressure, and that's not the way this offense is designed to play.
So the good news is I'm not stupid, Jim.
No.
At least not on this.
I know.
Not on this.
Maybe another day I'll be able to.
Certainly other things.
Well, hey, we got a bunch of people on hold. I know you guys will rev everybody up. Lions football talk. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, hi. How are you, Scott?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was.
It's not the way you want to start this season.
Nope.
I mean, a loss is one thing. It's that this is one of those words. It's how you lost. It's how you looked when you lost.
Well, it's been 2 years since we've seen a game like that. The Baltimore game in 2023 was the last time they were uncompetitive.
Yeah.
And that's what this was really about. It was about being uncompetitive. It was, and here's the other thing it's about. It's, we talked all last week about, well, if this, if that, right? And pretty much all of the ifs, I mean, did they all go south? I mean, I could sit here and say I like the way they defended the run, and the list gets short after that. It was a terrible, terrible performance. But it is one game, and we will discuss it all. And people are ready to vent, and I understand it. And it was bad. It was concerning in a lot of ways, and there's no sugarcoating what happened on the field. Now, you know us pretty well that there's going to be a zoom out and look at the big picture. And if you don't like it, that's fine. I like to say, and I mean this sincerely, everybody's feelings are valid. If you are in full panic mode, or you are really concerned about A, B, C, and D, and you think this is that performance was reflective of who they're going to be this year, I can understand why you're more concerned with the long-term ramifications, and that this is, that's a team that's doomed. There's no question. There's no question that was concerning. Like, you can't watch a game where they're that uncompetitive, and that the fears that you see, like the coordinators, yeah, not a great performance. The O-line, yeah, not a great performance. The pass rush, yeah, not a great performance. Remember a couple of weeks ago, he said, my God, if they lose this Green Bay game, it is going to be an all-out panic on the Monday afterwards. And they lost, and they lost with authority.
Yeah, they earned the loss. They absolutely earned the loss, and it was frustrating at every level of the game, whether it was the offense inability to get the ball downfield, or worse yet, when they did, they couldn't finish. You get in the red zone 3 times, you end up with 2 field goals and an interception, and then eventually you get the touchdown at the end, and maybe the most amazing. And this isn't even hyperbole. That might be the most amazing catch I've ever seen in my life.
It was an incredible catch. I wish it mattered.
I wish it mattered too, because and I haven't looked at ESPN, but it should be number 1 on ESPN, even though they probably give this to a finishing drive by the Bills. But it was unbelievable. It was absolutely unbelievable, and it really doesn't matter, because the offense sputtered. Jared Goff was under duress all game long. You had a running game that was, I'm not going to say it was non-existent, because there were times where they were moving the ball, but they couldn't get it going like they normally would get it going. You didn't see those big 15-yard gains and the breaking tackles getting to the second level and you making a guy miss and all that. I thought I think there were 22 runs. Is that what they had last night? There were 22 runs last night, and I think 16 of them, the first hit came in the backfield.
Yeah.
That's an incredible rate of futility when it comes to stopping penetration. So the offense, obviously, they sputtered. Everything was dink and dunk. They couldn't really move the ball downfield, throw the ball downfield. Defensively, no pass rush whatsoever. They stopped the run. They looked really good against the run, I thought, save for a couple of carries, and I don't care about the couple of carries. I mean, they held Josh Jacobs pretty much in check, with the exception of a 15-yard run. They did great against the run, but the secondary, penalties in the secondary, breakdowns, there were missed assignments and leaving guys wide open. That happened. But that lack of a pass rush, I mean, that we didn't. Aiden Hutchinson was nowhere to be found. He's not on the score sheet. And trying to hope, we'll see what's opposite of Hutch. Well, I want to see Hutch, and that's a tough thing to watch when we've seen him all training camp long. With our eyes, we saw him in a handful of practices, and he looked just like a disruption waiting to happen. He was amazing.
Well,
and by all accounts, that's what he was. And then last night,
Nothing. And it's not all on him. It's just this is what the frustration's coming out. And the special teams were also disturbing with the mistakes that they made there. Lining up offside on a punt when you're the punting team, negating a really good punt that got inside the 20, and then you have to re-kick it, and there's a 32-yard difference. It's those things. When you have mistakes in special teams, they get magnified when everything else is going wrong, and then scoring plays happen as a result of it. It was just an epic collapse in all three phases of the game yesterday. No, they didn't miss a field goal attempt, and no, they didn't get anything blocked or returned against them for a touchdown, but it were the little things that did matter in the special teams as much as they mattered in offense and defense.
It's concerning performance. There's no doubt about it. 248-539-9797. We got open lines, and certainly plenty of people want to talk, and we'll start knocking them down. In the meantime, Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Who should be singled out for Champ and Chump of the weekend? Who had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's a perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. All right, so it's Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket, champ and chump. Let's get him in. Look, it was a bad game. It is one game. And the last time they looked this bad was the Baltimore game back in 2023. It's almost 2 calendar years ago that they played an uncompetitive game. And that team played for the NFC Championship.
This is true.
And so this doesn't doom them for an entire season. It's certainly concerning. There are worries. Does it mean they are doomed? Do we need to condemn everyone today? I'm not in that camp. I'm concerned. I'm worried. But I'm not going to condemn everyone today because I think they've earned the right to kind of pull their way out of this. You know, last year, do you remember last year how the offense looked at the beginning of the year? It didn't look great. It struggled a little bit the first couple of weeks. And there was some thought at the time that maybe not playing in the preseason was because they sat out even more people this year for longer, and they played 4 preseason games. And that, if this is a repetitive pattern, because the offense was brutal, it could be indicative of the losses in the middle of the offensive line, and the coordinator could be concerning. But quite frankly, the offense didn't start last year great with the coordinator that they had, and then they got it going. So, I'm open to the idea that could happen. Don't love what we saw yesterday. Let's be clear about that. But I don't know. I'm there's still 16 games left to be played.
Yeah, in the end, I think I look at the offense, and it looked like there were a bunch of missed assignments, and then afterwards you hear there were a bunch of missed assignments, and I think Jared Goff even said after the game that you got to do a better job of lining guys up, and he'll take leadership with that this week, and I hope that's the quick fix. I hope that's what it is, and of course you're still going to have a learning curve with Ratledge and even with Mahogany on the left guard side as well, and a little bit with Glasgow at center, though he's already played there and he's been in the league for 10 years or whatever it is. I'm less worried about Glasgow than I am with getting the other 2 guys up to speed. But I think they heap praise on Ratledge for a reason. I think they really like him, but it's still a rookie out there, and he's going to make rookie mistakes. And there were plays that you saw last night where they were at the goal line, and he goes over to help protect on the right side, and leaving a guy wide open to come and plug up that A gap and come shoot right in and almost get the safety. I guess Rashawn Gary almost got the safety on that play. It's when you see plays like that, it's frustrating. It's maddening for fans and of course for the players, because they know right away if they made a mistake. They know right away, and I'm guessing that feeling came around way too often for those guys, that group on the offensive line, or even if it's receivers lined up wrong or running backs, whatever the case is. They could not get their offense going well enough to protect Jared Goff, where he had 3 seconds in the pocket, step up and throw the ball where he wanted to. I don't know if it was a single pass that he made last night that felt like that for him. It was under duress the whole time, and it felt like the entire time that pocket collapsed right away. If it didn't collapse, it came closing in on him from the middle. Not necessarily from the tackles, but from the middle. And, yeah, the tackles weren't great either. But it was just a bad game all around. And I hope that this is just a yuck throw it in the garbage game, and not that they were outmatched in every single way imaginable.
248-539-9797. Paul's in Madison Heights and on 97 a ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long time no talk. Am I in bizarro world? Did we win the Super Bowl last year and I'm not aware of this? Like, that's how they came out. Like, should have been on lawn chairs on the sideline smoking cigars. Like, getting a new offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, don't you think it would probably been a good idea to see what you got with the starters, especially with 4 games? So now we have 5 preseason games, and now you're going into next week with a guy just salivating to make you look even worse. This could get really bad, guys. I don't know.
Paul, let me ask you, do you think he's salivating to make them look even worse than what they did, or do you think he's just hopeful to get his team off to a good start? I think whatever Ben Johnson's going to do, it's about him and the Bears, not about anything with the Lions.
No, I get it, but I'm just saying there's no love lost there. I mean, this guy's going to come out like I expect, and this is really going to concern me if the Bears come out tonight and just bring all the smoke.
Well, let me ask you a question, because if you think, again, Paul, I got to ask you a question here. You think that Ben Johnson's going to want to send a message and that's going to make a difference. Do you think Dan Campbell's going to want to send a message?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this guy should have came out firing on all cylinders, not looking like a four-banger against the B-12. I mean, they looked like a semi-pro team, and nobody knew what they were doing. It was mass confusion. I mean, you don't start off that way coming off a 15-3 season. I mean, you haven't done anything yet, truthfully, because the only thing that matters is the Super Bowl in this city anyway. And this is just like, okay, are we going through this again? You need 10 yards, go for 5. You know, confusion on the line, penalties to set you back, holding call to get rid of a touchdown that could have got you back in it. I'm not doing it again. I'm not going backwards again.
All right, thank you, Paul. 248-539-8790. So we all rest assured Paul's not going backwards.
We thought you had in the wagon, Paul. Sorry.
Look, nothing that he said there is particularly inaccurate. It was a brutal performance.
Terrible.
But there's lots of season to be played. And I'll give you an example, okay? I have concerns about the interior of the offensive line. It was my number one concern going into this season. Those concerns were not alleviated yesterday.
No.
But you know who they still have? They still have Hank Fraley. And Hank Fraley is widely considered one of the best O-line coaches in the NFL. He has seen what there was to see. There was clearly confusion. No better example than that play at the goal line where it's like, hello, come on through. And I like our O-line coach. And I still like the talent there, the young talent in particular. So let's see what Hank Fraley does with that group. There are other things that I'm not sure are in great hands. I think the offensive line is in great hands.
Yeah, I agree with you with the coaching aspect of it, and I'm hoping that the issues of the offensive line are not about talent, they're not about technique. It's about the mental side of the game and knowing what the playbook is and knowing what the defense is across from you and knowing what your assignment is supposed to be. I really hope that's the thing. Because if it's the other things, then it's going to be a longer transition than we had expected. But I do think that the guys are talented, so I don't think that's it. Is it technique? This is where Hank Fraley is really going to shine. It's with his technique and teaching the guys how to do it. But the guys have to bury their heads in the playbooks and understand what the plays are supposed to be and what the defense, and film as well. And here's the defense that's across from us. Understand what our assignment's supposed to be. And it does take time, and nobody wants to hear that. But that was what was so great about this line for the last few years, is it was relatively unchanged. The line was what you had. And then had some changes last year, but they were able to bring a veteran guard in as one of those changes, and the other veteran guard you had slid to the other side. So they had all this experience on the offensive line. This year, you've got 2 guys that are effective rookies starting in the interior.
Shane is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Shane.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just wanted to remind all the Lions faithful that we have started 1-1 the last 3 seasons. I mean, it was a horrible performance, probably one of the worst I've seen in the Dan Campbell era. But we got to get these guys together, and I think we're going to be all right. And we were 1-1 the last 3 years, so I think everything's going to be all right. So don't freak out yet, but everybody seems to be freaking out.
Well, look, we'll give you your time here, Shane. I'll just say this. If you thought Dan Campbell was a good head coach, okay, and if you thought Brad Holmes was a good GM, one game at the beginning of a season doesn't completely flip that upside down. It doesn't completely invert. Now Dan Campbell sucks and Brad Holmes sucks. But
exactly,
it's going to be interesting to see how they respond, because that was a check minus. And it's a check minus on Campbell. It's a check minus on the coordinators. It's a check minus on the new O-line. It's a check minus on perhaps the pass rush and not adding more. But it is one game, and I'm more than willing to You don't plan parade routes after one game, so you don't give up on the season. The previous caller's given up on the season, but
Exactly,
I think that's ridiculous. I'm not.
Me neither. Yeah, that's why I just want to call and say it's not over yet. I mean, it's only one game.
Appreciate the phone call, Shane. 248-539-9797. One of our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. It is Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1. The Ticket. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if your bet wins, unlock $300 in bonus bets. So what I recommend that you do is go find a heavy favorite on the money line and just bet them to win the game outright. You won't get a huge return on your $5, but that's not the point. You'll secure the $300 in bonus bets. That's the point. And then you can play however you want with that. And there's all kinds of different things you can do, whether it be you're into the parlays or the future bets. A lot of people like the future bets. You just want to play favorites, underdogs. Player props are available as well. The Broncos were the biggest favorite yesterday. And on the money line, they won and got you that cover and got you the $300 in bonus bets. So, again, that's what I would recommend you do. So go to FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. There you go. Jared Goff. We'll speak to him tomorrow, get his take upon further review after he watches this thing and processes this thing. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Al in Shelby Township here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Al.
Hello there. How are you?
Okay.
Yeah, it's one game. Hey, just a couple things, guys. You know, for me, in order for a coach to be close to his players, you need to be with your players. What is Morton doing up in the booth? He should be down on the sideline with his players, talking to them, get to know them, understand them. If he was here before and he knew what made the offense go, he surely didn't bring it yesterday with that play calling, I'll tell you that. But my thing is, he's got to get down on the sideline with the players, not up in the booth.
How many offensive
That's my
coordinators do you
biggest
think are
complaint.
up in the sideline versus how many are up in the booth?
Well, I don't know that, and I understand what you're saying. I know it's a team choice, but for me, listen, this applies to anything in life. If you want to be good at what you do, you have to be engaged with your people.
But you're
Being
assuming
down
that.
in
But you're
side-
assuming that he's not because he's up in the booth.
Well, here's my
Where
thing,
that's
but-
where a lot of offensive coordinators or defensive coordinators watch the game from.
No, and I understand that, guys. Believe me. But Ben Johnson was down with his players.
Well, that
on
was
the
Ben
sideline.
Johnson. That's Ben Johnson. This
I
is this
get
is,
it.
this is a different guy altogether.
But even with that said, he knew the players we have.
Al, I guess
and his play calling didn't reflect it.
I hope you're right that the fix is that easy, that it's just putting him down on the field. I hope it's that simple. Do you think it's that simple? I don't think it's that simple, man.
Do you think it was play calling that hurt them?
So
last
here's
night?
the thing about play
I
calling.
wanted to get to this with the we can talk about the coordinators and how they're new and how it looks different. Just spending time on the offensive side, all right, with Johnny Morton, the offensive coordinator. Do you think that the offensive woes from the Lions in last night's game against the Packers stem directly from the play calling?
Well,
do you think that was it?
The short answer to your question is no. I think play calling looks bad when you can't win the battles up front. I mean, when you can't run block and you're not pass protecting great, you're not going. It's not about the play calls, and there are limitations in what you can do when you have a struggling group up front. And it's not, to me, that's not play calling. To be fair, I think every OC makes terrible calls during the game. Everyone, the best ones do. There are play calls that are doomed, wrong call against the wrong defense. And the other thing about play calling is a lot of time you go to line of scrimmage and have check with me's where the play changes at the line of scrimmage and it's predicated on the defense, or that wasn't the play that was called. Kill, right? I mean, so there are all kinds of nuances to play calling that I don't know, get thought about by everybody at all times, but when it comes right down to it, there's so many great game plans that get doomed by losing the battle up front. That's what it looked like to me.
I think 100% is exactly what the problems were with the offense last night. It was that everything got wrecked up front. It wasn't about, they're running a pass play here or they're running a running play here or he's having to check down. If he's having to check down, it's because things broke down. When you're dinking and dunking your way down the field and you completed 31 out of 39 passes, but it's only 225 yards, you're having to unload the ball quickly. He didn't have time to sit back in a pocket, step up, throw it. He didn't have 3 seconds. He had like a second and a half at best, and he had 1 second before everything came in on him. That's why I asked the guys in the crosstalk, asking, TJ Lang and John Jansen, two guys that played in the NFL for a long time on the offensive line, about that, because with my eyes watching it, it seemed like, is Goff even taking enough steps back? Because every time he's getting ready to throw, it's like the front of the offensive line is coming in on him. And yeah, a lot of it's missed assignments, and it's going to take time for these guys to figure that out. I was hoping it would be quicker, that we wouldn't see that as much last night, but it was the entire game. That's how it looked to me, was just constant pressure coming from the front.
All right, Champ and Chump, we have our nominations. Gator, my champ of the weekend is Tarek Skubal, 7 innings, 2 hits, no runs. He is the guy that can be counted on a team that's still trying to find its footing. Only a half game out of the best record in the American League, and yet going through their struggles, Skubal is so reliable and so good, and he'll be my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, Scuba was great, and he God, he's so dependable. Was it a 12th start he's made this year where it's been 6 innings or more of shutout baseball? It's a Tigers record. When you think back to all the great pitchers the Tigers have had, he's the first one to go 12 games of 6 shutout innings or more. That's impressive in a start. For me, it's Aiden Childs, Michigan State quarterback. Really nice game for him. 231 yards in the air, 4 touchdown passes. He also had a touchdown run. The pass he made for the 2-point conversion to win the game, it looked easy, and then you go back and watch it. Like, that's not an easy pass to make, all the way across the field, basically, and he's got 2 guys to throw to, has to overthrow the one guy, get to the deeper guy. Heck of a job for Michigan State, and Aiden Childs leading to the win over Boston College.
My chub of the weekend is the Lions, not for losing, but playing the most uncompetitive game in 2 years.
Yeah, I throw it at the defense, Lions defense. That's where I was really disappointed in. We built up the secondary to be one of the better secondaries in football, and they just looked challenged. They were making penalties. They looked lost at times. Terry Arnold ended up leaving the game for a little bit. Aiden Hutchinson was kind of non-existent in the game. They had no pass rush whatsoever. Not a good day for the Detroit Lions defense.
248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. We will get to a bunch of those. Let's go to Greg in Detroit. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Love you guys always. From Bloody Sunday to Blue Monday, and I don't mean Honolulu Blue. Dennis Green had a rant. And one of his rants was, they were who we thought they were. They were, and in this case, they were who we forgot they were. Because if you remember, a couple of Thanksgivings ago, Green Bay came in here and raided the Thanksgiving Day party and took all the food and took the turkey and ate with their hands and took the cakes and pies with them, and we had to clean the kitchen. And then the following year, we beat Green Bay with an ailing Jordan Love, and then the next game we lost to their backup. So I kind of think that we forgot who Green Bay were, and then understanding that they had the number 5 defense in the league, and now they have Parsons. So I think we kind of forgot who they were, but it's only the first game. I love my Lions. I know Coach Campbell's going to get this together. I know they can go back to the drawing board. But now that my feet are on the ground, because I was just out of myself. It's going to be a challenging season, but I think everybody's going to find their niche, find their groove, and everything's going to fit in place.
Greg, thank you for the phone call. We go to Jesse next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jesse.
Hello.
Hey.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
So I don't think I need to speak about the Lions because enough people will, but I was going to give it Champ and Chump.
Yep.
Champ, Emeka Ibuka for really proving as a rookie first-round pick that he's ready for the game, scoring 2 touchdowns. And then Chump, John Harbaugh for always letting off of the gas. He constantly loses fourth-quarter games.
All right, got you down. I'll say this about Emeka Ibuka. He was one of my there were a few kids from Ohio State that I really got to like covering him through the years. I thought were cool kids. Emeka Ibuka was one of them. Travion Henderson was the other. Big fan, and Ibuka is incredibly talented. 248-539-9797. Cortez is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Cortez.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Good. I was just calling to say that all spring long we were hearing about how great the Lions' defense was. Did anyone ever consider maybe that defense looked good because it was playing against a poorish offensive line?
Well, I'm sure people are thinking that now. Yeah, and I mean they looked fantastic against the Dolphins, but the Dolphins looked like mung yesterday. They looked adequate against Houston, and Houston didn't look all that strong yesterday either. So, I mean, maybe there's a lot of that going on right now, Cortez.
That was my only bit. I just think that we were fooled because we kept hearing about how great this defense was playing, but it was in scrimmage.
Well, they were pretty good last year. There was a really good defense last year, and not much has changed on that defensive side of the ball in terms of personnel.
I can't speak for what he heard. We talked about how the defense could be pretty damn good. It could be pretty damn good. We'll see over the course of time.
I didn't expect him to be that flat yesterday.
No, I didn't either.
There
was some that was definitely disappointing, and one part of the defense in particular really bothered me. But we will get to all of that as we unpack. It's a glum. It's glum. I'm going with glum. It's a glum Monday. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. This is a huge differentiator. Michigan Auto Law also takes on fewer cases than other law firms. They do that on purpose. It means they have more time for your case, and that formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. They'll call you back, too. White glove customer service. Check them out. Autolaw.com. That's Autolaw.com. Jared Goff afterwards, 248-539-9797. All right, so a couple things here. One is, this is not a good performance, and I don't think anybody is going to sugarcoat that. There's no reason to. It was what it was. It was brutal. So is the season over? Is this a sign that this team is poised to have are they doomed at this point? And the reason I don't think they're doomed at this point goes back to what we've seen over the last few years. There is reason to be more concerned than normal, but let's keep in mind their 3 worst offensive outputs last year were games 1, 2, and 3. That's when they had Frank Ragnow, they had Ben Johnson. They scored 20 in the opener in 60 minutes. In overtime, they got a touchdown against the Rams. And then they lose the second game, 20-16 to Tampa. And I got to look up the third. So they scored 20, they scored 16, and then in game 3, hold on, and that was Gator, you know how when you go to click on something and it moves at the last second?
Oh, does it move?
Game 3 was at Arizona. They scored 20. Okay. So they scored 20, 16, and 20 in their first 3 games last year.
And then became the most prolific offense in the football league last year.
And never scored that. Those were their 3 worst offensive outputs of the year. So is it fair to be more concerned this year because of the interior of the offensive line and the coordinator being gone? Yeah. Yeah, it is. 2 years ago, they played a less competitive game at Baltimore. That game was worse than this. And that game came in the middle of the season. That team that played that game played for the NFC title. So that's why I'm not giving up on the season. We've already had that call today. But, there's a lot of football to be played. And people that we still know and trust, I think, are very competent. That includes Dan Campbell. That includes Hank Fraley. But it is more concerning this year because of the changes that have been well documented. 248-539-9797. Kang, we haven't gotten your thought yet.
I mean, you guys said it. It was ugly, both sides of the ball. It was a terrible loss. Short term, you got to look at it 0-1, right? Mm-hmm. Season's not over. You got to move on to next week. But the long-term concerns are what people are panicked about. All your fears and concerns kind of came true yesterday, and that's the scary part. Like I said, the question is it long-term? Dan Campbell said after the game, all these mistakes are correctable. But do you have the right guys to correct the mistakes is what the concern is. Of course, mistakes are correctable, but can you correct them? Does Glasgow, Ratledge, Mahogany, do they have what it takes to correct those mistakes? Because everyone's biggest concern going into the year was the offensive line and the new coordinators. Well, after one game, they put up their fewest average yards per play since 2021 and their second fewest in the Dan Campbell era, according to Will Birchfield, our writer.
Yeah, go back to Anthony Lynn.
I mean, that's bad.
Yeah.
And now the difference is you brought last year those games that they played bad, Doug. Mm-hmm. Those guys had resumes, though. John Morton and the interior of this offensive line, they don't have the resume that those guys did.
As I said, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why people are freaked out. And if you want to bring up, is it the play calling? You can't call any plays if you don't block anybody, right? Nope. But he's also responsible for that offensive line and why they missed those assignments, why they weren't blocking anybody. That's on John Morton as well. And then the thing with Ben Johnson is when the offense isn't clicking like it wasn't yesterday, he was able, you could kind of he could scheme up something crazy to get something going, right? Can John Morton do that? After week 1, we didn't see it.
I'm not sure if missed assignments are on the offensive coordinator. If they don't know what they're doing, then ultimately it falls under that umbrella. But if they don't know what they're doing, I think that falls on Hank Fraley more so. But I don't think that's the case. I think they were just missed assignments. I think guys made mistakes, and it cost them. Clearly, it cost them. But I don't think it was an offensive coordinator issue. I think it was an interior offensive line issue. And to your point, Kang, and to Doug's point, and I think all our points, going into the season, probably the number one concern was how are these 3 guys going to work together when you've got one rookie and one guard. The other guard hardly played last year, and then you've got Graham Glasgow at center, which is clearly a step back from what Frank Ragnow was. And it looked awful. The offense could not get going yesterday. And offensively, that's a big problem. When you averaged 33 points a game last year, you were expecting this well-oiled machine to get going. But I'm glad, Doug, you brought up what happened in the first 3 games last year when this was a team that was coming back from getting the NFC Championship game, really good offense, and they sputtered for 3 weeks.
And I don't know if that is because they don't play their guys in the preseason. At the time, we sort of talked about that a little bit a year ago, and then they got going, and we think, well, maybe that does make sense that they were slow out of the gate because of lack of preseason reps against real competition. But look, whether it is or it isn't, we'll find out over time. The issues, though, now are, do they have the people to correct it? Because last year they corrected it. And by the people, I mean the people that are in the spotlight right now, and that's the OC and the interior of the O-line.
Well, and how do you do in making adjustments, right? So you go to halftime, and they're down 17-3 at the half, and they don't look good. How do you come out in the second half? Well, in the second half, I thought the Lions defense actually played pretty well. When you look at what the Packers did, here are the Packers' drives in the second half. 3 plays, 8 yards, punt. 8 plays, 39 yards, punt. 8 plays, 36 yards, touchdown. It was a 36-yard drive that happened because of a special teams mistake on a punt where the guy was lined up offsides on a punt. They have to re-kick it, and there's a big difference. Actually, it may not be that play, but there was a return.
That the turnover?
There was a return. That was where they had to kick from their own goal line, and they had a big return. So 36-yard touchdown drive. That's so far what they've got going in the second half. The next drive, 4 plays, 7 yards, but they got a field goal, and then the end of the game. So the second half, the defense did awfully well in keeping Green Bay away.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Reno in Royal Oak. You're next. Hello, Reno.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for this.
Sure.
Not to pile on, but, I think it warrants it. Obviously, like what everybody's saying, the Lions, let's face it, when the two best things of yesterday's game was when Tesla made that catch, unfortunately it didn't matter. And when Love took the knee to end the game, there's issues. So, nothing was right. They didn't seem to be prepared or whatever.
Well, I mean, I'll give the Lions run defense, too, some credit.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Champ, if you don't mind me going off menu just a little bit, a buddy of mine, his name's Steve Anir. He's the CEO and director of Gibby's Parkinson's Foundation. I was going to call in last week, but you guys didn't do the Champ and Chump thing. He just finished climbing Mount Kilimanjaro last week to raise money for the foundation. He's done the Free Press Marathon 3 years ago. He's done it on one leg, which is the caveat of all this. No prosthetic. It was 19,000 feet, did it in 9 days. He made it up and back. So I can encourage anybody to,
how do you do that with no prosthetic?
Crutches?
Yeah, to know the guy. I mean, he's got 2 walking sticks, and we always bust his chops that he's cheating because he's got 3 points of contact. But, let's face it. Check out Gibby's site, and you can see. But he's got 2 sticks, and just I can't say enough about the guy.
I think he's been here.
So I
we
appreciate
met
you guys.
him,
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, thanks, fellas.
Appreciate it, Reno. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. We go to John next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, good afternoon or morning or whatever time it is. Champ and Chump. I actually have 2 jumps. One's a minor. The first jump is the Lions defense. All the penalties and just not playing is just frustrating. The second jump, I don't know if you listened to Caputo on the weekend, but there was a guy who called in and kept calling him Gator over and over. And so eventually he just hung up on him. But you should know what host you're calling, right?
Fair enough.
Champ is going to be Josh Allen because I think at one point they were down 20 points.
They were down 16 at the end, yeah.
16, yeah. That was the best game of week 1.
That was a pretty impressive
We haven't
game.
even seen the Bears play, but I think it's still going to be the best game. It was a great game.
Thank you for the phone call, John. 248-539-9797. Paul's in Northville and next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how you doing this morning, gentlemen?
What's up,
Paul?
Hey, appreciate you including me and taking the call. Got to open up with a resounding go green to begin. What a heck of an overtime win, eh, boys?
That was nice. It was nice seeing him battle back a little bit and show some mettle there. And Aiden Childs looks, he definitely saw some growth. He's still got some raw moments, but he looked pretty good on Saturday night.
Yeah, good to see him come back in after, maybe being injured and lead the team to victory. So that was a big one. I was going to make a point. You guys mentioned it a couple of minutes ago. Success leaves clues in the NFL, and there's a guy that's taken a couple of teams deep, won a bunch of championships, guy by the name of Andy Reid. And what Andy does that a lot of other guys don't do, and we should have done. It's too late now. He'll put the starters in for a really brief moment of time in the preseason and get them some reps. And with as Swiss cheese as our interior line was yesterday, that maybe should have happened. And I get it that, you know what, you don't want to get the guys hurt and all that.
Well, Ratledge did play. Ratledge did play in the preseason. I don't know if Mahogany did, but Ratledge definitely played a couple games in the preseason.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't watch many of the games, but can I give you a chump before I let you go?
Sure.
My chump is Chris Illich. And I, as a hockey guy through and through, I find it disappointing that he put Hockey Town on the ice at center ice this year because, and we'll talk about probably later on in the year when hockey revs up, but we're far removed from the Hockey Town.
Yeah, but it's 100 years of hockey here, so I think that might be the trump card of why they went back with it for this year. I don't look. I also said the same thing it was a month ago now or so when we found out that was going to happen. Didn't love it, but at the same time, I understand it's 100 years of hockey. You want to embrace the heritage, go ahead and do it this year.
Hey, and look, the guy's welcome to his opinion, certainly, Champ and Chump. I will park putting Hockey Town on the ice squarely in the irrelevant category. It makes no difference to me whatsoever. It has nothing to do with the product on and off the ice. The product's the product. It needs to be better. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. More your Champ and Chump votes. 97.1 The Ticket. we were up against a break there to the previous caller who chumped Chris Illich for putting Hockeytown on the center ice at Little Caesars Arena. Important to remember that was a fan vote. The fans voted to bring it back. Now, maybe he doesn't think it ever should have been voted on in the first place, but the fans did vote to bring it back. That's one. Two is he did have a great line. I do like at the beginning of that call, he said something I've never heard before, but I like. Have you ever heard the phrase "success leaves clues"?
I have not. I have not. I don't know if that meant.
Wonder if that comes from
playing more in the preseason or not, but I did like the preamble to it.
Yeah, success leaves clues. Who said that? Who should we give credit? Because I want it to be some great philosopher. Aristotle once said, "Success leaves clues." Something, but I don't know where that came from. But I like that line. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Dale next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Dale.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Unfortunately, I think the season is going to be a bust, and I blame the GM's ego on this. He refuses to get the players needed to make the team better. He did nothing for the rushing, the defensive rush. He did nothing for the interior linemen. We got 2 rookies and a center who can't play anymore, and we got to double-team Hutchinson. And Davenport, his savior, didn't even show up for the game yesterday. I mean, we could be 0-5 very easily if we don't win next week.
Look, that was if they play like that all year, then yeah, this is going to be a terrible season. I don't suspect that they will. Under Dan Campbell, they haven't lost back-to-back games in a long time. They played a game like this a couple of years ago at Baltimore and got smoked and ended up in the NFC title game. I mean, they did add players. You just don't like the players they added, or you think they should have gone with some veterans.
Yeah, the first 2 draft picks were spent on the interior of the offensive and defensive line.
Yeah, and so I don't know
that's
that's
not going to help us this year, though.
Well, it could.
I hope it does. They did draft a rookie to play right guard.
These rookies are not going to be very good.
Well, I guess I'm not giving up on them this season.
And Glasgow, I don't think is physically capable of being a good NFL player anymore.
That might be the case, in which case they'll have to address it. How do they address it? They may address it in-house by moving Ratledge back to center. But look, after one game, I think it's fair to allow them a chance to correct this thing and get it turned around. I will. I mean, there's nothing about yesterday's game that instilled confidence, but it is one game. It is one game, and there have been some smart people in charge of this organization, in my opinion, that will have a chance to correct some of that stuff. But hey, man, if you wanted more and are convinced that these changes that they made are going to fail, then I understand your feelings. I guess I have faith in Hank Fraley. We'll see about the defensive line if they get that going. But you know what concerned me more than any of that? I did not love the performance from the secondary yesterday. Now, Jordan Love had time. He did have time. I still had some concerns about how wide open some guys were running. Didn't love that.
There should be a lot of concerns about that. I was very concerned. You converted. I mean, that first drive, they converted a 3rd and 10 to Wicks. That was on Terry and Arnold. They completed on 3rd and 6 to Golden. There was no pressure at all. Brian Branch had penalties in the game.
The one throwing the helmet.
Really dumb. Really, really dumb.
Yep.
And I mean, it happened throughout the first half. They made big mistakes. The second half, the Lions gave up, I think, a total of 93 yards in the second half. The defense was much, much better and without a pass rush. They still didn't get a pass rush. They never got home. No quarterback sacks. They didn't create turnovers. The one turnover they thought they had, and that was kind of a turning point, right? Or could have been looked at as a turning point. They had what should have been an interception, but was called back because of a defensive holding call on a receiver that, had he just been beat, it still would have been an interception because he wasn't going to throw there, because they actually did have a little bit of pressure on that play. What sucked doubly about that was that not only does Branch not get the interception because of the holding call, but then Branch takes off and ends up scoring at what would be a touchdown that had they allowed it to be an interception, that would have been called back because of a penalty on Aiden Hutchinson for hitting Jordan Love and blocking him out of the way, because there's a rule in the rule book that says you can't hit quarterbacks on turnovers or something like that. Even though if you watch the play, Jordan Love starts running towards where Branch is going to end up, and he's trying to get into the play. I would imagine that, once you start doing something like that you should be fair game. And it's not Hutch hit him viciously. He pushed him, and he went into an offensive lineman, whatever.
I hate the rule because
it's a dumb rule.
If the quarterback is chasing after the play,
he's part of it.
You should be allowed to block him.
Yeah.
And the reason he got flagged, according to Gene Sarator, was that he was not near the ball. And I'm like, okay, then don't try. If he's going to run, and Hutch isn't responsible for knowing exactly where the ball is, if you're looking to block, you should be looking at who you're going to block, not
yeah, and that's in the second half of a game when you're struggling to get back into it, and unfortunately, it ends up nowhere, and it's part of the secondary.
For the most part, it's irrelevant. It's a completely other discussion because the interception was nullified by the hold before it. But still, I hated that moment of the game. I'm like, come on.
And it happened, I think it was a couple plays after Anzalone just missed the interception.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We will get to the college teams a little bit later here.
I hate that rule too, guys. Just real quick, because it didn't matter because it got nullified by the holding, like you guys said.
Yep.
But if you're going to, just specifically on that rule, if you can't hit the quarter, just make him not be able to part of the play anymore. As soon as the quarterback throws an interception, he is not even a person on the field.
You have a red jersey.
Because otherwise, let's say it's Lamar Jackson, and he's 25 yards away from the guy, so he's not close, and you can't block him. That guy's fast enough to chase him down if he wanted to. So what? You have to wait till he gets within distance before you can block him? Just make him not part of the game then if you want to protect the quarterbacks. I hated it.
I think that is a fair compromise. If you want to protect the quarterbacks, when a quarterback throws an interception, that quarterback is...
He's done.
He's done. The play is over for him.
But if it's Jared Goff, he can get destroyed in a playoff game.
Oh, right, exactly.
Right.
Right. Which is, oh, my God.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
I'm sorry. You didn't think about that?
No, I didn't. I didn't, and I should have, because all I remember was I totally remember Jared Goff getting ear holed.
He was concussed.
And silly for a play had to come out. Right. Yeah, now I'm pissed.
Yeah.
This is something to talk to Jared about tomorrow. Hey, I want to flashback a few months. Remember this?
248-539-9797. Jay is in Detroit and next. Hi, Jay.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today? I know it's a long day for Big Blue.
Wasn't great.
No, it wasn't great. I wanted to do my champ and chump, but before I did, I wanted to thank the godfather of radio, Mr. Michael Stone, and the Hammer last night for allowing me on the air, and after the worst call he's ever taken in his life. So that was very nice. Thank you, Michael. And but my champ of the weekend, I thought, was Aiden Childs in Michigan State. It was the best game of the weekend, the most competitive game of the weekend in double overtime. And the chump of the weekend, I have to say, is Big Blue. A bad weekend. They got beat by Oklahoma, and then Graham Glasgow proved he is no Frank Ragnow. And Hutch did not look good. He did not look like he was the player he was before he got hurt.
Thank you for the phone call, Jay. The Glasgow thing is going to be interesting moving forward, and whether or not he can be the answer at center. I like Hank Fraley a lot, the O-line coach, and he is still here. So to me, that's a sign of encouragement. Give this guy a problem, Hank Fraley, you're on the job, fix it. And I don't know if there's anybody better in terms of that. So that gives me some hope there. As far as, the defense, there's some open-ended questions about the defense. And, Gator, right now I'd say that they are on the Russian front. Let's see how they respond. 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in on this Monday. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, shopping for a new roof can feel stressful, right? I mean, a lot of companies throw out confusing estimates, hidden fees, or just vague promises. This is what's great about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for over 30 years, and what sets them apart is their commitment to transparent pricing. There's no surprises, no hidden costs. You're going to know exactly what you're paying for before the first shingle goes on. You combine that with their 4.9-star Google rating and decades of experience, and you're going to see why homeowners across Michigan trust Shaner Roofing to protect what matters most. And here's something else. They stand behind their work with integrity, professionalism, and top-quality materials. When you choose Shaner, you're not just buying a roof, you're investing in peace of mind. So if your roof is showing its age, or maybe you're ready for a no-hassle quote, visit mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, where honesty and expertise meet.
That's Dan Campbell, 248-539-9797. We happy to have him in charge still? Like, aren't we happy to still have him in charge?
I am.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not happy with the game yesterday.
Of course not.
But I don't think that's indicative of how I expect the Lions to play this year. I'm not blowing it off either.
No.
That's a bad loss.
It's a data point.
It's a bad loss. It's a bad look. And what makes it a really bad loss, it's to one of your division rivals. And it's to a team that you know is is going to be competitive. I mean, they're the favorite to win the division. They made their big move to get Micah Parsons. He didn't play all that much last night, but he made an impact in the few plays that he played for sure. And he gets his one quarterback sack, Jared Goff running free from the pocket, but Goff and his 5.4 speed is no match for Parsons and his 4.4 speed.
Yeah.
So whatever. I don't care so much about that. I care that they just didn't show up in the first half in any aspect of the game. The touchdown they get, the lone touchdown they got was, an unbelievable catch from Isaac Tesla. His first ever catch in the National Football League. It's a touchdown, and it might be the greatest catch I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And I'm not exaggerating about that. It was that good of a catch, and unfortunately it doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of things. If I want to look for silver linings and clouds, which I kind of do want to do that today, now that we're in hour 2.
This is going to be interesting because I'm not sure what to do with that. The run defense?
It's the run defense, and it's the way that they played in the second half as a defense. I mentioned earlier, 93 yards given up in the second half. They gave up a touchdown drive, but it was a 36-yard drive that was after the offense left them at the half-yard line to go ahead and punt the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not killing the defense in the second half. I thought they played better. Was it winning football the way that they played in the second half? Well, I don't know. The defensively may have been, but they still didn't get any pass rush. There's obvious things that they have to work on. I'm concerned about that. There was no rush. Something else I noticed in the first half of the game when it was really prevalent, there was no pass rush when they were throwing the ball a lot and completing everything, Green Bay was. There were at least 3 plays that I saw where the edge rusher ends up going back into coverage. Now, I know they've done that throughout the years, and that's part of it. But I really wanted to see Aiden Hutchinson pin his ears back and go after the quarterback, and I'm seeing him drop back into coverage. And, on plays, we're not getting any pass rush to begin with anyway. And then Davenport did it as well. And they're not getting a pass rush enough where you can afford to drop a guy back, I guess, in my mind. Maybe I'm overlooking at things, but that was just something that stood out to me is that they're not getting any pass rush, and then they're taking away their best pass rushers to put them into coverage.
Can I vent for a moment about something?
Yeah.
Because there was something that irritated the crap out of me. So the game's going poorly, and when it's going poorly, things start to bother you. But the Lions get the football back down 24-6 with 7 minutes and 50-something seconds to go, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they go, hurry up. And Tony Romo says,
please vent.
I would have started that earlier.
I
thought, would you have, Tony? Because the last drive started on their own 8. Okay, it started on their own 8, and the first play, Goff got sacked back to the half-yard line. So let me be clear here. That was the first play of the drive. You would have gone hurry up from your half-yard line after getting sacked inside. You would have gone hurry up then. When now everything changes. And oh, by the way, when that drive started, they might have been going hurry up until Goff got sacked back to his own half-yard line. Now the goal changes just to try and get out of the shadows of your own goalpost. But you would have gone hurry up. And I was like, no, you wouldn't have. That is one of the most, I was like, come on. But Romo, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was probably more of a product of them losing the way they were losing that I was irritated so much by that. But when he said that, I was like, okay, so I'm assuming you meant the previous drive you would have done it when the first play they were backed up to their own half-yard line. Got it.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I was with you.
Okay.
As soon as I heard him say that, I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Really? Is that what you would have done?
Mm-hmm. Because also the previous drive, well, whatever. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Bob in Shelby. Hi, Bob.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the Trump obviously was the game, right? The thing of it was, in front of national TV, the Packers laid down the blueprint on how to beat the Lions. I think we all knew this as Lions fans. If you can pressure the Lions, they don't get out of the gate and they can't utilize their weapons. And I think it was showcased, The good news is it's only the first game, so time will tell. But I think, the progress of the offensive line is going to play a big role in how far we're going to go towards, 11-6, 12-5 versus 9-8 this year.
There's no question.
And,
I mean, that's a huge deal moving forward. I'm glad Fraley's a line coach, but that doesn't mean it's a punch button. He's going to get it done. He's got to prove it. He's got to prove it.
People are watching. And the other thing that I had, Tesla, he made the circus catch, but I guess he wasn't feeling well or whatnot. But where was he? How many plays did he actually play yesterday? Was that the only one? I don't know.
No, he was out there, but not a ton. Isaac Tesla played 3 offensive snaps.
Yeah, and lastly, I think Tony Romo's parents should have practiced Planned Parenthood.
I won't go that far.
Easy. Slow down.
Doug invited this.
He's not a bad human being. I just didn't like the
comments. Is that my fault, King?
Yeah, and usually don't criticize.
I usually don't,
man.
but in that moment,
you took this loss hard.
Well, it was like I said, it was a combination of frustration over the game, and then him giving this. I know it all. I told you so. I would have started this earlier, and I'm like, so you would have gone hurry up after a 7-yard sack back to your own half-yard line, instead of saying, okay, we need to calm down and get the hell out of the shadows of our own goalposts.
I'd like to nip this one in the bud, too. Isaac Tesla, fantastic catch. Yeah. Awesome. Love to see it. He could have played 50 plays on offense, and it wouldn't have made a difference because they just didn't have time to throw anything downfield. Everything was short because of the lack of protection.
When you get down to X's and O's, and this is going to be one of the questions that I have for Jared Goff tomorrow, is what did they do downfield that you saw? Because even when he had time, there was very little downfield passing attack, and that to me I was surprised by that. I think they did a really good job in the secondary. It might be a Lions look in the mirror moment. It might be something that the Packers did, but that's one of my questions for Mr. Goff tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Rob is next. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys. I just want to give my champ and chump.
Yep.
Sorry, I switched to my phone. My chump, Lions defense. I mean, I know that they played good in the second half, but they had 3 opportunities to make game-changing plays, and they failed. I think that's huge. Anzalone, wish he would have caught that ball, and then just stupid mistakes by Branch and caused a touchdown. And then my champ is my girl or my daughter's boyfriend for Sparta, Michigan. He had a great game, the 6th best game since 2011 in Michigan. He threw for 418 yards. Whoa. He 3 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown for Sparta.
That's awesome.
Nice.
What's the kid's name?
Yeah, Warren Gebhardt. And that's the same school that former Piston Lindsey Hunter is going to become the head coach of for the basketball team.
Wow.
It's kind of cool little thing going on, but
yeah, cool.
Yeah, those are my champ and chump.
Thank you very much, Rob. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We will get to the college teams in the noon hour. 97.1 The Ticket. Sports fans, I want to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks, the restaurant experience. It's really taken a nosedive lately, right? And service is missing the mark. Twin Peaks, they've upped their game. It starts with their culture. Employees that believe in the brand, they just flat out produce a better product. It starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to prepare those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Takes extensive training to get them on the floor, and once they are there, they do deliver an experience no guest can live without. From food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up when you've had a bad day, no one does it better. And of course, what brings it all together, sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches that bring you all the action you crave. Of course, seeing a baseball team right now going for the American League pennant. You got college football in full swing now, and of course, the start of pro football. Don't be afraid to stop by. Even if you're not about sports, the Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house-smoked chicken wings and thighs, ribs, even hand-cut New York strips. And then there's the bar outside of the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees. They boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. Hey, if you're tired of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server who just doesn't care, stop by your nearest lodge and see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Stan Campbell. Sounds like he's not giving up on the season either. 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. Look, it was disturbing. There's no question about that. We talked about over the last couple of weeks, boy, if they lose this Green Bay game, it's going to be a full-on panic Monday. And then I felt like they checked every box to say, everything you were afraid of,
right?
It all happened. Like, it all happened. And I think we all had different levels of concern about different areas of the team. My biggest concern was the interior of the offensive line. Figure the coordinators, a concern, but I was more just about the Jimmies and Joes than the X's and O's. The pass rush, I wasn't very concerned about because they were getting Hutch back, and I think of how it was last year when they didn't have Davenport opposite of Hutch and still had a decent pass rush until Hutch got hurt. Jordan Love had a lot of time yesterday. So,
sure did.
I don't even know what the other fears were, but if the big ones were coordinators, interior of the O-line, and the pass rush, all of them just feed into why people were concerned. All of them.
Yeah, I wasn't terribly concerned about the coordinators. And even after yesterday, I'm still not. That doesn't really concern me. The interior of the offensive line concerns me in terms of how long it's going to take before they feel good enough about that, or before I feel, I guess, whatever that matters. But it's, they have to be, in my eyes, I want them to see them be a competent unit, being able to get the push, protect the quarterback from within, and open up holes in the running game. And there were no holes in the running game. None. And when you have 16 of the 22 rushing plays that were called end up with your running back getting hit behind the line of scrimmage, 16 out of 22, that's an alarming rate in my mind. So that's a problem. It's a work in progress. I have full confidence that Tate Ratledge is going to be good. I don't know yet about Mahogany. I was hopeful that we'd at least get perhaps average play from Graham Glasgow. It's one game. All three of the guys look like they struggled. So that's the part of a group that can play well together. They just have to get better. They have to. If they don't, then the season is going to be sunk because the schedule's too hard. You play too many good defenses where that's going to be a problem. So they have to get better. They have no choice. And if it's simply missed assignments, I'm okay with it because it's one game. You have to throw it in the garbage if it's missed assignments. If it's because you lack the talent, then that's a problem. I don't think it's that necessarily. I'm leaving it open. It could be, but I think it's more just missed assignments, and they're going to have to get better at that, tighten stuff up. And as Jared Goff said after the game yesterday, he's going to have to be the guy that leads the way in making sure that they're aligned properly.
See, the thing is, if it's missed assignments or miscommunication, I have a problem because they've known Green Bay was week one since the schedule came out, which is a long time ago, right? And then when the Micah Parsons trade happened, they were ecstatic that Kenny Clark wasn't going to be in the middle of that defense. So the plan probably was a lot run the ball all week. Johnny Moore and the offensive coordinator's response for that. And how could they still have this miscommunication? That's what bothers me. Now, I'm hoping, just like you said, it's a 1 week thing. They're going to learn, move on. But they had all this time to get ready for this game without Kenny Clark in the middle, and they still were unable to do anything to protect or run the ball. It just looks so bad, man.
Keith in the UP, you're next. Keith. We'll get back to Keith. Spencer is next on 97 on a Ticket. Hi, Spencer.
How you doing, fellas?
All right.
Hey, so I think is basically the tail of the tape. If you look at how many receptions that Gibbs and Montgomery had, it was 14 out of 31 receptions. So we were doing check down after check down. It's hard to get the yards that you need to win a football game when you're doing check down after check down. Now, the bright side of things, it's first game. It's hard to scheme against offenses and defenses when you don't have film from the season and know where their weaknesses are. But we got to get better.
There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. That was a disturbing performance. And, yeah, that That's why I'm interested to talk to Goff about, even when he did have time, what did he see downfield? Because Goff makes good decisions with the football for the most part. He has been extraordinarily effective, and they couldn't get much going downfield. What is it? I believe that was an NFL record for most catches with the fewest number of yards by a player. 10 catches for 31 yards is an incredible statistic that Jahmyr Gibbs had.
Yeah, we were about 3.5 yards less per reception than Green Bay was.
Not good.
Overall in the game. Not good.
No, not good.
No. Look, I mean, it's not like it was a great total for the Packers. I mean, averaging 12 yards of reception, under 12 yards of reception. The Packers had, less than 300 yards in offense, too. Neither offense was great. Packers looked so good in the first half and then did nothing in the second half. I shouldn't say nothing. They did very little in the second half. They had the one drive, went 36 yards, and scored a touchdown. Beyond that, they struggled. They got 3 and outs. The Lions were able to get 3 and outs. But the Lions' offense all day long was just at a snail's pace. They drove the ball. They had 16 plays in one drive, and you end up with a field goal. That's demoralizing. For a team like this that was able to put up 33 points a game last year, to not finish has to be frustrating to those guys because they know they can finish, and yet they didn't. They couldn't finish yesterday. The only way they finished was on a miraculous catch late in the game.
We go to Brian next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Brian.
Hello, gentlemen. How y'all doing today?
All right.
Okay, I have a question to ask both of you guys. Everybody always rag on Brad, what he's not doing, the players he's not getting. But don't Dan have the same responsibility of going to this office and say, hey, Dan, I want to get this guy here. This guy can help us. Because I'm thinking the head coach is just as responsible as Brad is. I mean, he always people, he's not doing this, he's not picking up free agents, he's not doing this with the money, $40 million under cap or cap money to spend. I would think that Dan should be going in and saying something to Brad. Hey, man, I need some guys.
Well, I mean, it's everything. They talk about how they're very collaborative. So, I think that Dan is probably given his 2 cents on what they have and what they don't have. Something very interesting that happened over the weekend is they signed Jamison Williams to that contract, and there was a report that they thought they were going to sign Hutch. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I guess that they kept showing the crawl that they could not get a deal done with Hutchinson before the season began.
Okay, Don, does that mean that they were trying to get a deal done with Hutchinson? Like okay, well, you know what that tells me? That tells me potentially a lot of this current cap space was earmarked for J-Mo and Hutch. If they didn't get a deal done with Hutch, does that mean they move on and say, okay, we need to be a little bit more aggressive on getting players at the trade deadline because – hey, if we couldn't get a deal done with Hutch, we're going to have to wait till next offseason. What rental out there can we get? And right now, everybody, it feels like the number one issue people had was edge rusher. And I think the number one issue might be interior O-line, a veteran that can get the job done.
Well, I do think it's interesting that they committed to Jamison Williams as much as they did. I did not see that one coming. So when I'm watching TV beforehand and this comes across the crawl that they signed to a 3-year, $83 million extension, I had a couple of thoughts. First was, well, they got him for what's going to be less than market value. Because if he has the year I think he's going to have, had he gone into free agency a year from now or a year and a half from now, whenever it would have been, he would have been a $30 million a year player. Instead, they got him at a less expensive number, but they're going to have to start paying him sooner than that. So, I was kind of like eyes wide open. I did not expect that.
It's a risk. You're investing in a player and hoping to mitigate the cost by doing so now to keep the cost down a little bit.
And then to see the game unfold, and it's one game, and I'm not going to make a big deal out of one game, but Hutchinson was a non-factor in the game yesterday for the Lions defense. That doesn't go well for the crowd that was very concerned about him coming into the season, despite the head coach saying, don't worry about it. He looks better than we've ever seen him look. He is the best Hutch we've ever seen. Is this going to start to be more things that come out of Dan Campbell's mouth? Is it going to be looked at as a coach speak, or is it going to be looked at more as the gospel? It used to be the gospel. Now is it kind of, this is 2 years in a row. You had the Enrique stuff last year of what he had to say about him. He really wasn't a big factor. And now this year it's Hutch is the best we've ever seen. It's just words. I get that. But at the same time, Hutchinson didn't look like his old self.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. More of your phone calls coming up. 97.1, the ticket.
Is your garage door running slower than usual, or maybe it's making some really weird noises? You got to call the folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today. They're going to come out, they're going to help diagnose the problem, and they're going to fix the problem right there in the spot because they have expert technicians that are in the field. They got the truck that's all full of the equipment that they need, so they can go ahead, diagnose that problem, and fix it there. You're going to love it. I had the same issue about 7 years ago or so. I called Precision. They came out. They fixed the problem. I couldn't have been happier. They even told me, hey, down the line, it's not too far down the line, by the way, you're going to have to get new garage doors. Well, when I did, I called Precision as well. And you should too. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR is a telephone number, or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A completely different front. Kang, I want you to make note of this. Interesting development. You know the saying, meet them where they are? Have you ever heard that? Meet them where they are?
Sure.
One of my kids said, Dad, you need to get Snapchat. And I'm like, I don't need to get Snapchat. But I said, all right. So I got Snapchat this weekend. They have communicated with me more in the last 48 hours than they have. And it feels like forever.
Really?
So they told you to get it so they can message you more?
Apparently. The texting, like, I'm okay. So texting old and busted, Snapchat, the new hotness. Maybe it's not new. But I'm impressed with the level of communication. Now, maybe the curiosity factor will wear off, but Kang, just be aware of this. Meet them where they are. If they're communicating via Snapchat.
I feel like there's something behind this.
There might
man.
be. There
This-
might
I
be.
don't know,
The
my
early
radar's
returns.
up.
Dad's getting set up.
Yeah.
The early returns are good.
What's
But
the
we'll
appeal
see
of
if it's-
Snapchat?
I don't know.
Yeah, Doug, you're a Snapchat user.
I don't know.
Snap face, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, I have no idea.
What is it? Instabook? What are we doing?
So
But
to me,
Snapchat's been around for a bit. Like
It has.
I thought that it was totally old and busted and done with, and apparently it's made a resurrection here.
well, maybe it was never old and busted. Or maybe they're communicating on a completely different platform and they just have, let's park Dad over there at Snapchat. But
Yeah, they telling you use dial-up too?
no, they haven't done that. But
Okay. That's going away.
anyway, I'm
Have they
intrigued.
stopped going to your MySpace page?
I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by the early returns. But Kang, make note of it. Make note of it with kids, young kids. Meet them where they are. Who knows what it'll be by the time your kids get
I
devices.
don't even want to think about that. Seriously.
248-539-9797. Okay, look, we'll get to the college teams next hour. Obviously, what happened yesterday is top of everybody's mind. And, there's various reaction to from it's one game to they're doomed. I'm more in the it's one game camp. I think that there's a lot of smart people that have been here running this team for a long time that I give them the opportunity here to fix this. And like the people that, we've played some Dan Campbell sound bites, and I feel like I'm glad he's in charge. I'm glad Dan Campbell's in charge, and I have faith in Dan Campbell, and that doesn't change after this game. Does this count as back-to-back losses, by the way? The Washington game last year and this game this year? I guess it kind of does. No, it doesn't?
No.
He's been really good after losses. And they haven't played an uncompetitive game in a couple of years. The last uncompetitive game was that Baltimore game back in, I think it was October of 2023. And that team played for the NFC Championship.
Yeah, there's a couple that stand out. That's definitely one of them. That was it. Carolina the same season where they just were completely non-competitive. They may have been the previous year. It was a game where the field was so cold in Carolina. It was awful field conditions, but whatever, they smoked them by like 40 points. That was the other one that comes to mind. But this one's the Baltimore game is relevant because Baltimore's that's a Super Bowl contending team, and everybody thinks that Green Bay is a Super Bowl contending team, and they did nothing to dissuade you from that by watching the game yesterday. So, the relevance is there with that. Hopefully they can bounce back like they did from the Baltimore game.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Sammy next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sammy.
Hey, nah. What's up, guys?
How are you, sir?
So I'm good. So, look, I don't want to keep kicking this dead horse because everyone's called and complained and just miserable. So my question to you guys is, when I saw the schedule when it came out months ago, I looked at it and I'm like, I think maybe we could probably do 12 wins this year. Now, after this game, is your win total what you initially thought was possible? Has that changed?
No.
Not at all?
Nope.
No, not me either.
Okay. I mean, look, I mean, for me, it kind of has, I mean, it's really hard to win all 6 games in your division, and I kind of thought that wouldn't happen again. But, like, I'm a little nervous that maybe 10 wins is our ceiling.
Sammy, here's what you got to do. When you make a prediction before the season, you stand by it. One game shouldn't dissuade you, and certainly not the first game of the season shouldn't dissuade you.
I know,
if you have to look at it
I'm
halfway
having a
through the
hard
season,
time.
listen, I'm telling you, man, just stand by it. the team gets better as the season goes on. And if halfway through the year, if they are, 4-5 at that point, then you can say, okay, things aren't going the way we had planned. This is not where I thought they would be. And if that takes you out of where your prediction was, then you look at it that way. Don't get caught up in the one game thing. It's a terrible game.
What did you guys predict was possible?
11-6.
Curious.
I think we both had 11-6.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, fair enough, guys.
The truth is, there's always a degree of unpredictability, and maybe Sammy can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
In my role, I feel like if I change the prediction after the outcome of every game, what kind of credibility do I have? So I'm going to plant the flag and stubbornly stand next to it at 11-6. Seasons are long, lots happens, and so I'll stand by it. 11-6. You were 11-6. Kang, weren't you? You were 12-5.
Yeah, I want to move off of it.
So do we do I don't know if we ever revealed what the people said last week.
We didn't do the average of what they did, and we can do that today. And I'm intrigued to see how much. So fans, look, you can do whatever you want. I just feel like I'm gonna stand by it. I feel like I'm gonna stand by it because otherwise you can't.
I think everybody has to stand by it. Either right or you're wrong.
Yeah, it's okay to own the L, but changing your prediction after every game,
then there's no credibility.
No. 248-539-9797. Jim in Washington Township, you're next. Hi, Jim.
Hey, great show, guys.
What's up?
Can you help me understand one thing? Actually, two. So when the Lions were bad a couple years ago and they had to lead on somebody, they always played prevent defense and they'd always get beat because they couldn't put no pressure on the quarterback. So when Glenn got here, he changed all that, and he was all about rushing the quarterback. And then yesterday, they're taking these defensive linemen and dropping them, and if they rush a safety, I don't get that.
Well, it's supposed to fool the quarterback. It's supposed to disguise coverages.
But they rush three people, and the quarterback has all day to throw the ball.
How many times did they rush three people?
It seems like every time they dropped a D lineman, they'd only rush three, unless they'd rush a safety in a spot, which doesn't make sense.
I mean, I guess I'd have one of the
22 pass plays. I would imagine it was probably a couple where they only rushed three guys. Because if they dropped the edge rusher back into coverage, it usually meant that a linebacker would come up and enter the fray as a pass rusher.
Yeah, but why switch those guys out?
Well, if you do the same thing every time, you become predictable. But I would suspect that it wasn't as much as you think it was. I'd have to go back and watch the game and see how many times they, quote, rushed three people. I don't remember seeing a lot of three-man rushes in this game.
I didn't see a lot of three-man rushes, but I do remember seeing several times that you saw the edge rushers go back into coverage.
What was far more disturbing than that was when they brought extra pass rushers, it didn't help. There were some of those third down plays early. In fact, the first one where Jordan Love found Wicks on a third and 10, they brought an extra pass rusher, didn't help. And then they had a 3rd and 6. He found Matthew Golden. They brought an extra pass rusher there, and it didn't help. And when your blitz is ineffective, that's a problem. But hey, look, it was a lot of this was yuck, throw it in the garbage. There was kind of the Tesla catch in the run defense, and then after that, yuck, throw it in the garbage. It couldn't have gone much worse. This does happen. It can happen to a good team. The problem is we have no evidence that the 2025 team is going to be exceptionally good. We have one data point, and it was awful.
Yeah, and one of the other few bright points was the St. Brown catch on the sideline.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous.
Yep.
Only to be outdone by Tesla with a touchdown.
248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson on a Monday. Get your champ and chump votes in, 97.1. It's a glum Monday. And people are expressing that. And look, there's valid criticism here today. And I guess it just depends on, there's kind of two camps of people. I don't think there's a whole lot of people that are looking at what happened yesterday and deriving hope out of it. I don't know how you possibly could do that. But does it really mean that this team is doomed? That was an awful performance. So how do you put it into perspective of what it means for the entire season is really what the debate point is. And some people, we've had the season's over. We had the strangest call earlier in the show. A listener said, guys, I'm not going back. And now that I think about that, does that mean he's not going back to watching and caring about the Lions? Because he put it in the context of, like, it's historically been so bad. He's not going back to the way it was. And I'm like, I don't know, I quite don't even understand that. But we have had people that think this season is now doomed. And I think the concerns are very valid. I don't think, but I'm not condemning Brad Holmes. I'm not completely giving up on the offensive line and the coordinators, but acknowledging that what happened yesterday was not good. And I mean, literally every worry box got checked. Did they protect Jared Goff? Did the interior of the offensive line open up holes? Did they struggle up there? Check. Did the pass rush get the job done?
They did not.
Check. Did the two coordinators excel?
Don't think so.
Check. And so those were the three big concerns that people weighted differently. My biggest one was the interior of the O-line, and it still is.
The other one is this. Is Green Bay really a contender? Yes.
Now, keep in mind, we talked about this last year. You know what started slow last year? Even with Ragnow and Ben Johnson, was the offense. Their three lowest 60-minute offensive outputs of the season were games 1, 2, and 3, 20, 16, and 20. Every game after that was better. They started last year slow. At the time, we thought, well, maybe it just has something to do with the starters playing so little in the preseason. They decide not to risk it, and this is the way that they're going to do it. Okay, great. That's fine if that works over the course of time. And last year it worked. They went 15-2 in the regular season, which was really an unbelievable. It actually was a historic win total. But when you get right down to it, that didn't matter because they lost in the playoffs. Now they've lost this opener in the least competitive game they've played since the 2023 Baltimore game, almost 2 calendar years that they've played an uncompetitive football game. That was more concerning because I think it was less competitive than this, and it took place later in the year. This might have more damage because it's an in-division foe, but that team that lost that Baltimore Ravens game actually played for the NFC Championship. Yeah, so we'll see how it plays itself out. I'm not done with them. I'm not giving up.
Well, no, not by a long shot. I mean, I'll stand by my 11-6 prediction. We'll see where it ends up. But for the crowd that thinks that it's not playing starters in the preseason, I don't think that matters at all. I don't think it matters, not even a little. No, I think because the way things work now with the joint practices that they hold with teams, and they were able to get a couple of teams to come in and work with 2 practices against Miami. I think it was only 1 practice against Houston. That matters. That's when you get the ones versus the ones. You're not getting that in the preseason. You know, the preseason matters for the guys that are trying to make the roster. Preseason matters a little bit for the new coordinators coming in, getting an opportunity to actually, you know, use those skills in a practice type situation, warm up type situation. But it doesn't matter for Jared Goff. It doesn't matter for Penei Sewell or Aiden Hutchinson. That stuff doesn't.
Well, I guess I bring it up because we brought it up last year, and
I probably said the same thing last year.
You might have. Obviously, some people disagree with you, but we've had that call today. But at the end of the day, a lot of football to be played. And, you know, there's smart people that have been running this organization, smart people coaching. I'm glad Dan Campbell is our guy in charge. I really like Hank Fraley. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, let's get him in. Let's get back to your phone calls. Greg is in Ann Arbor and next. Hi, Greg.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Our pleasure.
I just wanted to comment kind of on both sides of the ball. I think that it's not anything new, but I don't think that Jared Goff is a QB that can extend plays when he's pressured, right? So obviously the offense is gonna roll when he's got time. There's nothing new there, and we saw that yesterday. I think that Green Bay is going to finish on both sides of the ball in the upper half of the league. They're a good team. They've got playmakers on both sides of the ball. I mean, at the same time, we've got an offensive coordinator cutting his teeth in Lambeau against a solid defense. So that's a tough game to go into, especially when Goff is getting pressured every play. I think we're good on the defensive side of the ball. I think that the landscape of that game is very different if Anzalone hangs on to that pass or if we don't get that defensive holding call and Branch takes it to the house. So I know that we got dominated in that game kind of on both sides of the ball, but I think that, with the defense having to be on the field for so long, it was just tough. There were some blown assignments, but let's be real. At that point in the game, if Anzalone hangs onto that ball, they're still in the mix. And it was just, a defensive coordinator that it's a young guy in Shepard. This is his first go at it. So we got to cut him a little bit of slack. Coaching in Lambeau against that. I mean, they got a top-tier offense. Let's just be honest there. So, the sky isn't falling. But I think that the Lions will be successful if we give Goff time. That's just how it's going to go. And on the flip side, it's going to put pressure on the defense when we can't put the ball in the end zone because they just will be on the field for the whole game. I mean, what do you guys think?
Well, they did win time of possession yesterday. But, look, it's a type of deal where everything you said is accurate. People don't love the idea of hiring coaches that, as you put it, are cutting their teeth or learning on the job. They don't love that. But those guys were hired for a reason. It was faith from Dan Campbell. And, do they deserve time? Like, they're not going to get fired.
With Ben Johnson, by the way.
They're not going to get fired, okay, today. They're not going to get fired today. And if they did, it would speak to some massive dysfunction. It wouldn't be performance related. If you fire your coordinators after one game and it's performance related, people around the league would be going, whoa.
Well, I mean, and it took a few games before he did it with Anthony Lynn, but
yes,
but Ben Johnson had never been an offensive coordinator before. Had Aaron Glenn been a defensive coordinator? I thought wasn't he a secondary coach with the Saints? So took a chance on those two guys. Both of those guys now are head coaches in the league. I'm not going to overblow what happened yesterday. It was a bad game. And they have a lot of stuff to work on. In some ways, that's a great thing to come out of the first week and realize we got a lot to work on because you want to keep things fresh. The problem is they lost the game. It works a lot better when you come away with a win and you got a lot of work on. At least you survived it. They didn't survive it. They lost badly in the first half of the football game. Second half, they played much better. And both teams scored 10 points in the second half. They gave up only 93 yards in offense to the Packers in the second half of that game. It was better last night in the second half than it was in the first half. But offensively, the Lions just couldn't finish.
You did bring up something that is important to remember, and that is Dan Campbell will pull the trigger on somebody who's not getting the job done.
Yep.
And I think we should be far from that right now. And these guys were hired for a reason. One game doesn't wipe that out.
No, but it was a concern.
It is something
going into the season because you had new guys and you didn't know what to expect from these guys. It's a leap of faith that you're taking.
Mm-hmm.
Just like it was a leap of faith when he promoted Ben Johnson. Was rewarded for that. But we'll see. It's a long season. This is the first week. It sucked having to endure that. They couldn't get anything going offensively and defensively. They couldn't stop the Packers in the first half. You didn't see any kind of pass rush. We were hoping that Hutch is back. That should solve problems. And it didn't. It didn't solve anything. So was that – I mean, at some point you got to tip your hat to the Packers and say, great job. You guys were really well prepared for this one, and the Lions were not. And you can say they weren't prepared because if they missed assignments, then they weren't prepared.
248-539-9797. More your phone calls, your feedback, champ and chump vote. CGC Home Services specializes in providing top-tier plumbing, air purification, and water treatment systems. An authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services offers the best in whole-house water treatment systems. We got one. We love it. Also fully licensed plumbers who will handle all your plumbing needs. With all the air quality alerts in our area, Your family needs Eris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. We got one of those too. For water and air purification, plumbing as well, call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. 248-539-9797. The venting is ongoing. And look, clearly we're allowing people to vent, and there's not a lot of positives that came out of the game. If you're looking for one thing that worked, they did stop the run. But outside of that, they didn't run the ball. It was check down city on offense. Special teams was filled with mistakes. Didn't finish in the red zone. I mean, the Pass protection, not great. Pass rush, not great. One of my big concerns was the secondary. I couldn't stand how many guys were running open, but then again, they were guys. Jordan Love had a lot of time. We'll talk with Jared Goff about it tomorrow. Also, Dan Campbell will be on the morning show tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Jason is next. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. All right, Jay.
So I'll make a quick point about the game, which is I think the O-line issues stem beyond just the interior guard and center. I mean, even when you look at our veterans who are supposed to be Sewell and Decker, they had awful games, right? And I know PFF isn't the end-all be-all, but Sewell had his lowest run block and pass blocking ranking he's ever had in his entire career. So I don't think we can just look at the interior and be like, okay, that's
Jason, that's clear. However, I have faith that those guys are going to be pretty good.
I mean, I do too, but it just, to me, it kind of speaks to the issue that it seemed like nobody on the line was ready to play. And that's the problem I have, right? And you can blame Russ and you can say stuff like that, but, it's Green Bay's first game too, and they came out ready to play.
Again, the guy in charge of that position, I'm a big fan of Hank Fraley. So I think that will get addressed.
Yeah. Well, I would say even a bigger issue that came out of the weekend was the JMO contract, which I wasn't a big fan of. I just don't think it was a good look to sign a second receiver for $30 million a year.
But they didn't sign him for $30 million a year.
What was it, 28?
Well, I think it's a point to mention. It was below 30, which I'm stunned by that they got that done. Had they waited, because he's got all of this year, all of next year, and then the extension kicks in. So he's got plenty of time on it. If they had waited until after this year or after next year to get that done, that number would be 35, 36, 40 million. I don't know what it would be because the receiver money keeps going up and up and up. They got it for less.
I agree with that, but at the same time, it's a cap space, right? Spending $60 million on two receivers doesn't go very far when you have, on Green Bay, they just spent 48 on Parsons, who had more sacks by himself in half the snaps than our whole defense combined. So it just feels like a misappropriation of resources. So, you can buy a receiver, but did you really
Jason,
need one?
I guess if you look at recent trends in the NFL, and I've moved off a position which was basically one of my core beliefs in football in the NFL, I actually think offense wins championships now. Last year, Philly kind of bucked that trend a little bit, but I'm okay with them investing in the offense the way that they have. Obviously, your implication there with Parsons is you'd rather do it on the defensive side of the ball. But hey, look, we'll see if that proves to be the case long term. I think if you look at playoff teams over the last 5-6 years, it's the great offenses that are populating the playoffs more than the great defenses.
Do you expect them to sign Aiden Hutchinson?
I do.
Okay, so what it effectively is you're getting Hutchinson and JMO is what they're going to end up doing for long term. Could you have gotten Parsons in the mix with that? No. You'd have to choose Parsons
long term,
or you'd have to either choose between Parsons and Hutch or between Parsons and JMO.
248-539-9797. Mike in Sterling Heights, you're next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, fellas.
Hi, Mike.
Listen, I'm 62, man.
Of course you are.
And we all want the Lions to be good. But sometimes when we come with a different vantage point, a different thought cycle, not that we're negative, I'm just trying to be real. I grew up watching Michigan college football and the Pittsburgh Steelers professional football. They dominated because of their offensive line and their defensive line. So that's how I think. And when you look at the Lions, and you look at their quarterback, the strength and weakness of him, last year he had 5 bodyguards. The 5 bodyguards worked great together, which made all 5 of them better. Now you have 2 bodyguards, and you have a quarterback who's not mobile. I'm upset because they didn't even add, knowing this, let me calm down, they didn't add a fullback. Because a tight end, when you put a tight end in that position to block, he's not a threat to run the ball. So that thought cycle pissed me off, along with.
You're upset that I mean, just understand. You're upset they didn't add a fullback?
You know who else is not a threat to run the ball?
No.
A fullback.
Listen to what I'm saying. If you're going to have what you have to have a counteract to that. If you don't have a fullback on your team, You can't counter some of the moves. You know that the rush is coming straight up the middle. Straight up the middle. Am I correct? Is that our weakness?
Did the Lions have an issue because they didn't have a fullback last year or the year before?
No. I'm just.
No, you're upset. They don't have, no, own it, Mike. If you're upset, they don't have a fullback on this roster.
No, I'm upset. They did not know that Ragnar was going to retire. Okay, they did not know that.
I think they may have known that.
They may have known it, but we act like we didn't know it. But anyway we look at it.
They used their hold on. They used their second round pick on Tate Ratledge, who plays guard or center. I think they had an inkling.
Go ahead.
I'm saying I think they had an inkling. That's why they went out and got a guy. They drafted a guy with a high upside. That's why they also a few rounds later drafted another offensive lineman, an interior offensive lineman.
Did you hold on?
I agree.
Did he start this call announcing his age?
Yeah.
He's 62 years old.
That's right.
And he thinks the key is adding a fullback.
He doesn't want to admit that's what he was saying, but that's what he was saying.
We're this close to getting to they need to move to the wing T. I mean, you know what's never going to get said the rest of this season by anybody on the desk at ESPN, anybody on the desk at Fox, any color commentator? Albert Breer is not going to write about it. Ian Rappaport's not going to write about it. Nobody else is going to say the Lions should have added a fullback. Am I wrong?
No, sir. I don't think you're wrong.
David, you're next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, David.
Hello, Doug and Gator.
Oh, God.
Oh, yes, it's me. I'm back.
Where was your phone last year? Where was your phone all of last year, David?
I mean, I tried to call, but my man wouldn't put me through.
No. We wouldn't.
Your calls are
your calls are one of a kind.
Okay. Let me say this. Doug and Gator, you guys are making excuses for the Lions, and I predict they will be 8-9.
All right.
You did last year, too.
What'd you say?
You did before last year, too, and you did the year before that they would suck.
They're definitely going to suck this year.
Well, third time's a charm for you then, right?
It's a charm third year. Look, you have no one on that defensive line and no offensive line, no defensive step to opposing team, and you can't be at run the ball or pass protect. This is going to be a terrible season. Aiden Hutchinson, you're talking about he's 100%. No, 100% to walk up and down the street, not to play in the NFL. This guy was no factor yesterday. No being, no nothing. And then one of you guys was a Doug. You guys said the secondary. The secondary is only good as the defensive line, and the defensive line couldn't get to the quarterback. This team is going to be terrible. And I blame this on Brad Holmes.
Bring it home. There you go.
All he had to do was go on the drive. There were a bunch of defensive ends.
That's all he had to do.
He could have got Landon Jackson in the third round. He was taken in the third round after the Lions took Tesla. And he played at the same school as Tesla, Arkansas. That guy is 6'7", has 7.5 sacks, and he was playing more in line on the defensive line. That guy's going to be a beast for Buffalo.
But how do they address the retiring Frank Ragnow at the draft if you're going to take Landon Jackson, a 6'7" defensive end?
Listen, that guy Glasnow.
All right,
he is fine with me. I ain't seen no problem with him playing center. And remember, he was the center.
You thought we had no offensive line, but you thought Glasgow was good yesterday.
Glasnow is good, but them two guys, you got Mahogany and Ratledge, man, they're terrible. They play like rookies, beginners.
They are rookies and beginners.
David, it's good to hear from you after a year hiatus. But I'm not shocked. 248-539-9797. We'll talk about the college teams next, plus your champ and chumbos, your phone calls. Gator, I have some. I have a point of clarification that I need to make.
Yeah.
About Oklahoma.
Okay.
We'll get to that today at 12:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. back to your phone calls in a minute. Gator, I know you're very pleased with the way the Spartans won that game. Michigan State fans have to feel good about it. I saw a Michigan game. Let me first get this clarification. I came away from Norman, Oklahoma, regretting the fact that when the Big Ten nabbed in Nebraska, I really wish they also would have nabbed Oklahoma, poached them from what at the time was the Big 12. In fact, out of all of the conference expansion, if the Big Ten was going to do it, the play was Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Texas. I talked to the Oklahoma people about it, and they were like, yeah, there was some talk. The AD at the time was interested in the Big Ten. I loved Oklahoma. Norman is an awesome town. The people were fantastic, welcoming, helpful, suggesting fans, inviting you to their tailgate, offering food and drink. I mean, the campus is cool. The stadium is awesome. The tradition there is great. Ray's Barbecue. I think it's Darrell Ray, who was the former Oklahoma player, played with the Jets, opened up a barbecue joint, loved Ray's Barbecue. Very good. Gator.
Did you get the chicken with the blood juice?
No, there's no such thing.
Oh.
We were driving to pick up my wife from the airport because she flew in Friday, and we passed a bar called Mooney's. And we're like, this place looks kind of cool off the side. It was a biker bar. We ended up at a biker bar.
Nice.
They were great. But for future reference,
okay,
so everybody knows, because I'm trying to check out everything. Like I'm trying to check out where the students hang out. I'm trying to check out where like the post-student crowd hangs out. What's a great sports bar? For future reference, Switzer's Locker Room. Not a bar, a storage facility. Just for future reference, you learn your lessons the hard way. Switzer's Locker Room is a storage facility.
Okay.
As far as the game's concerned, that kid from Little Elm, Texas, very well may win the Heisman. He was not 1999 Donovan McNabb good, but he was pretty damn good. I came away very impressed. And
you're talking about John Mateer?
Yes, John Mateer, the quarterback. The Oklahoma was a better team, and I don't know that there's much debate about that. But Michigan was hanging around. And when you're hanging around, and they did this last year in the Ohio State game and the Alabama game, where it felt like they were hanging around even when they were winning. It felt like they were hanging around. That game could have been worse. Let me be clear about that. But they were hanging around. And when you're hanging around, the way you find a way to pull off a victory is to make the makeable plays. And there were a couple of them in that game when a great kicker, and he is great, misses a short field goal. That's a very makeable play. The sequence where Oklahoma was on their only touchdown drive of the second half, Mateer threw a ball to Jair Hill, and he didn't intercept it. And the next play, a 3rd and long, Brandon Hillman came on a blitz, had him dead to rights. Mateer got out of it and completed a pass inside the Michigan 20, inside the red zone, led to a touchdown. Those were the makeable play moments that I look at that they just didn't make. And, they're not there yet. And I think if they make those plays, they had a real shot to pull off a game that Oklahoma looked to me to be the better team. But if you're hanging around, there are going to come moments in a game where you have to make some plays. And they just didn't make, for them, makeable plays. The Gio Ahadi injury up front, not good. That did not look good to me. I have concerns for what was already a concerning offensive line.
He did walk off the field, though, right?
He didn't put much pressure on it, much weight on it at all.
But it wasn't arms around. Was it arms around the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like he was walking it off, which hopefully it's a good sign for him because
I hope
the best
so.
lineman they have, right?
Yeah. Andrew Sprague came into the game hurt and played through it. They already lost Andrew Babaloa, which I think he would have been in the mix. Marlon Klein's out. Up front, they struggled. And I think, I know there's play calling issues and fans wish this and that. It's not so different than the Lions. It's really hard to call effective plays when you can't block. Now, the young quarterback has potential. I've said it all summer, tried to tamp down expectations that there are going to be freshman moments, and he's got to learn from them. Like, probably the biggest thing, there's clearly communication issues when receivers do one thing and a quarterback does something completely different. And that's probably more than anything a product of just starting to play together in youth. There were times where he was rolling out and could have gotten good yardage, and he goes for the big play and passes instead of carries the football. Now, was he coached not to carry the football? Maybe. I don't think that's the case in my discussions with coaches behind the scenes, but it's okay. He's a young kid. Here's my concern for Michigan. After 2 games, I'm not sure what they have to build on. I'm not sure that they've established anything to build on. And that's something that has to get sorted out. They are in a right now place that I'm not sure where this season goes, but game this week to try and get themselves better. One other thing, Jayshon Barham, the last play he made forced an Oklahoma field goal attempt where he tracked down, was it Satania? I think it was Satania on a crossing route. Looked like he might score. Barham made a touchdown saving tackle, but he got hurt. Now, this may not matter at all, but Michigan's next defensive snap was the kneel down. Jayshon Barham was not on the field for that. Now, they knew he was going to kneel down. I'm worried a little bit about what the situation is there. They just announced this morning that Biff Poggi will be the acting head coach the next 2 games. But
because of the self-imposed suspension or whatever. I think here's a positive. You're looking for things to build on if you're Michigan. Mm-hmm. I think you've got a awfully talented quarterback that is going to have some growing pains because he's a true freshman. But he's got so much potential. What I like about what he does, he hasn't turned the ball over, which is big. Don't make those mistakes. But maybe he's playing it too close to the vest, and now it's time to unleash and just go ahead and make some plays as opposed to being afraid to make the play that ends up being an interception or something. Justice Haynes is a game-breaking back. Once he got outside, he was gone. And that speed was on full display with that 75-yard touchdown run. That was exciting. Can they build off of those 2 things? You mentioned Marlon Klein was out. How long is he out for?
So he was in uniform, but when we were watching him go through warm-ups, he was mostly a spectator.
So maybe he plays this week against Central Michigan, maybe not, but that's a huge part of the offense because that's the guy that was targeted the most with Bryce Underwood in the first week against New Mexico. You take that away, and there goes a quarterback's best friend. So getting him back will help out. Keeping an eye on the injury front, that could be big because if Michigan loses El Hadi and loses Barham for any length of time, that could be very troublesome for Michigan moving forward because those are 2 guys, one on offense and one on defense. But I do think you also have to look at Oklahoma is a pretty good football team. Yep. I don't know how good they are. Mateer played well, made plays with his feet. Well, the one there was the touchdown that the running back had. Actually, not the running. It was one of Mateer's. It was one of Mateer's runs. Just well blocked throughout. Yep. And sometimes you just tip your hat and say they executed really well.
Michigan State on the other side. That was one of those games. I called it a kind of a flip. One of the games that could change the shape and the course of their season, and they got the win.
Yeah, it was kind of all over the place for a while there. Things you didn't expect. I did not expect to see Omari Kelly fumble the ball twice, let alone lose one of those fumbles. That was no good. Damn near lost his second one when he hurdled the player and then his own knee took out the football. But looking at the positive side of it, Aiden Childs made a lot of plays in the game. There were other plays you're like, where is that throw going? But there were more of the plays like, that's a solid throw. That's the right decision to tuck it and run. He was making plays with his feet more in the game on Saturday night. We've seen him make in the past. That was good. Also taking care of the football. 4 touchdown passes, no interceptions. And that goes with the first week where he didn't throw any interceptions either. He had the touchdown run, which was really nice. Michigan State able to move the ball. Mekhi Frazier, another solid game, 81 yards on the ground for them on Saturday night. The defense, stout against the run. Michigan State, that's going to be the calling card. It's going to be tough to run against the Spartans. However, not a pass rush. They did not get home against Dylan Lonergan. And that's a problem. When a quarterback steps back and throws it 45 times in the game and he's not sacked, that's not good. And they got to clean up the stupid stuff. Jordan Hall got hit for a late hit penalty, which could have really destroyed Michigan State. Fortunately, they were able to survive that. But it's a dumb play, and you know better than that. You can't touch the quarterback after he's throwing the football like that. But not getting a pass rush, is that an indictment on Michigan State's pass rush that they're unable to get home, or is that more of looking at Boston College and saying this is a program that has put forth a lot of NFL talent, offensive linemen into the NFL, and maybe they just have that thing working really well in pass protection? Maybe a combination of both. I don't think Michigan State's is a great pass rushing team, but they need to be better than what we saw on Saturday night. In the end, I thought that the pass play that Childs made for the 2-point conversion was huge. I don't think it was as easy as it made it look. They had to throw over because there were two guys in the vicinity. He had to throw over the hands of the tight end and get it to the receiver in the back, and it was great. And Nick Marsh is the real deal. Nick Marsh belongs in the same conversation as all the other great receivers in football, and that includes Jeremiah Smith and includes Ryan Williams at Alabama.
248-539-9797. Get your phone calls and feedback in. We will do more of that when we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, just for the record, Kang, remember Gator last week put together a 12-team money line parlay? It hit.
Yeah.
It hit. He took 12 college football favorites of 10 points or more to win. And they all won. Now it was on the money line, so you took heavy favorites just to win the game.
I think it would end up being like plus 163.
It wasn't like the biggest return you've ever seen. But
No, but I mean, it worked out well enough.
Yep.
Make up for some mistakes I made elsewhere. But
so well done.
Yeah, I was waiting on, the last one I was waiting on was Navy, because that game had a 3-hour delay or something like that because of rain.
Yep.
And that was in the balance. I'm like, come on. And then all of a sudden Navy just explodes for 3 touchdowns late in the game, and I was good. I was concerned that I'd forgotten if I had taken Clemson or not, and Clemson had gotten down to a 17-0 hole.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't good.
Dude, that was the one. And
Yeah.
the funny thing is I saw the Clemson score and I immediately thought, ooh, I bet Clemson's one of his heavy favorites. 12-team money line parlay.
Yeah. And I had to remind myself because Louisville did not cover and they were part of my parlay. I'm like, oh, crap. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I bet money line.
Yeah.
We're good. You, my friend, you called your shot. Absolutely called it. Was it South Florida?
South Florida over Florida. And also Ohio U.
And you got Ohio U over with the cover. Did they beat West Virginia?
They beat West Virginia. They beat West Virginia, and South Florida beat Florida.
The South Florida over Florida was so smart.
Saucy.
Because of what they did to Boise State.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just smart. And thank you for that. Because
Yeah.
I did jump on that one.
Oh, did you? Good.
Yeah.
Anyway, well done by you.
And you.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Ed in Alpena. Hi, Ed.
Hey guys, first let me say we need a fullback. The team needs a fullback. Hey, I got a little concerned. I looked up John Morton's where he's been recently and the coaching, and I think he could be Anthony Lynn soon. He may not make it to dinner, just like Anthony Lynn did not make it to dinner. And I mean, I think wish they would have went out and got Josh McDaniels before he ended up back in New England.
So, what's interesting about John Morton, Ed, is that Dan Campbell has faith. Dan Campbell picked him over other candidates for a reason. I'm intrigued as to see over the course of time as to why. And if he's wrong, if it was a bad hire, at least we know, based upon what you brought up with Anthony Lynn, is he won't be stubborn about it. He'll just move on.
Nope. Yeah, because I looked up John Morton's where he's been, and he's not stayed anywhere very long. I mean, a year here, 2 years there, and he was never really, in charge of a full-on offense like Detroit has.
No, but if you also look back at it, part of his time was spent here with the Lions and with Dan Campbell, and that I think it was the first year that he was here. He was here for all that, so he knows all that. And if you were to look at Ben Johnson's resume prior to being named offensive coordinator with the Lions, you might be saying the same thing. I'm not saying that he's going to be Ben Johnson, but I'm saying you got to let this thing cook for a little bit. I wouldn't freak out until maybe halfway through the season.
I'm going to spread the rumor that you said that John Morton is the next Ben Johnson.
All right, go ahead. Do that. That works for me.
Hey, I'm good with guys.
All right, thanks.
Take care.
Yeah, if there's a problem, if it's not going to work out, I have full confidence that Dan Campbell will make an adjustment because he's already shown that he would do that. But I don't.
It's a big part of being a head coach.
Yeah, and going back to the game yesterday, I don't think the offense sputtered because of offensive play calling. I think the offense sputtered because of missed assignments and just the interior line was not good enough.
Every play caller gets some wrong. It's really hard to get them right when you're struggling to run block and also pass block.
Yeah.
Gina is in Wyandotte next. Hello, Gina.
Hi. Hey. I'm not going to ask how are you. I just want to say thanks for working today because this cannot be easy.
It's not as much fun as it can be.
It's not fun.
Yeah, exactly. And 63, but I'm only 53, so I will that disclaimer too. I grew up watching Eric Hipple. My favorite player was Billy Sims, so I'm a longtime fan.
Credentials are in order.
These people need to chill out. Like what's please talk them off the ledge, or I can't listen anymore. Our offensive line, our defensive line is going to be just fine. Jared Goff is a good quarterback. Jahmyr Gibbs, oh my gosh, good running back, right?
Great
Demo, right? Good running back, right? Sam Laporta, oh gosh, good wide receiver. Holy cow, did you see that catch from Tesla? Holy. So what's wrong with these people? Talk me down now, because these guys that are all...
Well, it's the totality of what happened on the field. It's if that's the only game film we have to go on, and that is the only game film we have to go on in 2025, but they're going to play 16 more of these, and the people that have taken rosters to great heights, many of them are still here. Not all of them, but many of them. So, there's less, like if they didn't lose a coordinator and they still had Ragnow when this happened, I would be way more confident that they were going to turn it around. I still have confidence, but it's fair to question whether or not it's going to happen. Now, the people that are giving up on the season, you can do whatever you want, but I think it's absurd.
Look, the players that had the ball in their hands, when the ball is in their hands, they're playmakers. They're great, right? We know that. They've got that track record. Where there isn't a track record is the three guys in the middle of the offensive line. And they need to get up to speed quickly in terms of knowing the assignments and getting the right coverages and all that. Because Green Bay, it felt like they had a 2-yard head start on every play when it came to the Lions offense, because Jared Goff had no time to throw, and it felt like that line was already in on him when the ball was snapped. It was really kind of strange. I haven't seen the Lions offensive line as a unit play that poorly, and it's not just on the three guys, right? It's the entire line. Penei Sewell didn't look like he was having his best game. Taylor Decker on the other side. I mean, all the guys on the offensive line can share some blame, and I'm sure Jared Goff does too, because part of his responsibility is working with Glasgow to figure out what the coverages are and making sure your linemen are aligned the way they should be.
Let's go to Matt in Oak Park. You're next. Hello, Matt. Matt, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Gotcha. Go ahead.
Hey guys, couple things. So I think I get why people are freaking out. It wasn't a pretty watch yesterday. Speaking of the Lions, but I think where everyone's kind of missing is got to give Green Bay some credit. Like they were picking up all of our blitzes. They stayed in that 2 deep shell coverage on their defense, and they weren't really letting us go over the top. So I think they had a long time to prepare. I think they kind of knew what Johnny Morton and Shep we're gonna try to do, and they game planned really well.
Why do you think they knew what they were going to try and do, given they were both debuting?
Because Johnny Morton has been very open about what he was going to try to do with our offense, right? And he said we're going to take deep shots, we want to push the ball down the field, and you saw Green Bay, they just came with 2 deep safeties the entire game and made us take the underneath stuff.
Okay.
So I think and then Shep, he's going to be aggressive. We weren't getting pressure with 4, so we started blitzing, and Green Bay kept to the back end. They kept Tucker Kraft to Chip Hutch. It seemed like they kind of knew what we were going to try to do and try to force them to do, and got to give them credit. I don't think it's time to panic. We got a game next week, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how both coordinators adjust going forward.
It's a good point, because the football players and football teams aren't made up of chess pieces that only move one direction. There's a lot of variability from week to week. And so, it is one game. Green Bay deserves credit, and I don't want to belabor it. Yes, they deserve credit. But we're not doing the show in Green Bay, Wisconsin. But yes, they do deserve credit from a game plan perspective. Their players, I think they fed off the crowd. A lot of times when you get in these situations in like season openers or first big game or whatever the case may be, there's a special buzz in a building, and there's like this hubris that the team can feed off of, and your job is to survive it at the beginning of a game, and then get down to the business of winning the game when that new car smell wears off for his team in a season. You get that crowd bump, and then it's about the business of, okay, can we win the game? Find a way to win the game, and they didn't happen. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is 97.1 The Ticket.
Make builders Make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then you can have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services. Visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Former Piston and now free agent Malik Beasley posted on Instagram this morning that he's close to a decision on which team he will sign with. Michigan football will be without their head coach Sharon Moore for this week's game against Central Michigan. They announced today that associate head coach Biff Poggi would serve as the head coach against the Chippewas in Nebraska. Moore said it's a high probability that Rod Moore would also play this week. MSU boss Jonathan Smith said that safety Nakai Martinez is closer than ever to returning from injury. He said that he sustained some bumps and bruises, the team that is against Boston College, but no long-term ailments. The Tigers are off today. They'll start a series against the Yankees on the road tomorrow. New York has been playing better, taking the last two series against two playoff teams, Houston and Toronto. The Bears and Vikings complete the Week 1 NFL slate tonight at 8:15 on Monday Night Football on ESPN. The drama between Bill Belichick and his former team, the Patriots, continues today. Current New England head coach Mike Vrabel said that to the best of his knowledge, Belichick is still allowed at the Patriots facility. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Did you what time did you get back yesterday? I suppose I should ask that first.
5. What time did we land, or what time did I walk in the door?
Walk in the door.
5:30.
Okay.
It was in the bubble for the Lions game.
No, I get it. And I'd forgotten that you were coming back from Oklahoma. I was going to ask if you watched Red Zone yesterday, but you did not.
So there's a couple things here. Again, making mental notes moving forward. Delta, you're my airline.
Okay.
You're my airline, Delta, because I flew 2 different airlines. One out there that involved the delay, my wife, and it was a long delay. Then my wife leaving Detroit, also a long delay, same airline. Coming back, no TVs on the opening day of the NFL season was really, really hard to deal with. I have nobody to blame but myself, but it's just mental notes. Delta, you're my airline. Delta, you're my boy. Moving forward.
They'll take care of you.
Yep. Well, they'll have TVs, and I haven't had the delay issues.
So I spent all the 1 o'clock schedule watching Red Zone, and just sitting like a pig in slop, just loving it. Right?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
And Kang, I assume that you watched Red Zone as well yesterday, and the controversy going into it about commercials and the ads or whatever, I thought was handled actually very well. Because anytime they're going to bring up the audio for a commercial, which they were going to do with the 7 times during the broadcast, they said they were going to do that. Anytime they did that, it was when they were focusing on one game at that time, and it was between plays. So the 15 seconds worth of audio that you're hearing doesn't affect at all. And I was glad to see that they're picking and choosing the spots of when they bring that up. I thought it worked really well, and that was a good thing.
I actually didn't watch it because I had a wedding the night before, and then the next day my wife and I had time without the kids, so we got stuff done in the 1 o'clock hour. And then I had to get back before 4 o'clock for the game. So I did see some clips though, Gator, and I saw what you just described that I did like a picture in picture basically. Yeah. The issue is, I guess it was just 4 15-second commercials, so a total of 1 minute the entire time. That's not the issue. The issue is, this is just the beginning.
Well, yeah,
you know what I mean?
Thing.
We know this is going to get worse.
But if they're only going to do it like the way that they did it, which is as they're walking back, which I know they're not going to, but at some point they're going to switch and just do regular commercials.
Yeah, it's going to be regular commercials or whatever.
But until that happens, I'm okay with it. And let's hope that
as it stands right now, you can survive under the current
I
format.
can't survive under the current format.
Kang is warning there will be more to come.
Yeah,
but hold on, only if they can make money. But you're okay with it.
Yeah.
Under its current format.
Yeah, it worked out. Worked out well. Plus, I had a couple hot dogs yesterday, right before game time. Air fryer for the hot dog. That's the way to go.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way to go.
I'll take that under future consideration.
Yeah, you should.
Let's go to Dan in Trenton. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Dan.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Dan.
I want to give my champ and chump. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, champ, Childs, chump, the O-line for Michigan and the Lions. I just thought the O-line wasn't as good as they usually are for the Lions. Michigan's a little newer, but I think they should have gave Underwood more time. I think he's going to work out and be a great quarterback for Michigan. He just needs some more reps, and he'll be good by next year.
Could
what do
be.
you guys think?
I mean, here's the thing about it. I thought his youth showed and their inexperience showed on a couple of throws. You know, you got a receiver downfield blocking, and he throws it to him. There was another one where he threw it to the outside, to the pylon, and his receiver cut in. But probably the one, I mean, there were opportunities for him to run when he was rolling out, and he went for the big play. Maybe in
there was a couple where I thought he should have ran.
There was one, Dan,
I thought he should have ran.
Where late in the game, he had Donovan McCulley in man coverage on a slant pattern. And just as he made his cut and looked like he was about to come wide open, Underwood threw a beat too early, and I felt like he saw ghosts. And he threw off the back foot. He had a pocket.
I remember the play.
He had a pocket. He had time to let that route fully develop. And again, this is when we talk about in the offseason, I talked about a lot. Expect some freshman moments. That's part of it, and it's okay.
He still hasn't thrown a pick yet, though, so that's good. He still hasn't thrown a pick, and I thought I'd see at least one pick versus Oklahoma, but I'm glad he hasn't. How about a running back for Michigan, too? Hell of a run. Was it 85 yards he had? 75?
75. Yeah.
Kid's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's real good. It's good signs for Michigan. That's all I got to say. Thank you, guys, and I'm not worried about the Lions. I think they're going to do just great. If they lose to Chicago, I might get worried, but right now I'm not worried.
Well,
there's going to be a lot of panic
here's
folks
the
if
thing.
they lose to Chicago.
There is losing games, but when Green Bay goes out and adds Micah Parsons and beats Detroit. Even though I thought Parsons wasn't really, I think they win the game whether Parsons is there or not. I don't think Parsons was the difference maker on that day.
I agree with you.
But because of that, there's a little bit more panic than otherwise. That adds fuel to the fire. Again, if you lose another game, and they're going to lose another game, it's one thing. If you lose to Ben Johnson, that's dumping a oil truck of kerosene on the fire. Like the Ben Johnson factor. Now, do I expect the Lions to win next week? I do. I don't know if it's the boldest of calls. I suspect they'll be favored. They were underdogs here, losing as an underdog. How many times are they going to be underdogs this year? I wouldn't suspect them many.
I think more than you might think because of the schedule where they're playing the tough games.
How many games do you expect them to be underdogs? Because I went with 6. Because I have them with 6 losses.
Okay, well that's a lot. I think from a 15-win team. Yeah, I mean lots of these road games, right? So Baltimore, Kansas City, probably Washington, Philadelphia, the Rams, maybe playing at home against Green Bay on Thanksgiving. That would be a 6th one, and then you've got at Cincinnati. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, look, there's schedule's tough. It is what it is, but there's a reason why. Yeah, I don't care if they're favored or not. It's just a Vegas thing.
My point is, they were an underdog this week. They lost. Okay, if they're a favorite this week and they win, it doesn't mean I'm going to overreact and say they're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing Dan Campbell this week with the morning show. What he has to say now that he'll have a chance to look at film and all that, and that's usually the cliche, but it matters, right? Because there were mistakes made all over the field yesterday with the offensive line, from the tackles to the guards to the center. So how does it look on film? Is it as bad? And is it one of those things that's like, that is so correctable, it's not even funny? Actually, we're going to be in good shape. Those are things I hope to hear. I don't know if we're going to hear it. I mean, maybe there's some real issues there. The Green Bay exposed. Green Bay came at this game completely prepared, and the Lions were not. Ultimately, that falls on Dan Campbell if the team wasn't ready to go. And they weren't ready to go. And they had the opportunity to go on the offensive. They won the coin toss, and they chose to defer to the second half. Okay, get the defense out there. We like that. And the defense just, they get mowed down right away. It was not a good start for the Lions. Not a good first half of play for the Lions for sure. Better in the second half with the defense, but the offense just never got clicking.
I mean, Dan Campbell's going to say positive stuff, I think, as far as everything's correct. Well, kind of like what he said yesterday after the game. But I think that the people's trust isn't necessarily with Dan Campbell or not with Dan Campbell. I think it's with the coordinators, because those are the new guys. And so people don't necessarily trust the new guys. And then you saw what happened yesterday. The only thing that's going to gain their trust back is winning convincingly against the Bears. Because, Doug, you just mentioned if they lose to the Bears, people are going to, go crazy. Yeah, they're going to go crazy because the following week is Baltimore, and you're staring 0-3 in the face, and that's when things get really dark around here. So it's like I don't like using the term must-win games at all, but if they lose against the Bears, people's heads are going to fall off.
Just real quick, do you think they will?
Do I think they'll lose against the Bears? No, I don't think they will.
Gator, do you think they're going to lose to the Bears?
I do not.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. It's Jared Goff talking about Johnny Morton's offense and the play calling. 248-539-9797. We'll talk with Jared tomorrow. And the cool thing is about Jared is he's been really good as far as answering questions that fans ask us. And there's going to be times where we don't know the answers clearly, so don't mind turning to him and asking him. So we'll see what he has to say tomorrow. Also, Dan Campbell on the morning show tomorrow. 248-539-9797.
Did you see what the Thursday night football game is this week?
I have not. What is it?
Washington at Green Bay.
Interesting.
That's a good matchup.
It is. To the last two teams that beat the Lions. Let's go to Bill in Madison Heights. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Bill.
Good afternoon.
What's up?
Yeah. Hello. There was a parallel definitely between the Michigan game and the Lions game. The Packers and Oklahoma were both jacked coming out, and they both just got jumped. Like they jumped, like Michigan got jumped, Lions got jumped. They weren't fully prepared to play. I think, losing Ragnow was a real big deal. But just, I really wanted to comment on Michigan. I a little more. Bryce. I think they're going to have to. I understand that was a really, going into Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma's got a really good team, and that guy. I don't know if that material is going to last the whole season running around like that. I mean, he was taking shots. I mean, but they couldn't tackle him for one thing.
He's really, really good. There's no question that he is really good.
Yeah,
he's the favorite to win the Heisman now. By the way, he's moved into the front runner.
Oh well, yeah, I'm not surprised. But I think they've got to let Bryce loose a little bit. I know he missed some throws, but the one thing that I have seen from him, even obviously these first two games have been, pretty unspectacular for him, but you can see the poise and leadership he has. Now, I wanted to ask specifically, I don't know if you can comment on it, Doug, that sideline incident that he had with Justice Hayes. I don't know.
That's the kind of thing that it happens in football a lot. The cameras caught it this time. It's an issue if it keeps happening. And if it's an issue, if it's something, I mean, it can be an issue if it's a bigger deal in terms of any divisiveness on the team. But
issue if there's resentment.
Yeah. But Justice after the game said, he was asked about it specifically in a post-game press conference, and he said, "I love Bryce. That's my boy." And so, again, just because he said it doesn't mean it's the case, but we'll see over the course of time. You monitor these things, but there was frustration, and it'll come out, and it does come out, and it's not the end of the world. It is if it continues to be a problem and it gets in the way. 248-539-9797. Kurt is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, guys. I would ask how you're doing, but I'm assuming miserable based on what we saw this weekend.
It is a glum day.
Solid call.
Yeah, I want to talk about two things, if you give me the time. And I want to start with Michigan. I watched 8 quarters of football this weekend. My favorite team scored 26 total points, and 7 of those were in garbage time. Doug, specifically, can you explain or maybe elaborate? I know obviously you're there in person. What the hell is going on with the play calling for Michigan? I understand he's a freshman, he's on the road, it's Oklahoma, a lot of pressure. What is the deal with the short screens and the inside zone and not really even giving him the opportunity to throw the ball down the field other than a handful of times throughout the game?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about throwing it downfield 4 or 5 times, I mean, you only get so many shots. You have to protect a quarterback, and the protection wasn't great. And for those routes to develop, you need good protection. And then there were times that he had good protection. I thought he rushed it a little bit, but I mean, you can call plays. That doesn't mean that's what you see on the field. And I've learned that over the years, that you can call deep shots and crossing patterns, the 15, 20-yard down the field crossing pattern. You can call some of these deep shots, but you don't see it because the pocket breaks down and you have to dump it off, or you get sacked, or you bail out of there.
I understand that completely. It just seemed like offensively they were becoming so predictable, and even on third and must-pass situations, it seemed like they were running inside zone in between the tackles or short dump-off screens that were designed to go to the running back. And it just seemed like after a certain point, the way the game was flowing, it didn't seem like there was going to be a lot of points that won that game. And outside of the play to start the second half, the long run, it was just repetitive, the same thing over and over again, inside zone, right up the middle.
I could almost guarantee you that it wasn't the same thing over and over again. That's just because you get to the line of scrimmage, sometimes you check out of one play and into the other. But I also give Brent Venables a ton of credit. We talked about this pregame. This was a veteran elite defensive coordinator, and where he really gives you problems is when you are in predictable situations, and he gave the Michigan offense problems. He gave the line, and he gave the young quarterback problems. So I give Oklahoma a ton of credit. I think Michigan's got a lot to work on, but play calling is part of the issue. But when you can't block, there's not a whole lot of plays you can count on. When you struggle to block, I should say.
Yeah, and when you're not playing with Marlon Klein in the game, who's your number one weapon, that's going to limit things as well.
Gator, we have some start times just announced.
Okay. Is it Michigan State game?
Nope.
Oh.
There is a Michigan State start time.
Oh, boy. What do we got?
Saturday, September 20th, Michigan State at USC will kick off at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, that's the game out west, eh?
Yeah.
That's September 20th? That's 2 weeks?
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Michigan, Nebraska, that Saturday is at 3:30. Michigan State, USC, 11 p.m.
Whatever, I should go to that game.
That'd be awesome. You should go to that
Start
game.
looking at
Here's
flights.
what's hysterical, Keg. He doesn't want to go to a 7 p.m. kickoff in East Lansing, but he will go to an 11 p.m. kickoff in L.A.
Well, it feels like, that's a whole trip out to L.A., though. That's although a short trip to L.A. does not entice me that much.
Maybe you can do the show live from USC, where they play.
At the Coliseum?
And get Sean Cody, former Lion, to break down the entire USC roster for a whole segment.
Sean Cody or Dan Owens, one of those guys, yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. Reggie Bush, maybe Reggie Bush.
That would actually be cool.
That would be fun.
That would be cool, but I'm thinking it's
About
probably
Big
more
Mike
like
Williams?
Sean Cody. It's probably going to be more like that.
We had Teddy Lehman on, who gave us a very thorough breakdown of the Oklahoma roster. Also gave us a great breakdown of Dan Campbell and his time playing with Dan Campbell.
It was, and Teddy Lehman was great.
Yep. I will tell you this, too. All weekend long, saw him after that. Great dude. Teddy Lehman is a great dude. But everybody in Oklahoma was great.
Did you have a beer with Teddy Lehman?
I did not. There was an opportunity, but it didn't come around. But I did tell him we ended up at Mooney's, and he's like, "You went to a biker bar?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it looked kind of cool. Wanted to experience a little everything." And then I told him that, and I also learned that Switzer's locker room is not a bar; it's a storage facility. 11 p.m. kick, Spartans and Trojans.
That's brutal. Because
you got this.
I'm realizing that I'm probably not going to go to that game because I would want to take several days off.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen.
You can do that. I got your back.
Huh. If I were to stay here and watch, 11 o'clock is. Wait a minute. Are you sure it's 11 o'clock? 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, really?
Well, it says Saturday 9/20, 11 p.m. ET/8 p.m. PT.
Oh my God.
This according to at Big Ten Football or at B1G Football. So.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, it does. Yeah, Michigan State tweeted out too. Oh, crap. That is so late.
I continue to be thrilled more and more that those Pac-12 teams are in the Big Ten. Absolutely thrilled.
I mean, you are 100% on that the Big Ten should have gone after Oklahoma and Texas instead of dismantling the Pac-12. They 100% should have done that.
Yep. I'm such a fan of Oklahoma now, but There's just a fit. There's more of a fit.
Dude, I'm not used to. You asked the question last week. I think it was the college football questions. Am I used to it yet that the Pac-12 teams that came to the Big Ten are now part of the Big Ten? And the answer was no then. It's still no. I'm still not used to it.
I'm typically, oh, sweet, a Big Ten team's playing a non-conference game, go B1G. I'm getting hostile towards their fact that they're even in the Big Ten.
Yeah. Not happy about this.
Well, 11 p.m. I think you should. I'm stoked that you're actually considering going.
I am considering.
I think that'd be awesome.
I'd consider it.
Yep. You give me a scouting report on the Coliseum. The campus is beautiful. It's next to a neighborhood that you don't necessarily want to wander into, but campus is beautiful. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump, last chance to get your votes in. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Carr to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is powering up the savings on EVs all month long. Lease a new 2025 Silverado EV courtesy vehicle for just $367 per month for 24 months with zero money down. $367. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Costco membership, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 30th.
Maybe.
Could be sending Gator out to the Coliseum for the 11 o'clock kick between USC and Michigan State. That game, September 20th, announced today as an 11 o'clock kick. All right, so here's an interesting quote from Alex Anzalone regarding the Detroit Lions who are questioning the coordinator hires. This is after the game yesterday. He said, this is a quote, after week one, well, whoever's saying that is not highly intelligent. This isn't a situation where anybody's panicking. It's just we're on the road, we got our asses beat, and we got to move on. So that is from Alex Anzalone. Take it for what it's worth. Aiden Hutchinson, after the game story the Birchie Kid did on our website, 971theticket.com. Here's Hutch's perspective, big picture on the Lions season. We're going to get it cooking. We're going to find a way, that's for sure. We got a good history of responding, and we got another divisional next week. So I think it's going to be good for us. There's a lot of expectation this year. Come in, lose like that, I'm sure people will be really down on us. And that's where we thrive, when everybody doesn't believe in us anymore. I'm sure everyone's going to be talking, but I think what we do really well is when the adversity hits, we put blinders on and we go. So, look, players know what's going to be said, and the players are still bought in. You know, the coordinator hires, it's fair for the jury to be out, okay? I'm not mad at anybody. And you know, had they won 56-0, I wouldn't have been preparing gold jackets for Morton and Shepard yet either. There are just days where
I would have. If you beat that team 56-0, I would have. Yeah, all about it. Yeah.
It's not your day. It wasn't their day. These seasons are long. It's still a really good roster. We can't forget that. They have some things that need to get shored up, but I have faith. If you think about what is your number one issue, and everybody's answer might be different. Mine was coming into the season, questions about the interior of the offensive line. The good news is Hank Fraley considered a good football coach, Scott?
Yes.
Okay.
Very much so.
Yep. So, you know, I'm confident that a good football coach who's proven himself over the course of time can help this group along, help make them better. Champ and Chump votes coming in. Carl at work says, Champ, Isaac Tesla for his first NFL catch being one of the most physically impressive catches I've ever seen. Chump the entire Lions offensive and defensive lines. Horrid performance from top to bottom. They better improve really fast or this could get ugly quickly. Champ, Aiden Childs for saving the weekend. Chump, Karsh and Anderson for Lions offensive greatness proclamation during training camp.
Well, I would say this, and you've pointed this out, that the first 3 weeks of last year, their point totals were 20, 16, and 20.
Through 60 minutes, yes. They got an extra touchdown the Rams game in overtime.
Okay. Well,
those were the three lowest.
I'll give it to them. I'll give them 26, 20,
well,
and 16.
Now it no longer applies.
But
those were
three
of the four.
For what I have to say, it will. They scored 26, 20, and 16 the first 3 weeks of last year. And as you mentioned, one of those had to go to overtime to get you to 26. They still ended up scoring 33 points per game. Even a 26 is well below, that's a touchdown below what their average was last year. And that was through the first 3 weeks. I don't expect that they're going to have that same type of 3 week span to start the season this season. So, yeah, if you want to say that their offense is done after 1 week, do it at your own peril. Look what happened last year, and you're still going to say that? Okay. I still think that the weapons haven't changed. They're still there. Quarterback is still good. I think the offensive line needs some tweaking, needs to figure things out. And once they do, it should be the same well-oiled machine offensively. I'm not that concerned about it. There is a concern if it's more than just, I messed up. I should have gone right. Instead, I was going for the linebacker, and instead I should have paid more attention to the defensive tackle. You know, if it's more than that, then that could be a problem. But all indications at this point don't point to that.
Let's go to Jake on a cell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Jake.
Hey, guys. I have a champ and chump for you guys.
Let's hear it.
The champ is Tesla for that amazing catch. That's going to go down as a catch of the year for sure. And the chump would be the entire Tigers pitching staff minus Scooble. They were horrible this weekend. And in regards to the Lions, like, it's the first game, guys. Relax, man. Like, things are gonna settle down. Trust the process. We lost our OC. We lost our DC. We're a new team now. We're gonna get this together. I have no worries. It's week 1. Would you rather this happen in week 8, week 9? I'd rather it happen in week 1. That way we could figure it out and work on what we need to work on. Like you said, the offensive line.
Well, there's an NFC Championship team that played for the NFC Championship that played a game like this in like week 8, week 9, back in 2023. The Lions got absolutely smoked by the Baltimore Ravens. 33. That was week 7, actually. They lost 38-6. That team went on to play for the NFC Championship. And
right.
That doesn't mean the formula is to get smoked at some point, but there's reason not to give up on the season already. That was concerning.
Oh, no.
There's no doubt that sucked, but
that loss was horrible. I mean, but like I said, it's the first game. Trust the process. I have no worries. We're still gonna win the division. I have no worries about that. It's just everyone's overreacting. Calm down. It's the first game.
Well, I had worries about them winning the division before the season started, and they certainly I don't feel better about it now. Hey, by the way, today's football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with, week 2, coming up, Lions in Chicago. Starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Champ Scooble, Chump Brad Holmes for not adding to the D-line with a close second to Dan Campbell and his "we're good." Boy, there is.
Well, it gets ramped up.
Yeah.
There's a couple things happen there. One, you had the Jamison Williams signing, and then if you're watching on the crawl on Red Zone, at least the immediate following that was Lions unable to get a deal done with Aiden Hutchinson before the season began. And then the other thing was that Zadarius Smith signed a 1-year deal to play for the Philadelphia Eagles, and it's I believe a $4.5 million deal with incentives could take it up to close to $9 million. So that's the other thing. And fans will look at the Eagles and say that's the Super Bowl champs, defending Super Bowl champs, still adding. They're not saying they're good, despite the great defense that they have. They added Zadarius Smith to it, and the Lions said the other opposite of that, we're good. So again, you go back to why did the Lions say we're good? Why did the Lions not want Zadarius Smith and the Eagles are good with it? Is it the money? I don't know if it's the money. To me, it now screams to me they just did not want Zadarius Smith on board. And I don't know the reason why, other than they've already gone through it and they don't think he's the fit.
I would say so. Albanian Martin is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Martin.
My boys, it's been a minute.
Yeah, so I just need to explain, because we haven't heard from you in a while, and we might have new listeners. Why are we calling him Albanian Martin? Because there's a Chaldean Martin that calls as well, and you guys sound very similar. So we have.
They used to think the Lions would always lose.
Yes.
And I'd always say the Lions were going to win.
Yeah, it kind of was that way. Yeah.
Yeah, and we expect you to call in last week with the prediction. We didn't get one.
I know, man. I swear, so busy at work, brother. And you still haven't came to see me, Gator. What's up with that?
I'm sorry, buddy.
It's easy, bro. Martin's Cuts. Come see your boy.
Okay.
But you know why I called you? Big prediction, my boy. I was going to say 15-1, but after losing yesterday, man, that was terrible, bro.
You can say 15-2.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say 16-1. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Now it's 15-2.
All right.
Listen to this, bro. My champ was Hutch for coming back after that injury, getting double teamed, and can't do nothing, man. Nobody else could do anything. You know what I mean? And he still tried, right?
Yeah.
And Trump, those ESPN, everybody besides Rex Ryan, man, they're on like this bandwagon of the Packers and Parsons like I've never seen in my life. When, hello, you guys have been the biggest scrubs for 2 years, 3 years. You guys couldn't win nothing. We won 8 straight divisional games. I get it. New offensive coordinator, boys, and defense. But, like, come on, man. We knew the offense the line was going to have a problem. So was the D-line. You know what I mean? They didn't do nothing to adjust, guys. You know?
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter what's happened in the past. What matters is what's going on now. And
100%.
So I see why they're impressed with. Now, as far as Parsons is concerned, I don't think Parsons had any impact on the outcome of the game.
No.
He's a useful piece, and I expect but I also still will hold on to my prediction, no matter how bad it looks today, that they might rue the day that they did what they did.
Rue.
It's for sure the first game, but, Doug, it's a division game. Yeah. You know what I mean? And if this is going to be like this the next 3-4 weeks where Goff got no time to throw and that D-line gives the other opponent's quarterback all the time in the world to throw, we're in trouble, man.
There's no question.
You know what I mean?
If they play like this again, if this is who they are,
it's not a playoff
It's terrible. But I don't think they went from being a 15-2 team to this. I mean, I just don't think it makes a ton of sense. But people are worried, understandably so. It feels like Sunday can't come around fast enough. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Last chance to get your champ and chump votes in. Do so now. FanDuel is getting you ready to kick off this season with an offer you won't want to miss out on. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if you win, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app however you want. I will make a strong recommendation that you don't try and use for a parlay or a long shot. You're betting $5 to get $300 in bonus bets. So I highly recommend you just find a heavy favorite and bet them on the money line. The heaviest favorite last week was Denver on the money line. They didn't have to cover the spread. They just had to win the game, and they did. So right there is the formula to get it done and get you $300 in bonus bets. Find a heavy favorite. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. I'm not going to read that Champ and Chump nomination from a Packer fan. No, thank you. Give 0 Fs what you think. Rob writes in, Champ, Green Bay's GM for trading for Micah Parsons. Boss move that will win them the division. Chump, Brad Holmes, that L is on him. His light is dimming. Okay, I mean, you understand the finances of what came with signing him, right? And that the Lions, what is really interesting is they signed J-Mo, and there was the report that said that they were unable to come to terms with Hutch. So obviously they were hoping to be able to use some of their available cap space on the players that they are hoping to re-sign. And look, I mean, I guess you could basically trade Parsons for Hutch and roll with them for a couple of years here, but there are other players that they're trying to sign too. And eventually we'll have to, in Branch and Laporta. You can't, it's not illogical to go out and draft good players who produce for you and then want to re-sign them. That's not illogical. You might have done it a different way, but that is not an illogical way to build a team and to try and win a Super Bowl. Draft well and re-sign your best players and populate your roster with other good, cheaper draft picks. But, you know, I mean, some people would do it differently for sure, and they express that quite loudly. Other things that happened this weekend. So it's probably about 6 years in a row I've been saying, boy, Aaron Rodgers is really going to lose some zip on his fastball. He threw 4 touchdowns yesterday.
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, I know. It sucked.
Mm-hmm.
Saw a lot of it. Watching on Red Zone. He looked good. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I was really pulling for the Jets. Thought the Jets had it, but you gave him an opportunity to win it, and he did. The Jets are trying to come back at the end. They just didn't have enough time. That's the other side of it. Justin Fields, he looked great.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for them, they ran out of time, and Aaron Glenn, which I was rooting for, Breece Hall ran for over 100 yards. He looked good. But Aaron Rodgers, damn that guy.
Long season, but that's a hell of a start for him.
Yeah, it is a hell of a start. He hit his guys in stride for the most part. There were a couple of clunkers he threw in there, but otherwise, he really did look good. And DK Metcalf with him, that's dangerous. All the speed that DK Metcalf has, that could be troublesome. But I don't know how good Pittsburgh is as a whole, as a team. But they certainly they went with the over-the-hill gang for sure. They've got a bunch of veteran players that they signed in the offseason.
Was the most surprising score of the weekend Colts 33, Dolphins 8?
That was up there, but we saw the Dolphins, and they did not look good.
No.
I think the most surprising is the Packers 27, Lions 13.
Yeah, maybe. Daniel Jones, quarterback rating, 87.6.
That's
his QBR. Sorry, his QBR.
Quarterback rating's probably well over 100.
Yeah, the guy who was going against QBR 2.7. 248-539-9797.
Who was that? Who did they play again?
Let me go look it up here. It was the Dolphins and their quarterback. Click on roster. Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, Zach Wilson got in the game. He went 5 of 8 for 32 yards.
Your guy.
Daniel Jones, by the way, his quarterback rating was 115.9 in that game.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad. Getting back and watching Red Zone, I was so happy. Just watching NFL football again, and games that matter.
And it's just getting started, right?
Yeah. And reminding myself there are players I'm curious about who's going to do what. And hey, here's Travis Hunter out there playing both ways and making plays. He's all excited and exuberant to make it happen. You've got new quarterbacks. There's Cam Ward, and Cam Ward looks good. And watching the second-year Bo Nix, he looks good. It's just the league's in good hands.
Let's see. Champ, the Lions receiver, made the phenomenal catch in the end zone.
It's Isaac Tisla.
Yeah. Chump, Brad Holmes for not getting Micah Parsons to help out Aiden and help take us to the next level. Defense wins championships from Chuck and Trent.
All right, Chuck, would you have given Micah Parsons that contract?
That's kind of what you needed to do.
And then you got to sign Hutch? You're gonna give both edge rushers $100 million?
And I disagree with defense wins championships. Defense used to win championships, but Champ Isaac Tesla, Chump Brad Holmes for letting us in so many words we as fans didn't know what we were for telling us in so many words that we as fans didn't know what we were talking about for 2 off seasons and on adding a pass rusher. It's from Terrell at work. I mean, I feel like some people are obsessed with the pass rush and not obsessed with all the winning that's taken place. Pass rush helps, okay? It does help. Their pass rush was fine last year before Hutch got hurt. And they did bring back a player they didn't have last year for the season in Davenport, who isn't hurt yet. And Hutch is just getting back up to speed. I'm not.
But it's what we're
I didn't
told.
love it. I didn't love it, okay? Let's be clear. I didn't love what happened yesterday. But there's a lot of season to be played.
The problem I had with yesterday, it's not just that they didn't get home. It's they got no pressure. I don't know how many times that Jordan Love was actually pressured on 22 pass attempts. It didn't seem like many. Like there was one drive I remember that it looked like in the second half, Lions got some pressure, but they also dialed it up a little bit, bringing some other players in. Mm-hmm. But as far as that front four, they didn't get pressure on him. Hutchinson was like a complete non-factor, as was Davenport for that matter, and it was strange because we saw in practice, and it wasn't a practice against their own guys. It was practice against the Miami Dolphins, practice against the Houston Texans, and Hutchinson was a problem in practice. He was no problem in the game on Sunday. Now, hopefully it's just one game. It's a one-off. I don't know, but that was concerning to me.
Colton Pouncey of The Athletic had the numbers this morning that said the updated numbers were the Lions only had 6 pressures, second fewest in the entire league for week 1.
It's terrible.
It's absolutely terrible.
It's terrible. Does he have how many the Packers had?
No, he does not. This was just the Lions one.
Well, how many times did Jared Goff
drop back to pass? Yeah, because it would be intriguing to talk to Jared and get his take after a day of looking at the film.
39 passes, I would say there was probably 25 pressures.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it felt like. Maybe
Felt
I'm
like
selling
a
it
lot.
short.
Felt like a lot. And look, they'll sit down, they'll look at the film. I'm intrigued at the tenor of what Jared's going to sound like, because he's usually very honest and open with us about things that are problems that are fixable, problems that are real. See how he attacks that interview, because we've gotten some good stuff out of him over the years. And Dan Campbell's been good too. Dan Campbell will be on the morning show tomorrow, so make sure you're listening to that. Champ Jake Bates, player of the game. Chump Sharon Moore for not allowing Underwood to throw the dang ball. That's from Andrew and Livonia. My champ and chump is Isaac Tesla. Chump Tony Romo for mentioning about 310 times that Micah Parsons is a Packer. We get it. He's on the Packers.
Yeah, they really play that card quite a bit. And I'd want to know where he was on the field too, as a viewer.
Yep.
But, I think they overstated the impact. I thought he was impactful in the 15 plays he was in the game or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't think it was, the second coming out there. He was as impactful as anybody else was on that team.
And look, he's not up to speed yet. This first game doesn't mean that we have the book on what he's going to be there.
If he gets healthier,
I don't think he impacted the results, because the results, it was so lopsided. I'm not sure that his presence was the reason why what happened.
Yeah, if he actually gets healthier as the season goes on, if this back thing is not a problem at all, he is a problem. He's a massive problem.
All right, Mike and Rico are on deck, Scott. What do you suspect that they will have to talk about straight ahead?
Well, I think without question they're going to talk about the big win for the United States amateur golfers in the Walker Cup.
Sweet.
With yesterday over at Cypress Point. So that was pretty great.
97-1, the ticket.
Hey, are you in need of new garage doors? Well, if you are, there's only one place to call. It's Precision Garage Door Service. I know this firsthand. Years ago, I needed new garage doors. I called Precision. They came out to my house. They walked me through the entire process, and I had a bunch of options to choose from. In the end, I picked the perfect garage doors for my house, and I couldn't be happier. In fact, for you, They might have a garage door in one of the warehouses. They actually have a bunch of garage doors, and one might fit you. You might have a garage door installed in less than 24 hours. How would that be? That would be amazing. Give them a call today. They can help you out. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit them online and schedule an appointment at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule online at precisiondoormi.com.
The Detroit News reported last week that former Piston Malik Beasley moved back into his downtown Detroit apartment. Today, the sharpshooter posted he was close to a decision on where he'll play this season. Michigan football coach Jerome Moore said that associate head coach Biff Poggi will take his place as the head coach for the next 2 games while he serves his suspension. It also sounds like safety Rod Moore will likely return this week. We also learned that the Week 4 kickoff times for college football, Michigan will play at 3:30 against Nebraska. Michigan State won't kick until 11 p.m. Eastern on the road against USC. Jonathan Smith said that Spartan starting corner Nakai Martinez is closer than he's ever been to returning from injury. The Tigers are off tonight. They'll begin a 3-game series with the Yankees tomorrow in New York. The Yankees currently on the top of the AL wildcard teams at 82-61. Monday Night Football on ESPN will wrap up the NFL Week 1 slate as the Bears and Vikings battle it out. J.J. McCarthy will make his Viking debut as the starting quarterback today. Former Niners wide receiver Kendrick Bourne is returning back to San Fran thanks to a 1-year, $5 million deal per his agent. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two o'clock on a Monday. Great to be here with you. Gorgeous afternoon. And we've got to talk Lions. There will be no gaslighting. There will be no delusion. And there will be none of this let it play out garbage. The games get played. The results count. We're going to talk about them. So let's just say it this way. Every concern any Lion fan had, either publicly or privately, everyone, including all the ones you slandered Rico and I over the last 7-8 months, went bare ass yesterday. Straight up bare ass. Interior O-line is completely new. Kind of nervous. Bare ass. Losing both coordinators might be a problem. Bare ass. Hey, that Micah Parsons guy is pretty good. Bare ass. We can go up and down the list. It all happened in one game, Rico. So, let me do the PSA now, and then you and I can be adults the rest of the day for the people in the back.
All right,
the
go.
season is not over, good people of Detroit, Michigan. No one is saying the season is over, but there are no dress rehearsals in this league. The results count. You got orbital rammed at Lambeau Field. You got bombed. That game was so over, the Packers threw a whopping 6 passes the entire second half. Why?
They didn't have to.
You couldn't beat them. You played with your food for 35 minutes. So here's how I want to do this. I want to know which of those bare-ass concerns you the most. Whether it's the coordinators, whether it's the O-line, whether it was Micah Parsons, lack of a pass rush. Oh, and let me do this. Just for the people. And then, Rico, you go wherever you want to go with this. I want to know what your biggest concern is for the pass rush people. What was that, Dan? Yeah, no, you're not good. The Lions had 2 tackles for loss, 2 QB hits, and no sacks. Juxtapose that with the Packers, the team that actually did something in the offseason. 9 TFLs, 9 QB hits, 4 sacks. You're not. Did Davenport play? Did Hutch play? Factually, he didn't register a stat. And he got dummied by Jacob Tam, not Anthony Munoz, not Orlando Pace, but also not the third-string tackle from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers or the backup tackles for Seattle, etc. I've listened to it for a year now. 7.5 sacks, 7.5 sacks, 7.5. You sound like auctioneers. Yeah. And what did we say to you? Guys, those numbers weren't real. He wasn't going to have a 35-sack year, and he wasn't going to face backup tackles all year. Well, guess what? Week 1, F-. Let's see what he does week 2. Hope it's a lot better. Go ahead.
I saw one guy on the field that was rush edge that was worth $50 million yesterday, and it wasn't him.
Micah Parsons, bad person podcast penis.
He's a bad back, and he's
overrated.
A bad teammate.
Can't stop the run either.
He's only been in Green Bay for 8 days. He's not going to do anything.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Parsons played a whopping, 25 snaps? He had 4 explosions. 1, he beat Sewell like a drum inside, forced Goff to throw it quick, incomplete punt. That's an explosive. He forced an interception by, beating Penei Sewell again.
Right.
He also a sack after dummying half your offensive line, and he blew up a run play for a 4-yard loss by, wait for it, setting an edge?
Hold on. Let me give you play number 5. He forced the Lions on a 3rd down in the red zone to kick a field goal because he simply lined up over the center.
Yep.
And Jared Goff lost his mind and changed the play right there. It was like, nope, not going to happen today. You're not killing me.
So what is your biggest concern of all the red flags we brought up all offseason? Which is the one that concerns you the most moving forward?
Mike, is the same thing that I was trying to tell people at the pregame show yesterday. It's the interior of the offensive line. I'm sorry, you just don't plug and play.
Wait, you don't?
No, you don't. Oh. And Glasgow is center, and 2 pretty much mahogany, and the draft pick like
Tate Ratledge.
Tate Ratledge. I'm sorry, not enough experience going up against good teams. And what you're going to do, they're going to rush the middle. They're going to force Goff out of his comfort zone. And you're not going to be able to run the ball up the middle like you think you can. So everything that was Lions football, all went away. So you can't control the clock. I mean, It was like they were trying to be their old team, and they couldn't. They couldn't establish the run. Goff had to throw the ball way too many times. He didn't look comfortable. In Green Bay, just kind of this looked like how those inter-squad scrimmages looked when the Lions played the Dolphins. And everybody was like, oh, my God, they're dominating the Dolphins. The Packers dominated you yesterday. They didn't break a sweat.
Here's a power stat to back Rico up. Your running backs on 22 carries were hit behind the line of scrimmage 16 times. I already gave you the pressure statistics. And for anybody who calls up saying, well, we need to use more play action. If you can't run the ball, play action doesn't matter. This is the part I hate. I have to agree with Rico, so it's not a differing opinion, not an argument. I just can't offer a differing opinion that as much as I'm concerned about both coordinators, third down calls by Kelvin Shepard were awful. Why are we dropping Marcus Davenport in coverage? He's almost 300 pounds. John Morton, I don't have this final stat, but I can tell you pre-snap motion looked reduced by as much as 75%. As much as the pass rush bothers me, or lack thereof, Rico's right, is that the superpower of this team was the interior of this O-line. So awesome that you went into a season with like $40 million in cap space and let Kevin Zeitler go to the Titans for no reason. And hey, let's throw $83 million at a guy with 83 career catches. Good. Glad you got all that done. Yeah. Because the O-line looked like a dirty diaper. Glasgow was your worst O-lineman last year. Newsflash, new position, same awful. Mahogany got bodied. Ratledge got bodied. And guess what? The tape's out. Right. Teams are now going to use this against you. And there will be plenty of opponents not good enough to exploit it. But my God, that O-line, if your run game is not there, Goff goes from being the best QB in the league when not pressured to 28th when he is, Rico.
Okay, but Mike, tell me when you're going to get to those teams where you're not going to get pressured like that. Because even when you play Cleveland, heard they got somebody who's pretty good on their defensive line as well. So
did you see he almost had 3 straight sacks yesterday? First down sack, second down sack. He missed 3 straight sacks by like a millimeter on Burrow.
So it's one of those, you better hope that the Bears just aren't good, because other than that, you got to play a Browns defense and you're going to have an angry Ravens team in a few weeks.
And look, from the coordinator standpoint, John Morton, here's a fun note. I'll just throw it out there. Ben Johnson was your OC 55 games. Okay? How many times was a Ben Johnson-led offense held to 3 points or less in a first half? Once. John Morton's been your OC for 1 game. He's now tied. 1. Obviously, I'm not writing the book. But if I had to hear from one more delusional bathwater drinker, it's Dan Campbell's offense. He knows it. Did that look like your offense last year? Yeah. Pre-snap motion, play design, verticality. Did any of it look the way it should look?
Well, let me say this, Mike. And then we were promised, just wait, we're going to play both running backs at the same time. Why? You're going to get them both killed? Because you can't block for 1, let alone 2.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about all of it. And I'm not doing any of this eye roll crap. I'm not knocking you for overreacting. I'm not telling you the season's over. No, the season will be over if you lose next week. Because Baltimore on Monday night in 2 weeks, don't even fly the plane. Not if Baltimore's going to play the way. Last night, Baltimore and the Bills had the AFC title game. You're not at that level. Right. It would have to be a complete 180 for you to step on that field as anything other than a peanut vendor.
Right. Derrick Henry, still running. Fumbled, but still running for touchdowns.
I want to know which of these preseason, off-season worries now in real time worries you the most.
Let me add something to the menu.
Oh.
248-539-9797. Or if you don't see a problem and you're not worried at all, I would love to hear from you as well. No.
Wouldn't.
I want to hear from you as well, because if you don't have a problem, if you don't see a problem, if you think we're overreacting, by all means, I'll take your phone call. Mike will leave the studio.
Can I get a phone call from somebody who still thinks Micah Parsons is garbage? Can I do that?
Hold on. Let me dial up. Hey, I saw your show last night. Oh, by the way, great show last night.
Thank you.
You and
Yeah, we had
Cookie.
fun. We had
Good
fun
job.
doing it, buddy.
Micah Parsons, he's a bad teammate, and we got Sewell, so that's going to nullify Parsons.
Yeah. Sewell's going to burn that tape because Parsons isn't even physically fit yet.
I saw one it's a different topic for a different day, but I just can't wait till we pay Hutch. Why? Why are we paying him $50 million?
Well, I told you, he's got to earn his keep. I'm actually glad they didn't get a deal done. Go earn it. Go play. Be motivated. 0 for 1. You got 17 more cracks at it, but that was not a good performance by anybody. And by the way, no, we're not good. 4 of your top 5 guys in pressures last year didn't line up yesterday. One of them being Pascal, another being on Onwuzurike, another being Zadarius Smith. Guys, your team thumbed their nose at the fan base all offseason. Outright vilified people like us for being concerned. How about Brad Holmes with this remark? And then I'll let you go to business. Oh, it's almost like the fan base is mad that we have Aiden Hutchinson. That comment combined with the we're good we have Davenport, if it doesn't turn, that's going to be on their gravestone because they were insane remarks. Mm-hmm. Brad's interview on this station was insane. Is it like this in other markets? No, Brad, it's much worse.
Bruh, especially when you see what allegedly the Eagles offer for Parsons.
I know.
And you're saying we're good.
No. I'm not allowed to say I like Howie Roseman. I can't wait to get that unhinged phone call. Actually, this is quite analogous. Okay. Have a good day. All I know is they got the guy. They got the guy. And that guy in limited snaps destroyed you.
Yeah, and he'll be back on Thanksgiving. All right, here we go. Yeah, change is always happening. Hey, it's a part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed just like that. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, yes, we are all good. There's only one thing that remains the same, and it is the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. That means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for the price that stays exactly the same. Surprise? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, everybody. Let me just tell you about Northville Lumber. It's real simple. Northville is the Trex Superstore. They are the leader. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting all the time and have the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a deck builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you are good. It'll be in stock. You go to the showroom. You don't have to ask. Yes, it's in stock. Buy it, build it, go where the pros go. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay, before we get to absolutely packed phone lines, if you're just joining the show, it's simple. Every concern this show had all offseason laid bare ass yesterday. So which one concerns you the most? The interior of the O-line? Replacing both coordinators? Micah Parsons, your inability to go get a pass rusher or outright refusal, depending on your perspective, gave you some power stats. Which one concerns you the most long-term? Unfortunately, Rico and I agree. Beyond anything schematically, beyond the pass rush, beyond Micah Parsons or otherwise, the interior of that O-line was so bad. It was so egregiously bad. You couldn't run it. You couldn't protect. And if you can't do those things, Jared Goff will not function. Goff under pressure is one of the worst QBs in the league. Goff, when he's not going to have a run game and can't play action and you get into just absolute drop back, that's the antithesis of what Ben Johnson provided, keeping him out of those situations. So I'm going to agree with Rico on that. Mahogany, Glasgow, Ratledge, F's across the board, and I didn't think Sewell had a great day either. Sorry, I know he's everyone's hero. David, what do you have on Ticket Text early? And then we'll go right to the phones.
My biggest concern is the pass rush. But on another note, I love the football show, Mike. I watched it this morning. Phenomenal.
Oh, thank
Ryan
you.
at work.
Thank you, Ryan.
My concern is both the offense and defensive coordinator positions. The Lions didn't even participate in the game yesterday. They were outplayed in every phase of the game by the Packers.
You know,
Rob.
it is interesting, and I don't know, Rico, your take on this, but Kelvin Shepard, you know, at least AG was good at disguising some things. It felt very static yesterday. We're going to play man. And, yeah, here you go. Go ahead and hike it on 3. Like, it just felt very static.
It felt like one of those open practices, but that's why I kept telling people it's not the same because you can blow the whistle, stop the play, and run it over again. You can't do that in Green Bay. You can't do that in actual
Your
games.
best chances to now, do it in week 2. Yeah. Like, you can fix some of – I don't think any team in football can fix everything that's wrong with them. That's not how it works. But can you fix some of these things? I have to afford them time to do so. But if you think we're going to come on the air after they lose 27-6, I don't care about Tesla's touchdown. They got dummied. And every concern was highlighted. Guys, we have to talk in reality,
and
okay?
the bad part about this was it was how you lost. You were never in this game. And it's back-to-back games that you really felt like you were never in, going back to the Washington Commanders game. You were playing catch-up the whole – Green Bay just kind of took a knee for the second half.
They threw 6 passes.
And said, you know what, we're good. We don't have to do anything else.
See, you did it again.
We don't have to do anything else. Let's power it down, and let's get ready for week 2 because they got a Thursday night game. So they went into power-saving mode at halftime.
Yeah. Look, I can't offer a big opinion about next Sunday's game because I need to watch tonight's game. You know, if Caleb lights up the Vikings like he did late last season and Ben Johnson's offense looks like Ben Johnson's offense, you're going to have a dogfight on your hands. I'm not ready to go there until I watch tonight. But, yeah, your season's on the line next week. I don't want to hear from any of these mouth breathers. If you're 0-2, your season's over. Okay? Just live in reality with us, especially with Baltimore on Monday night in 2 weeks. So you want a season, you best win. You can't go 0-2, guys. David, what do people have to say? And then we'll get the calls.
Most concerning is Jared Goff. The guy needs a great running game and blocking or he's lost. Defense settled down, but Jared was terrible. TJ from Scranton.
Again, 9 QB hits, 4 sacks, 9 TFLs, no running game. Guys, you can't just lay it all at the quarterback's feet now.
No, but that's just it. His game manager, Green Bay made him uncomfortable. Why? Your line wasn't that good. That's not the same offensive line from last year.
No.
That's what I wanted to stress to people. Like, oh, it's plug and play, and we could just keep this thing rolling. Like, I'm very concerned about that because if you make Goff mobile, you make him have to think on the fly, it's going to be a lot of mistakes or it's going to be a lot of pressure.
It's the same as if you try to turn Lamar into a strict pocket passer.
Yes.
You can't take someone and be like, hey, be somebody else. Yeah. David.
Can't turn a mule into a racehorse.
Season is not over yet, but if that same team comes out next week, you lose. And then we aren't beating Baltimore, so you start 0-3. So basically, season's over in September. Gentlemen, are all the Brad bots finally going to admit that he dropped the ball this offseason without adding a pass rusher?
No. They won't dare call this show. Not when there's other far more friendlier shows the rest of the day. They'll migrate there.
I'm asking them to call this show because I want to hear from them.
No, because again, they'll wait until something goes right and then think they're going to peacock. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. We take each game as its own thing. The season's not over, but that was a disgusting week 1. That was a horrendous loss. Now, again, if you hold serve against the Pack in a vacuum and you win on Thanksgiving Day, you nullify this. Mm-hmm. But if that's remotely the product, here's the thing. Of all, and I watched everything, Lord knows, yesterday. The 4 worst teams I saw were the New York Football Giants, the Carolina Panthers, the Miami Dolphins, and you.
Yes.
And you.
Yes. And
that's a problem.
You want to know why that was a problem? Because you lost in the worst possible way. Nobody got injured, so you can't say, oh, we lost this guy. He's going to be out for 5 weeks. These were all your starters out there. And you got bullied. You just got flat out beat on every aspect of the game.
The game was so bad, I can't even get to the JMO extension. That's how bad it is. Let's go to the people. DJ's going to bat leadoff today. DJ, what's going on, buddy?
What up, though, fellas? Y'all all right?
Yeah. Did you flip the opening coin yesterday?
No, I didn't, but I enjoyed Lambeau, though, man. It gave me the same vibes as the Kentucky Derby, man. It's like right in the middle of the hood of Green Bay. Like,
it's a cool stadium. It is.
Yeah, you had to pay $80 to park on people's grass and everything, but it's a really cool stadium, a really cool environment. So, to get to your question, man, by far the most concerning thing is the interior offensive line for all the reasons that you named. The pass rush, I'll be the first caller to call in and say officially, that ain't no concern of mine because Brad Holmes at this point is being stubborn with the I'm going to do it my way because I know more than you guys do with my own guys. That's what I'm getting now. It ain't business no more. It's personal. He really is just like, oh, I hear you guys. I know we need a pass rusher, but I got a different way. So I'm off that horse. The reality of it is losing an all-pro center, a Pro Bowl Kevin Zeitler, you can't do anything. You can't run the ball. You can't pass the ball. I don't want to hear about the coordinators, man. Mike, you know this. You've been watching sports a long time, man. You need the horses, right? You need the horses. What was Popovich's record without Tim Duncan? What was Belichick's record without Tom Brady? Without Zeitler and Ragnar, I don't give a dang on who the coordinator is. The offense is going to suck, and if the offense sucks, that makes Jared Goff look bad. We're not going to win.
I'm with you. You know, I said it to Rico before the show. It just didn't make sense to me is you had all this cap space and you let Zeitler, who basically operates on a 1-year deal at a time, you let him leave for the Titans? If I went to Kevin Zeitler and said, you can play for a Super Bowl or you can babysit the number 1 overall pick and go 3-14, I'll never understand how Zeitler got out the door and they didn't replace him with a veteran.
Right.
It doesn't make sense. Nope. It didn't make sense then. It doesn't make sense now.
Not like you don't have the money.
And you could still draft Ratledge. Let me be clear.
Right.
You could still allocate draft capital. But how you're in a Super Bowl window. The Ragnow thing, remember, and DJ, I know you listen every day. How many fans called in? Well, Frank wasn't that good last year. You know what? I'll take Frank's right foot over Graham Glasgow's entire body.
Today.
60% of
right
Frank
now
is still better than 100%.
I mean, come on.
So here's the thing too, Mike, man. So like for the callers going to call in and say, well, the coordinators. Last time I checked, the Eagles lost both their coordinators last year and won the Super Bowl. I am as I get older, I'm more and more. The players make coaches, man. You got to have them horses, man.
Yeah, but hold on.
You could be the best. You could be the best driver in the world, Mike. But if you driving an Escort and I'm driving a Ferrari, I'm gonna beat you every time.
Yeah,
That's just the
they
reality.
replaced their coordinators, and look, they had to fire the first set of coordinators to then find good coordinator. Remember, DJ, 2 years ago, the Eagles zapped out, collapsed. And we were talking about Sirianni losing his job. Now, they replaced them. They had to spin the coordinator wheel again.
Right. They had Patricia running the offense.
They had Patricia run the defense.
Defense, yeah.
So, no. Now, they eventually got it right. And do I trust Dan Campbell to eventually get it right? He may have it right. But we have to operate in real time. There ain't no team payroll between 2 and 6. The results matter. There are no dress rehearsals. CMU's not on that schedule next week. It's another group of grown-ass men who get paid well to play this sport, and their job is to end you. Now, if the Bears are capable or not, let me see what tonight looks like.
Put it this way, this was the problem. This is why I said that last week about the whole psyche thing, because
you're a hater.
No. They're going to have a very motivated head coach coming into Ford Field.
Let's see what tonight looks like. His motivations might be null and void. We'll see. September, Truck Month, Moran Chevrolet. Perfect time to elevate your tailgating game at Moran. Number one selling Chevy dealer and best game day start. The 26 Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. Lease one at Moran right now. $349 a month, 24 months. Or the 26 Equinox LT, $279 a month, 36 months. Guys, they got the best deals in town, MoranExpress.com, or you can stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. That's Dan Campbell after the game. And again, you can right the ship real quick. You got to win next week. But you could talk about being disgusted with what the team looked like. And make no mistake, you went from being arguably the greatest offense in the league, the greatest, one of the best we've seen in 25 years, to something that looked like Tecmo Bowl yesterday. And before you start crying about John Morton and screaming and yelling about it, you can't run deep crosses if you don't have elite pass protection. That is the longest developing route in the league. Well, what about good, hard play action? If you can't run the ball, it doesn't matter. And by the way, you couldn't even pass pro your play actions. So just remember. Then we get to the pre-snap candy, the scheme, the way to attack. None of that was there. But again, all offseason I was made fun of because, it's Dan's offense. John Morton, he's going to be seamless. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, Ben Johnson's Ray Liotta at the end of Hannibal. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, remember, he had a foot out the door. He didn't really care.
It kills me.
That's not how it works.
They can fix it. It's going to take time, but they don't have time. And of all the things that were laid bare yesterday, I'm with you. The interior of that O-line. Throw the O-line at large in. You could spotlight plays where Taylor Decker, I thought, really struggled against Rashawn Gary, and Penei Sewell did not do his job against a limited Micah Parsons. Mm-hmm. Forget about the rest. The interior three were an abject disaster. Go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I did call in about the interior O-line, and I had 2 points. One was I had a question because I kind of got into it with Stoney a little bit last night on the postgame in Hammond. But, is there anything that makes you think the interior O-line is going to get better? Is there any encouraging thing about it? Because what I keep hearing is, it just takes time. It just takes time. And my counterpoint to that was, it's not a quarterback and a receiver getting together. They've had time all training camp, right? So are they just overmatched? I don't want to hear it'll just take time and they'll be better, right?
Well,
they might just be overmatched.
They might be, because if we step back from it, your worst offensive lineman is now your center. Okay, well, you didn't get better there. You're replacing at minimum a good center, and at maximum, certain weeks, Frank was an all-pro. You are replacing a Pro Bowl guard with a rookie, and then you are replacing your worst offensive lineman with an unproven. I know Mahogany played 2 games and looked good, but he's a 6th-round pick.
Yeah. Don't even get me started on that.
I know. So, no, Justin, I don't think you're wrong in saying, wait, we may have replaced filet with ground beef. It's not the same thing. I mean, both can be tasty, but it's not the same.
Not tofu?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
And it came out, and the second thing I wanted to say was just, and I don't think it's been brought up, and I'm not trying to bring up the coordinators or whatever, but so Dan Campbell hired, I think it's Dan Campbell's hire when he hires the coordinators. I'm not going to put this on Brad Holmes, but so he hired John Morton, who was with us in 2022, right? And then he hired Calvin Shepard, who was just, the next of Aaron Glenn. So I question, did Dan Campbell not look outside? Why didn't he hire not Vic Fangio specifically, but a Vic Fangio type, not a Vic Martindale, but a specific, a veteran coordinator?
There are
Why
two
did
answers.
he go with these rookie people?
There are 2 answers, in my opinion. Rico, feel free to hit the whammy button if I'm off base
All
on
right.
this. One, part of what we discussed is you lost a lot of coaches. But 2, ready? This mindset. They like their own people. And I'm not going to put it totally on the Lions because that is symptomatic of the NFL. But no, they didn't get the best people for the job. They got people they were familiar with. Now, that happens in sports a lot. Again, it's not an attack on the Lions. Rico, I don't feel like they did some grandiose search. These felt like hires of convenience.
No, I mean, Mike, I can't hit the button on you because they showed that they want to keep their players around because they believe in their players. They believe in their staff. They believe in everything that's inside of the walls of Allen Park. You don't like outsiders. You want to keep it as is and keep that band together.
The problem is this. Look at the defense specifically. If I tell you I got a team in a Super Bowl window, is it best practice for me to simply promote a 37-year-old who's never coordinated anything?
No.
That's the issue. And I stressed it all off season is that Kelvin Shepard and John Morton may become really good coordinators. It's possible, but it's about now and how much time it takes. It's a really hard thing to do, and I worried the downgrade from Ben Johnson, the downgrade from AG, it looked very real yesterday.
To me, this is when you want to go out and you want to get one of the fired head coaches who was a old defensive coordinator, because as we all know, sometimes great coordinator, bad head coach.
Josh McDaniel.
Yeah, I would have went out, Robert Saleh. I would have went out and tried to get the best guy that I could, knowing he doesn't want to be here. He doesn't want my job. He wants to be back as a head coach. Right. So he's going to come hit the ground running and turn this thing around, bring in some new blitz packages and do whatever he has to do, and then he's gone in 2-3 years.
They can still be good, but that was concerning yesterday, and I don't think that's a crazy take.
No, because I think Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn worked because there was no window. When they got hired, this team was sitting at the bottom of the ocean, so they could take their time with them. And then all of a sudden they got good, and you wanted to go back to that, and it's like, that's not how you do things.
Let's go to Sal, 97.1. Sally, what's going on, buddy?
Guys, how are you?
Good.
I'm just frustrated with the loss. Totally expected to lose, but just the way you lost the game. I want to talk about the assistants a little bit, and you guys took some of my heat. They love their own guys. You didn't interview anybody outside what you had in the building with somebody that you knew like more. And you have to bring other people and hear other ideas out there. My frustration with the coordinators yesterday, how do you not get home on one blitz, on one thing? Jordan Love, 4 yards. That's all he had to move all game. He's sitting in the pocket. He did not have to move at all. And for Morton, listen, the run in the middle is not working with 3 interior linemen. But what about something outside? Run behind your tackles. You guys watched the Ravens last night. They were pulling their tackles left and right.
Yeah, but hold
and
on.
making plays happen.
Hold on. Let's first of all, you bring up a good point, Sal. They didn't do much, if any, pulling guards. They did nothing yesterday in that realm. But the problem is, last year, you could call us up and you could comp out that O-line to Baltimore. And Rico and I would nod and go, yeah, it's an interesting point. This year, you don't get to do that. Because, again, your line is mincemeat, their line is filet. It's not the same line. You've lost your superpower. How much of it you can get back, to me, and I think you, Rico, that'll be whether they get somewhere this year or not.
Yeah.
But you can't comp to Baltimore anymore, Sal. You can't do it.
No, we can't. No, we can't. But the frustrating part, they had all these guys at practices. All we heard all off season, Hutch rule. We got to stop the play so we can get the play through. Where's Hutch yesterday? If they couldn't block Hutch, then what makes you they can block anyone else?
Well, Sal, here's a funny thing, and I get this a lot too when you hear like the spring games and for colleges. A lot of times when you're going up against, if it's an elite offensive line going up against an elite defensive line, yes, it works. But if it's a mediocre offensive line and a mediocre defense, they're going to make each other look a lot better than what they really are. Why? Because neither side is that good.
What percentage of reps was Hutch repping against Sewell? Come on, man.
Right.
You know the reality there. And again, how long have I tried to tell these people you can't value preseason? I mean, people were literally having babies in their pants over a joint practice with the Dolphins. Hey, question. How's that look now that the Dolphins look like the worst team in football? Oh, my God. Hutchinson just killed a man. It was a peanut vendor.
Because the same people went silent, radio silent, when it was with the Texans the very next week, and it was, oh.
And again, It's one game, and it's Hutch's first game off of missing a year. I'm making a point. You people do the same thing with Bryce Underwood that you do with the Lion. You have to actually start to be a free thinker because you're just going to keep getting fed hype. Brother. Media right now are nothing more than social media influencers at this point. They don't even report truth. They just want you to like them or thumbs up them or heart them or whatever.
You've earned that one because, I remember, hey, guys, it's going to take Hutch a little bit of time. If the Lions are smart. If the Lions are smart,
you're
would wait
a Niners
to
slut.
see, right, you would wait to see what happens. Instead, oh, no, he could have played in the Super Bowl. No, he wasn't. He was never going to play.
You're a
this long.
vagrant.
Right.
And it's like, no, just give Hutch a little time. It's the same thing with Bryce Underwood. Just give him a little time. Oh, what do you mean? He went to Oklahoma and sucked? Oh, Michigan game planned like he's not ready? He's not.
Well, he only threw 8 completed passes because I really don't count the 9th one.
It's not even on him. Right. He's just not ready. Give the kid some time. Oh, but the media told me he had a golden penis. Well, it's your fault for believing it. If you believed both coordinators would be seamless, if you believed rebuilding an interior of all pros and Pro Bowlers would be seamless, if you believed Micah Parsons was some wheelchair-ridden has-been, then it's on you.
Wait.
It's on you if you believe that.
And if you also believe that Jordan Love is a washed-up quarterback.
Trash.
And he can't do anything. Oh, okay.
That's my point, is just think. It's okay to think. It's okay to go, I love my team, and we're good. But, man, I got a few concerns here.
But remember, Love sucked last year. He was hurt the entire year.
Stop it with facts. FanDuel, getting you ready for football. Bet 5, get 300 in bonus bets if you win. You pick a bet, $5, and if it wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use across the app. Build parlays, player props, live lines, whatever the hell you guys like. NFL's here. The only question is, are you ready to play? It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, quick timeout from the phone lines. We got to play Can We Say That? David, music, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. Can we say that?
All right. Let's start off in the college ranks.
Okay.
Can we say that the University of South Florida is the best team in the state of Florida?
No. You can say they're the best of the poverty group of 5 or whatever it is. You can say that they're a trendy playoff selection. I'm fine with all of those things. You can't say that they're better than Miami, and I think what's about to happen is Miami's going to break their foot off in their ass. So, no, I can't go there.
Yeah, let's see what happens Saturday. If they beat them or play well, but no, you can't say it yet.
See, this is why I hate preseason rankings, but according to the rankings, they got the best 2 wins.
I understand that.
So,
I just,
all right. Can we say, let's stay there, that Billy Napier is back on the hot seat?
I think it's worse than that. I mean, their schedule is already brutal. Look at their next 4 games. I don't know where you find a win in there. The winning streak saved his job last year. All of his goodwill, all of the momentum, it's gone. You let a community college walk into the swamp and beat you. Not 38-35 in a thriller, 18-16, where your offense, and you're an offensive guru, and I'm a gambler, like he's out here like, I'm going for it before the 18-16. No, Rico, I think he's dead. I think it's done.
See, Mike, preseason, you already talked about what their schedule looks like with LSU and Miami and Texas A&M and Texas.
Yeah.
And then they finish off with Ole Miss, Tennessee,
That was
Florida
their
State.
second easiest game outside of Long Island University.
Correct. So with that already there, I'm sorry, I think he's gone.
Can we say that John Mateer will have a seat in New York for the Heisman ceremony? Not win it, but he will be there.
No, because Oklahoma should have won that game 38-3. But they were sloppy. They're not that good. It's just Mateer is a really good football player, but I don't think a 4-loss Oklahoma team is going to get a kid in New York. Should he be? Yes, because the whole thing's on his back. Will he be? No.
Well, I'm going to do my best John Jansen here. Well, he can go out next week and break his leg.
Oh, I thought it would be you going silent.
Oh, no.
Wait,
No.
what?
He talks about injuries all the time. Like, of course, taking injuries out.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to have a good enough season to have the Heisman or be in New York.
Speaking about being in New York.
Yes.
Can you, Michael, promise me you'll be open-minded about this next one? Can you promise me?
Yes.
Dante Moore, Oregon quarterback.
Heisman Trophy candidate. He did what, he had a showcase game on national TV. They didn't just beat Oklahoma State. They beat them 100-3. He threw 2 absolute dimes 50 yards down the field. I know it's Oregon. I know it's a QB machine. It's a good system, and Will Stein is a beast of a play caller. But, yeah, right now he has to be one of the 5 or 6 names you bring up, and he'll get his moment against Penn State. So, yes, open-minded.
Wow.
Also, by the way, it's year 3 for Dante. That's what it takes, guys. You don't just fall out of your mom's womb and start as a freshman and dominate everybody.
You mean a guy who can suck his first year and throw more pick sixes than touchdowns?
Yep.
Can get better.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to go to the other side. Mike Gundy, shut your mouth. Wow. Stop talking in the media, and
David,
that won't happen to you.
David, he's gone. Yeah. He's gone. And it's sad because I think much like Virginia Tech, those are 2 programs that are never to recover. Who knows? Michigan State might be in that pile.
Well,
like you just have these good programs that are brand names that matter that kind of don't matter now. But Gundy's done. They've got to let him go.
All right, one more. Speaking of Michigan State, did we see a coming out party for Aiden Childs?
I'm okay saying that. I mean, my concerns have nothing to do with him. It's everything to do with we have 4 Kenny Cotts on the D-line. But for Aiden, yeah, the play action game was great. Deep ball accuracy was very good. Made good decisions, improvised, ran when it was available. I'm okay saying it. And Rico, they're going to need him because defensively, I can't. I don't even know if we have 4 Division I pass rushers. It was unbelievable.
Okay, you know what? Hold, David, real quick. I'm gonna let some people behind the curtain. So Mike calls me Sunday morning like he normally does. He's like, "Hey, I want to see how you were doing. I know it was a late night game for you." And I'm like, "Yeah, you know what, Mike? It was the defense. I just wish they would have blitzed more because, Longenham or whatever, Loggeman could just do whatever he wanted to. And Mike was like, well, it's funny you say that. They actually did blitz. It was just useless. I was like, really? Because, when you're at the game, you don't see it the way you see it on TV. So
you got to rewatch some things. Yeah.
David, I'm livid all night. And I'm glad. I guess I didn't even ask Jonathan Smith that question because I was like, did you ever think about blitzing maybe once?
Oh, they tried.
And Mike was like, oh, they actually tried. They would bring 5 or 6 people. It was just so ineffective.
You ever see when they do the crash test dummy stuff in the automotive companies and they send the car flying against a brick wall? That's actually state second level attempting to blitz.
Yeah, so I got you. You got a couple for me?
Yeah, one of them can we say that Oklahoma State and VTech are officially dead and never to return?
Yes. Oklahoma State especially. I think the Gundy era is over, and you're going to have to do a major overhaul. And I don't know how accepting the alumni and the fan base will be because he's a favorite because he used to win back in the day.
It's over.
Kind of reminded me like at D'Antonio, the later years, where all you remember are the good years. It's like, but guys, we suck right now.
And for VTech, understand why I brought it up. You lose the opener to South Carolina. You come home under the lights at Lane Stadium, enter Sandman and Diego Pavia orbital rams you 45-20.
Yeah.
You didn't score in the second half. Yeah. Brent Pry's done. The last one. Can we say your adoration, lust, love, and belief in Justin Fields was all worth it because, damn, he looked good yesterday? Come on. Where's your belief that this is the year that Justin Fields gets it right?
Michael, I can say that, yes, it's going to be a great year for him because for the first time ever, he has a real offensive coordinator, and he doesn't have to look over his shoulders. If anything happens, he throws a pick, go out there, fix it. Get us back into the game instead of seeing Russell Wilson on the sideline warming up. He doesn't have any of that. I think Aaron Glenn believes in him. The team believes in him. And I'm watching him saying, yeah, that's the quarter.
What was that?
That was Kenny Side from Friday.
Can we hear that one more time? Can I have that on the drop board immediately, please? All right, here's the last one for you.
Okay.
Can we say Michigan has no choice? They've got to just throw Underwood into the fire. That the game plan they used Saturday night, if he's that ill prepared to play, and if you need to protect him to that level, you're effed. Does the kid have the makeup you could throw him into the fire? They've just got to say, you know what? First down is a passing down. We are going to let him run. Can we say that? Or is that an overreact Jim from the morning show?
Oh, no, you can't say that. Now, it makes sense, and we may talk about this later on in the week, but no, you absolutely can't, Mike, because if that kid gets hurt, you have nobody else in the quarterback room. I don't think you have any healthy bodies, and you're going to go back to the days of Alex Orgy and that passing game. So, no, he can't take off and run because I know a lot of Michigan fans are, you got to unleash the offense with this kid. No, you can't. So I would say, no, you're not even listening. You have to bring him along at this pace. I think they're doing him a service.
Underwood back to pass, and it's 4th down.
It's got to stop.
You know what? David.
It's Christmas in September.
I got more of these. We'll do part 2 of Can We Say That?
My reaction?
Why'd you put that on this board? Put him versus Jeremy.
Hold on. Let's see here. It's like playing the drums.
Right.
It's like the July drop tournaments here. All right.
More Can We Say That
yes.
later. 97.1.
Lions coach Dan Campbell spoke to the media today after their loss to the Packers. He mentioned that offensive tackle DeMarco Jones is out for the season with an ankle injury. He doesn't think that Terrion Arnold's injury is serious, however. He doesn't know if he'll be ready this week, though. As far as the struggles blocking yesterday, Campbell also said they wanted Isaac Tesla to have a bigger role, but his illness impacted what they were able to do. They're going to give him more reps going forward. Sharon Moore announced that associate head coach Biff Poggi would serve as the acting head coach from Michigan against the Chippewas and Nebraska the next few weeks. There's a high probability that safety Rod Moore will also return. MSU boss Jonathan Smith said today that safety Kai Martinez is closer than he's ever been to returning from injury himself. He also mentioned they sustained some bumps and bruises against Boston College, but no long-term ailments. The Tigers are off today. They'll start a series against the Yankees on the road tomorrow. New York has been playing better, taking the last two series against two playoff teams, Houston and Toronto. The Bears and Vikings complete the Week 1 NFL slate tonight at 8:15 on Monday Night Football. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
This Kenny drop is taken over. All right. 3 o'clock, you're just joining us. Great to have you with us. We've asked this question, and I think we've done it in the most effective way, which is simple. Of all of the red flags that the Lions had this offseason, they all unearthed themselves yesterday. Which one concerns you the most? Whether it is didn't address the pass rush, interior of the O-line being rebuilt, 2 new coordinators. Look, I leave it to you. The one thing I've said is we can both be realistic about this team and talk about the results. That's what sports is. There are no dress rehearsals. CMU's not on the schedule next week. They showed their ass in Green Bay. They got garbage canned, and it was awful. Does it mean the season's over? No. Does it mean I'm changing from thinking, hey, they're probably a 10-11 win team? Not yet. I'm not changing. The point I'm making is there were so many delusional people this offseason, most of which would roll in, yell at us. Okay, well, everything we talked about, it all went wrong on the same day. Nightmare fuel. Which of them is the biggest concern? For Rico and I happen to agree with Rico. I'm sorry, I can't fight with him. It's the interior of that O-line. The Mahogany, Glasgow, Ratledge debut was a dumpster fire. Your running backs were hit behind the line of scrimmage, 16 of 22 carries. You gave up 9 quarterback hits. 9 quarterback hits, 4 sacks. Yeah. And by the way, Penei Sewell was responsible for, I think, 2 of the sacks. So, again, you can be concerned about whatever you like. No one is saying the season's over. No one is saying they can't get it right. But it's pretty concerning that everything that you're haters, you're negative. No, we're realists. If you want to live in propaganda, move to North Korea. Heard it's lovely this time of year. Rico, go ahead. Shout out Kenny.
No, and like I said, I think the biggest one was the stat that you found of your running backs getting hit behind the line 16 times. That's
suboptimal.
The strength of this team was the ability to run the ball, because once you were able to establish the run, play action, that's where Laporta, that's where you can play action and throw the ball deep to J-Mo and do a lot of things. Once you took away that, you said, Goff, go out there and beat Green Bay. That's not his game. And if that's what you have to rely on all season long, it's going to be a very long season. It's not a knock on Jared Goff. He didn't lose the game. I just want to say that for the people in the back and say, oh, you hate Jared Goff. No, but you have to put him in a position to win. And when Jared Goff throws for less than 20 attempts a game, chances are you're winning that game. Why? Exactly. Because that means your running game is effective. That means Gibbs and Montgomery is just lighting it up instead of getting tackled in the backfield.
And it's a 35% play action rate. That's so you're not. And by the way, Gibbs catching 10 passes for 30 yards, never again. Ever. To the people, shall we?
Yes.
We go to Chris. He's been very patient. 97.1. Chris, how you doing?
I'm good. Hello?
Yes, Chris.
Yeah, how y'all doing? Appreciate y'all for
Yes,
taking my
sir.
call.
Of course, man.
I just want to talk about the Lions, just the O-line and D-line. 1 and 1A, I would put the offensive line 1 because with defense, you can switch it with different blitzes, zone blitzing, putting the corners in zone. But the O-line, it's not a whole lot you can do. And their whole game is predicated off the play action pass, letting Goff sit in the pocket, step up in the pocket, and make throws on time. But when he off his square, he's average at best. He doesn't have no elite traits. And you seen last night Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Those are the two quarterbacks. You see quarterbacks who have elite traits. They don't have a Super Bowl, but that's the difference between him and a lot of other quarterbacks. He can't do anything outside the game plan. He can't improvise.
It's why, and look, we're very pro
Not his
Goff.
fault, though.
No,
It's
and Chris, he can be a
all
very
about the
good
line.
quarterback. But I'll give you an example. I think in this town, people get it twisted. Like, Jared Goff is not better than Baker Mayfield. Okay,
No.
Baker Mayfield for a
can
lot of
move.
his time has not had a running game. He's asked to drop back 40 to 50 times, grip it and rip it. Yesterday, he was down his best offensive lineman and down 3 pass catchers. Doesn't matter. Give me the ball. And he goes and wins the game. Like, that's the point is Goff can be good enough to win a Super Bowl if everything's right. And yesterday,
Everything got a line.
and yesterday
Everything.
nothing was right. And that's what it's going to look like. So
And
what can they fix? How much of it can they fix? That's what we all got to wait and see. But the offensive line thing, Chris, you're not going to mystically find new people. These 3 guys either learn how to play together or your season is going to be a rough ride.
They're going to be a top 10. They're going to be picking the top 10 next year. Because Zeitler, he was old. He was like 35, but he was the best offensive lineman based on PFF. I ain't a huge PFF fan, but it's validity to some of their stuff. So they could have got him a 1-2 year deal. Ragnar was the one that hurt the most, but you can't put in a guy Mahogany. He played well in a couple games. A rookie, and then Glasgow going from guard to center, which is the most important position on the O-line. You can't expect much because if they can't run up the middle between the guards and the tackles, the way they did last year and let Montgomery and Gibbs get those one-cut runs and hit the seam, and then they can set up the play action. They average at best. We can't do nothing. It's going to be bad.
But that was your superpower. And what I can't figure out, like Zeitler signed a 1-year deal with Tennessee. And I've never gotten a backstory to it. I can't figure it out. He signed base salary $3.75 million, $5 million bonus, so 8.9 overall. Now, I want to ask you again, how did you go into the season with that level of cap space? Now, if Zeitler said, I will only live in Nashville, Tennessee because I love honky tonk. Okay,
Right.
hey, so be it. I haven't heard
family,
that.
Right, family wants me to be there.
But even if it's not Zeitler, how do you let a Pro Bowl guard walk away? And your answer for that is Mahogany rookie. Because now again, the Ragnow thing I don't hold against them. The only thing I would tell you is if an idiot like me had heard and known, Ragnow almost retired 2 years ago. It was not shocking to me. So ultimately, here's your plan. Now, I have no problem with the Tyleek Williams pick. They needed to fortify the D-line, especially with Aleem being gone till November. I like the Ratledge pick. I'm not knocking Tate Ratledge. Asking a rookie to replace a Pro Bowler, that's a tough ask. Or Lomas would use different words. But that's going to be the issue. Now, it can't get worse. It can only get better. They can't play worse than yesterday. It's not possible. My concern would go to panic based on the Chicago game. I mean, look, Dan Campbell is 10-0 after getting blown out, after a loss like in division. And they escape the Bears. They do their job against the Bears. You got to win that. You're at home. You got to win that game. Now, if it looks anything like it looked against Green Bay and they escape 19-17, no, I'll still be panicked. I will. It's got to look different. Otherwise, it won't matter. You could have Santa Claus be your offensive coordinator. If you can't run the ball and you can't play action pass and you don't have time for verticality, see, we have to just get that answer next Sunday.
Yes. I don't want to say must win, but I think that
It's a must win. It's okay to say it.
Okay, then it's a must win.
You can't go 0-2 in the NFL.
No, not staring at Baltimore
I got
on Monday
news for you.
night.
If it's a must win for the New York Giants, it's damn well sure a must win for the Detroit Football Lions.
Yeah, because I think it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. you fix the problem, and you set Ben Johnson backwards. So it's it's two birds, one stone. But yeah, looking at that team and how they played, Mike, as we started the show, this was everything we were told. Don't worry about it. You guys are making too big of a deal of all of this
the
stuff.
Parsons one annoyed me greatly, is that we had reached a point by the end of summer where the euphoria and the copium was so strong. Oh, come on, guys. Micah Parsons doesn't make a difference. Really? Okay. Yeah. Forced an incompletion and a punt, beating Sewell. Held the edge and drove the edge back to cause a 4-yard loss on a running play. Beat Sewell for a sack, beat Sewell for an interception forcing throw. That was on a barely here, barely practiced, not in shape, 29 snaps. Guys, come on, man. I need you to come back to reality. Nobody wants this team to lose. But my God, some of you need to get some reality. Look, between the Underwood thing Saturday and the Lions thing Sunday, I think a lot of people got a date with reality.
Mm-hmm.
So don't panic, but just come on. Live in reality with us now.
Yeah, it's okay because, I think the 14-3 people, you may want to power that back a little bit because, what you saw with Parsons, he made everybody else good. In his limited time of playing, that defense just looked unstoppable. So much so, I'll say it again, Green Bay kind of took the second half off and were starting to get ready for their Thursday night game.
There's nothing wrong with that. No, you're right. They absolutely just said these guys could have the ball for 45 minutes, 55 minutes. They're not scoring. I mean, you at one point had 36 minutes of possession and 6 points. Talk about moving your food around the plate. I mean, that's just a wasted afternoon. All right. A lot of basic, ordinary stuff in day-to-day life. You don't need to carry that over to dinner. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. The Kenny Cott edition, pepperoni pizza with ranch crust. Kenny's reaction to that? Exactly. Go to Hungry Howie's. Get yourself some. 25% off any total order. September, right now through the 14th. Any menu item, including the Kenny Cott Ranch Crust. Exactly. 25% off. Order online, in-store, on the phone, or by T-shirt cannon. Whatever it takes, get it done. Check the menu. HungryHowies.com. That's HungryHowies.com. Thank you, Kenny. David, couple of ticket texts, and we will go right back to the people. If you're just joining, yes, it's Lions, but I need to know, we need to know, of the offseason storylines that all went wrong yesterday, which of those concerns you the most? For Rico and I, it's the interior of that O-line. You can't get to the coordinator level until or unless the interior of that line plays better. You couldn't run it. You can't play pass if you can't run it. They couldn't protect. It was egregious. So that's where you and I are.
Right.
As much as the pass rush killed me too, I don't want to be lazy about it. That O-line is your superpower, and all your money, including whatever you did with J-Mo Saturday night, it's on offense.
Right. Because you invested in all of your toys, all the wide receivers and the running backs, and instead you got nothing. Now, you can say a little bit about John Morton because not a lot of pre-snap motion, not a lot of things that, you saw last year with Ben Johnson. And fair or unfair, his offense will be compared to Ben Johnson's offense, that it was a well-oiled machine, and we were told there won't be any fall off. He was here before, and you're going to see what's going to happen. And he said, hey, you may see both running backs in the backfield. And he had expectations so high, and it was just nothing.
It's also told, and I thought I read that during the training camp sessions, is that they were going to stretch the field.
You know what,
Didn't
David?
really see that yesterday.
And after paying,
Because you can't pass protect.
You're right.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
no,
didn't-
back to it. You're right.
And after paying J-Mo all that money, I really thought, okay, he's going to come out and show why he just got paid. I expected a monster game from J-Mo, not what I saw.
Ticket Tech says John Morton and Chip Lindsey must have game planned together. Horrendous play calling across the board. Someone else says, I'm not overly concerned with the team. Let's see how they look next week first. If everyone remembers last year, we started off slow as well. Biggest concern is the offense. Did not think we'd fail off that much without Ben Johnson, especially with the offensive talent paying two receivers $60 million.
Is it fair for me to make an assumption? Tell me if I'm off base. The assumption for me is it'll look better next week. How much better? I don't know. I cannot imagine this football team taking the field and looking comprehensively that bad again. Or is that hopium?
No, Mike, I think that's a little bit of hopium.
Kenny.
It'll look better when it looks better. And just to simply say, okay.
What are you, Mel Tucker? He'll be ready when he's ready. Oh, take it easy.
I said,
keep chopping.
I can't just sit here and definitively say, oh, well, they will be better. Well, why would they be better? It's not like somebody's coming back from an injury.
See, and a lot of it's based on what the Bears do tonight. So the Lions could technically be better, but they may not be able to do with anything what the Bears give them. We'll know tonight with the Bears.
True. And I think most Lions fans will be sitting there waiting to pick that team apart. And tomorrow, we'll see. Look at the Bears team. We're not looking at the Bears. We're looking at you, because you were coming in with Super Bowl expectations. You were coming in as this team that you were going to keep everything going. And you told everybody, don't worry about this. This will be fine. You guys are just making stuff up. Oh, that's just sports radio talk for the summer. Or, hear me out, maybe Michael and I were on to something and we were trying to warn you.
Hater. Let's go to Danny, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Fellas, how we doing?
Danny, you tell me what's going on here.
Well, that was ass yesterday. And what makes me so furious is that, I'm a Michigan guy, and obviously, I was watching more of the Michigan game than the State game. I'm not going to go into college, but my biggest fear, what annoyed me the most is I watched some of the State game as well, but nobody, how they all lost was the problem. There was no glimmer of hope that when you look at it, well, what did they do right? I'm not getting too much of it, but for the Michigan, but from the Detroit Lions standpoint, it's like they did nothing. When you look at it, it's like, oh, they couldn't run the ball and they lost, but you know what? Hutch came off injury and he looks awesome. Or DJ Reed is, coming over from Jets and he looks awesome. Or Terrion Arnold, all these rumors he's taking a next leap and he's going to be a shutdown corner. Flash, he's out of the game because he got injured with a groin and who knows what his deal is. And even when he was in, he still got burnt. And the offense, there's just nothing that looked good. And my fear is that these coordinators, even if we do have them, a good, solid O-line, because I do agree with you guys. I would probably say I'd pin it on the O-line as the biggest concern just because of, obviously, without an O-line, they can't do anything and move the ball forward. But these coordinators there was no, as you said in your show yesterday, Mike, I was watching you and Cookies, there was no pre-snap candy. There was nothing to make it even look interesting. Everything was vanilla on both offense and defense. There was nothing being shaded outside of what the coverages they were doing. LaFleur just put Shep in a freaking body bag. Like, he just played with them and toyed with them, and there was just nothing to go with it. And I get it. The players have to give you something to be able to operate in your bag of tricks, but spare me that way you can just disguise things a little bit better. And when you have a line and you have players that aren't doing well, what are you doing to adjust for that? And that's what makes me the most upset about it. And I don't know if you guys saw that as well.
Yeah. I think that look, Danny, case in point, when you bring up LaFleur, and you're right, but what did Green Bay do? Their O-line did an elite job protecting Jordan Love to give them time to attack vertically. Like, for instance, Green Bay yesterday allowed 2 TFLs, 2 total quarterback hits, no sacks. Yeah, you can attack down the field. Yeah. Versus your line, 9 tackles for loss, 9 QB hits, 4 sacks. Yeah, Danny, there's a reason it looked that different. Me, you, and Rico are all aligned. I can't even get to the coordinators. I can't even get to the pass rush until or unless the offensive line thing turns around.
Yeah, and my one saving grace that I'm going to just hope on a prayer, because honestly, going into the season, I pinned them at giving them the benefit of a 50-50 game on the schedule. I put them at 9.5 wins was my win total. If it looks I'll just after yesterday, not an overreaction, I'm pinning them down. I'm saying they're a 7-win team. But the only thing that's given me a glimmer of hope is I'm praying Hank Fraley is just all that everyone is calling him, that he's so great.
Here's the deal.
He's got his hands full. I pray to God that he comes and lives up to the name.
Get the Bears game, lose to the Ravens. You're going to sit at 1-2. Here's your next 4 after that. And I just hear me out when I say this.
Brutal.
Yeah, I know, but there's an opportunity here to get right where we could have a different conversation by late October. You're going to play the Browns. You're going to play the Bengals. You're going to play a Chiefs team that I don't think is that good. There's no reason for me to tell you today, Danny or Rico or anybody in the listening audience, that they couldn't be sitting at 4-2. Just get this weekend. You're going to get drilled by Baltimore. What you do in the 3 weeks following will go a long way in determining your season. If you get right, this will be a distant memory. But they don't have a lot of time. And it does. Danny, you're right. All the chips are on the table this weekend, because if you start out 0-2, it's almost 0-3. You're not beating Baltimore on Monday Night Football. I'd be shocked.
And looking at the Bengals and the Browns game, I don't know if both teams are just hot garbage or both teams are good.
Rico, the Browns outgained the Bengals 347 to 140. Just think that over. The Browns missed a chip shot field goal to win it. Yeah. Missed an extra point. The Bengals were horrific. It was just the Browns being too much Browns.
So could it work in the other way and the Browns end up being that the Bengals are the gimme game and we all thought it would be the Browns?
The point I'm making is you should beat both of them. And the Chiefs game, I'm not telling you it's a walkover. I'm not telling you they're bad. I just don't think they're Super Bowl good.
I don't think they're Super Bowl good, but I still think that they're Chiefs good, where they're good enough to get to the AFC Championship game.
The point I'm making is it's not crazy for me to say, hey, split the next 2 games, take care of your business the 3 weeks after.
Right.
You do that, we get to have a different conversation. I said to you, if you're 3-3 after 6 games, you can still salvage 10-7, 11-6. It's doable. So I'm not going to panic at 0-1. did it look worse than I could ever have imagined? Even though you and I were the two most realistic people on the station. Yeah, it looked way worse.
Right. And that
was unreal.
And I guess I need to really see them step up next week to be as confident as you.
That's
because
fair. That's fair.
I want to say, yeah, it can't get any worse, but I need to see something. Or maybe you have to dial back the playbook and simplify things because the whole line just can't get. You can't do what you did last year.
Yesterday
That's just not
wasn't
going to
simple.
work. I think they were still trying to do some things that they did last season and realize, okay, this isn't working because we're not getting explosive plays. Green Bay is letting us get the 2-3 yards here. They're controlling the clock, but they're not scoring.
Take them to church. 97-1.
Specs at LTU. Guys, you hear me talk about it. Yeah, Specs at LTU, located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. I was just on campus this morning. And let me tell you something.
You were?
Yes, I was. If you want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. Now, the fall classes have started, but good news is winter classes are along the way. And you need to act right now to get your name on the register so that you can start your career and you will be a part of the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, or the graphics media arts program taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. You're going to learn from day one what it takes. Here's what you need to do. In order to get ready for the winter semester, make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps. Go to admissions@ltu.edu, admissions@ltu.edu, or 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do that today.
No, we are not good. That was a disaster yesterday. We're asking you, what is the biggest concern? Every offseason talking point.
Yeah.
Didn't address the pass rush. Interior O-line. Replacing 2 coordinators. It all showed yesterday. But it's 1 week. And while I don't absolve the team, I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I just painted out the case. You got to beat the Bears. You go 0-2, season's over. You just forget about it. You beat the Bears, get drilled by Baltimore, you're going to be sitting at 1-2. Browns, Bengals, Chiefs. You have an opportunity to get right. I've said all summer, if they could be 3-3 after the first 6, you know what? I share Dan Campbell mentality. We're good. I'm not going to freak, but did yesterday look awful? Yeah. Am I more concerned? Of course. So I'm trying to balance it. But what we're not going to do is what I heard a little bit going on at this place. I'm not going to sit here and gaslight you, and I'm not going to roll my eyes at these concerned takes. They play these games. They count. They get paid to play these games. It's okay to talk about them in real time.
No. As a matter of fact, we're not all good. I feel like Marcellus Wallace from Pulp Fiction. We're far from good after watching that game.
Yeah.
Because Green Bay had their way with you. You were never a threat to the Packers. And that should be the most concerning thing. Wasn't because somebody got injured. You just weren't good enough yesterday. You couldn't compete. Yeah.
Zed's dead, baby. I'm sorry, Kenny, the movie's called Pulp Fiction. You'll have to watch it at some point.
I'm far from good.
It's a cinematic classic.
He has no clue.
Right.
That's Kenny, come on now. Come on. You've never seen Pulp Fiction?
I've seen parts of it. I've never seen the whole thing.
Watch the movie. You're a disgrace. All right, let's go. Hold on. We haven't gotten Kenny's take. He's been very emotional.
You know what? You're correct.
Kenny, I'm sorry. Please, to the main stage. Hot dog roller, put it down.
Yeah, the hot dog roller was not in use yesterday. Maybe it should have been. I don't know, man. I just look at that game as basically everything you've outlined this offseason, whether it be the difficulty of the schedule, whether it be losing the coordinators, whether it be you're rebuilding your defensive and offensive lines. Every issue that we were worried about, every fear that we had this offseason came exactly true in one game. Now, is it? Yeah, exactly. It's not that. It's the opposite of that, whatever that is. It's, by the way, I don't expect every game to go that way. I'm not freaking out. I'm not full Dan Campbell, we're good yet.
But what's the biggest concern for you?
The biggest concern for me is always been and always has been the losing of the coordinators.
Okay.
Because you can have as much talent as you want on a roster, but if you can't have coaches to assemble it in such a way where you can create a productive game plan week in and week out, I mean, it doesn't matter who you have, if you ask me.
All right, Kenny's on the coordinators. Rico and I are on the O-line. David, your final vote of biggest concern out of week one?
It's the offensive line.
Okay, then.
That affects so much. The run game, the protection of the quarterback.
It was bad.
It was all bad.
There was one play, Graham Glasgow looked for who to block as 2 people ran by him. It was quite a visual. You're like, wait, what?
That play on the goal line where they're trying to get away to just punt the ball, and you see the defensive lineman is right there in Montgomery's face. Why is that? Because the rookie just goes to the right and blocks no one.
Yeah, and the reason why I say the offensive line, Mike and David, it's the Lions' identity.
Their superpower.
It's superpower. There's no plan B with them. You saw what plan B looked like, and it wasn't pretty.
You know David's never seen plan B. Plan A only.
Tip your waiters and waitresses, folks.
Okay.
Mike's here till 6.
Let's go to Chris. 97.1. Chris, what's going on, pal?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. What's on your mind, man?
All right. Yeah, before I get to my points, I just wanted to go. And then, so yeah, I gotta be honest with you guys. It's the O-line. It's the O-line every day and twice on Sunday. I mean, the pass protection and like with the route running, it seemed like they weren't even on the same page. Which you have different pass protections for different routes. Looked like that was a factor. It kind of seems, like they're trying to bubblegum this thing, and I don't think it's going to work. I know it's one game, and I understand the whole season's not going to be Coke and threesomes, but it was really bad. But, the main thing really to me is it reminds me of the Joe Burrow and Bengals where he has no protection. He just has to chuck it.
Yeah.
And he gets murdered. He got murdered yesterday by Garrett. I mean, I'm sure you guys saw that hit. And that's my thing is I'm worried Goff's going to get hurt by Thanksgiving, and we're probably going to get stuck calling your G-men, Mike, for one of those two quarterbacks to fill
Well,
this
I'll
thing
tell
in.
you this. I'll give you Russell Wilson for free after what I watched yesterday. Chris, look, if you get your quarterback, any quarterback in the league, if you get him hit 9 times a game, you're right. You're going to get your guy hurt. And the problem for Goff is, all jokes about mobile Goff season, Chris, he's not able to do your line any favors. No. So, yeah, that can't happen. Yesterday can't happen again.
Yeah, and the fact if you get your quarterback hit that many times, it speeds up their internal clock, and they start hearing footsteps that aren't even there. And they rush throws, and they miss a wide-open receiver because they're just trying to get rid of the ball.
You just described Russell Wilson yesterday, by the way. Even in the times where he had time, he was escaping a pocket for no reason. It messes with their head. And Goff, let's be real. I mean, Chris knows this. You know it. I think Earth knows it. Goff has been the benefactor of arguably the best O-line in the league or one of the top 5 in his time here. Well, now, I don't think there's any way we would be able to say with a straight face, this is a top 5 offensive line. Now, how close to that can they get and how fast can they get there is going to determine their season. That's how I look at it. Beyond the lack of pass rush, beyond, the coordinator stuff, I still think if the O-line is right and they can line up and run the ball, a lot of the John Morton stuff could go away. It'll look different. It won't be. What did I say to you all offseason? The idea that this guy was going to roll in and operate the greatest show on turf seamlessly from Ben Johnson, both is insane and disrespectful to Ben Johnson, because it would be suggestive that Ben Johnson was nothing more than a Lego toy. That's.
You mean Dan Campbell wasn't calling the offense?
No, the Applebee's headset does not call plays. Now, let's see look, if this O-line continues to look this way, it's going to drag John Morton down with him. But I got to give it a little more time. But did they look prepared out of training camp? No. And I think that's okay to throw that at the feet of your head coach. I understand that it's vastly different that Dan Campbell's been awesome and a guy like Mike McDaniel hasn't, or a guy like Brian Daboll hasn't. Mm-hmm. But when your team comes out of camp and looks woefully ill-prepared for week 1, I think all coaches, regardless of pedigree, you got to take a black eye on that one, right?
Yeah,
like you weren't ready to play.
I agree, because it wasn't like, it was like Kansas City to me looked like a team a little bit out of sync that eventually, okay, we'll work on the passes, we'll work on everything.
And you're halfway around the world.
Yeah, the Lions last year looked out of sync, and you knew, okay, once this thing works, it's going to work. I didn't see that. Now, here's the people who are getting really left off the hook. The defensive line.
So we can get to that. Yeah. It is a concern. I'm just saying I'm with you on the O-line.
Right.
But you remember. 5 words nobody wants to hear. You need a new roof. Well, let's simplify this process. You call Victor's Home Solutions. Why? Quality workmanship, great customer service, and they clean up. They do everything other roofers don't do. Victor's has thousands of 5-star ratings. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install, and they focus on the important stuff: precision craftsmanship, cleaning up, answering your questions. Guys, they're offering a great no-interest deal right now. Minimum payments for qualified buyers, 5 years, no-interest financing. It's Victor's. It all starts with that 21-point roof inspection. Assess the roof and come up with a plan and get to work. 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS, or online anytime at victors.com. Okay, straight to the people. Biggest concern coming out of that game of all the things that went wrong. And Rico, to your point, and then I'm going right to the people. I'm not absolving or forgetting about the pass rush, but I'm so tired of talking about it. I basically just sat back and watched it and went, well, what the hell did you think was going to happen? Fun fact, Davenport and Hutch together did not register a stat. Not a sack, a stat. Unless you count a personal foul. So it just, 4 of your top 5 guys in pressures last year didn't play yesterday. And 2 of them, I mean, Pascal's going to be out a month, and Aleem's going to be out 2 months, and Onzarique's dead for the season. Yeah. And all summer, look, I'm fine if you want to run your program. I'm not fine with thumbing your nose at your paying customers or mocking with receipts. It's like, Brad, you don't have to go there. I would encourage people to go listen to his interview, his last interview on our station with Jim and John. Go listen to his tone there. Go listen to how he handles the question. The absurdity of Brad Holmes saying, well, the fan base is essentially mad that we have Hutch. What? Why don't you come down off planet Nebular and join us? We all put our pants on the same way, and we all sit on a toilet and make a boo-boo, okay? Fans just want competent, veteran presence on the D-line opposite Aiden. That's the minimum. And telling people we've got Davenport, that doesn't do it. I'm just happy Davenport's in one piece after week 1. Let's go to Dale.
That's a bonus.
97.1. Dale, what's going on, buddy? Dale? See you. Dale. Go to Danny, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, bud?
Hey, what's going on, Mike Rico?
How are you, sir?
Oh, it's just I'm sad that, obviously Lions played like dog crap yesterday. But I've called you guys a couple of times about the offensive line, and it surely came to fruition. Like, they could not block. They were not communicating. Like, you're watching Gibbs just getting, 3 yards a carry, 2 yards a carry. They threw to him, 12 times out of the backfield? They couldn't get anything right. So that offensive line and this whole bringing the band back together is blowing up in their face.
It's 1 week, but for that 1 week, no, Danny, you're right. And look, this is the other thing. We always get, and I'm guilty of this, you'll get myopic about your biggest problem and you forget about some of the other stuff. Like, look at Kelvin Shepherd game 1. The defense looked very vanilla. There was no way to simulate pressure. The coverage was way off in the secondary. And that, look, I know Arnold went out, but he got blazed twice before getting hurt. The second half, Green Bay was so comfortable with their standing, they only threw 6 passes total.
Yeah.
No one had a good day yesterday. So
I'm sorry.
No, go, please.
I was going to say, I'm not panicking at all. I'm not sitting here saying, like, the season's over.
No.
But I got to watch Chicago tonight. But my thing is this. If they don't clean up some of that stuff, all these other teams watch tape too. And they watch how the Green Bay Packers attack them and everything. So, like, Chicago, if you have a decent output for their offense and their defense is, mediocre or whatever, the Lions are going to have a problem. They had a problem with them last year.
Danny, here's the other thing. This is your offensive line totally healthy. Nobody starts the same 5 guys all year. Nobody.
Man, you are dropping bombs today. What? No. Mike, like, you're saying things that are so profound, but it's that moment of it was like the statement you made to Kenny during pre-show. It's like, wow, okay.
Yeah, we can't share that one on there.
But yeah, you know what? You're right. This is the best that this offensive line will be health-wise.
Correct. Now again, like, here's the thing with the offensive line. You can't fake it. There's only so much you can scheme around a bad O-line, right? So, case in point, like, you have all these weapons. Look at my team. So Andrew Thomas doesn't play yesterday, and he's the linchpin to our O-line. He's our left tackle. He's our best player. But the rest of the line was so bad. Nothing mattered. It doesn't matter that you have Malik Neighbors or that you have this scheme and we're drafting Scatterbo. Nothing matters. You can't do anything. The line can't play worse. I got to see how much better it can get week 1 to 2. And I agree with Danny, our last caller. A lot of how I'm going to feel. What does Chicago look like tonight against a very good defense? If Chicago is able to really get moving and put points on the board, and defensively they're able to limit what the Vikings do, which is a very good offense, a very good offensive line. Yeah, I'll be very nervous for next weekend. But I got to see.
So it's all based on what Chicago does. Okay.
For me, because I think Minnesota's a very good litmus test for them. I mean, Minnesota, whether you think a lot or a little or you don't think of JJ at all, that's a Super Bowl caliber roster. That's a top 10 defense. And that is an improved offensive line, not only just because they get Christian Darrisaw back, but weapons, right?
Right.
Running game, Hawkinson, JJ, Naylor on deep stuff. I know Addison won't be there, but it's a litmus test. Just in the same way, okay, you bombed your litmus test. The Packers were a good test to open the season. There were 4 teams yesterday that looked wholly ill-prepared to play. Panthers, Giants, Dolphins, and you. Varying degrees of good, but there were 4 teams that I looked at watching every game, and I went, they're not ready to play.
On the flip side, there were 4 teams that looked really good. Unfortunately, 2 of them lost.
What?
But the Ravens looked like they were prepared, and then they fell apart.
That one, no one deserved to lose. That game was insane.
And I would say the same for the Steelers and the Jets. I didn't know.
I know.
I didn't know I needed that game on Sunday.
But the problem for Aaron Glenn is the offense looked far superior to the defense. Every time drug addict Aaron Rodgers dropped back, ayahuasca. This guy drops back. Guys are 20 yards wide open. I'm going, where's your guy's sauce?
See, this is the thing, man. But and Aaron Rodgers, sometimes I think he's a weirdo, but he said the quiet part out loud. You know what? I hate everything about that team.
I know.
And he just that was motivation. And that's the thing that will concern me this coming Sunday is motivation of I want to beat that team. So I'm going to come up with some special plays just for you. Some little doop-de-doo plays. Let's see. You remember all those trick plays that you guys didn't run and you didn't see in Green Bay?
Yeah, okay, because you were too busy drinking tree bark in the woods and bleeping yourself.
Well, I said he's a weird guy.
I can't stand him.
At least he came out and said, yeah.
Plus the
I don't
Steelers
like
hit a
the Jets.
60-yard field goal and got a fumbled kickoff. What kind of blood oath with Satan do you have, David?
Apparently not good enough.
Did it help that defense?
Did you win the game?
You know, that's the other thing that really stuck with me all day. The Jets lose their best offensive lineman in Elijah Vera Tucker. They still put 200 yards rushing on the Steelers. They still protected Justin Fields. I mean, then I transition from watching that into the Lions game, and I'm like, oh, my. I mean, it wasn't even, it wasn't good. No, it was non-functioning. Whatever. The Jets will be Jets. That's what they do. There were 3 loser DNA performances yesterday. The Browns, loser DNA. The Jets, loser DNA. And Atlanta. I've watched that Raheem Morris special for years. Michael Penix, you take the lead. Your defense spits the bit. He goes, okay, fine. I'll save your asses one more time. Let's take it to OT. Oh, Younghoe Koo hit this.
Chip shot.
I'm like, you got to be.
You may have lost Drake London for a while because I don't know how.
By the way, let's keep not having Bijan Robinson inside the 10. Get rid of that idea. He's your best player. It's like when they used to take Barry out for touchdown Tommy Vardell. No.
Good call.
No.
I forgot about that.
Hey, we could give it to Barry or let's give it to Corey Schlesinger. No.
Make Corey money.
248-539-9797. We will get to the people next. 97.1.
Michigan State quarterback Aiden Childs has been named co-Big Ten Offensive Player of the Week. It's the first such honor for the Spartans since November 2023. Childs threw 270 yards and 5 touchdowns against Boston College. Linebacker Jordan Hall was also tabbed the Defensive Player of the Week after his career-high 15 tackles. Oh, yeah, that's a full allotment there. His head coach Jonathan Smith said that starting corner Nakai Martinez is closer than he's ever been to returning from injury as well. Michigan football coach Jerome Moore has said that associate head coach Biff Poggi will take his place as the head coach for the next 2 games while he serves his suspension. It also sounds like safety Rod Moore will likely return this week. Lions coach Dan Campbell spoke in Allen Park this afternoon. Corner Terrion Arnold left the game yesterday, but Campbell does not believe his injury is anything serious. It's the opposite for offensive lineman Jamarco Jones, who will miss the season with an ankle injury. As far as rookie receiver Isaac Tesla's role going forward, the Detroit News reported last week that former Piston Malik Beasley moved back into his downtown Detroit apartment. Today, the sharpshooter posted that he's close to a decision on where he'll play this season.
He's moving back.
You didn't hear that? Yeah, that was last week. The Tigers are off tonight. They will be in New York tomorrow as they face Mike's
after losing
Yankees.
a series to the White Sox, and Jeremy doesn't want to tell you that.
All right. At the Corwell House, everybody knows that, Mike. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to business. It's time for Can We Say That Part 2. David, music.
All right, gentlemen.
Quickly, let's go.
This was going to be more NFL related. Let's start with David Steelers. Can we say that maybe the Steelers are going to be a playoff team again?
No, not at all. They have to fix that defense. No one showed up defensively. So, no, I cannot say that they're a playoff team right now.
I'm with David. A fumbled kickoff and a 60-yard field goal was your salvation. I'm not here for it. To hell with them. No.
Can we say that Daniel Jones will resurrect his career in Indianapolis?
For this season? Maybe. Like, I'm fine if you say, hey, for this season, could he lead the Colts to be 9-8 and sneak into the playoffs? Yes. A revival, a renaissance, a Baker Mayfield?
I was about to say, will he turn into a Baker Mayfield where maybe he finally has found his place and his spot in the city that will back him?
No.
Now, is this because you don't like him?
No, it's because he's a dull, blank stare idiot. No, I'm out.
If he plays the Dolphins every week,
yeah,
sure.
Exactly. I mean, that's the equivalent of playing a 1AA team.
Okay. Can we say that the Bills and the Ravens will meet again in an AFC Championship game?
Yes. They're a cut above, and I don't think Kansas City is in that club anymore. I'll say yes to it, 100%.
I'm going to predict no. I don't think they face off. I think they face off in some like the divisional round before. Something's going to happen with the seeding.
But do we agree they're going to meet again?
Sure.
Okay.
On a side note, can we say that maybe the Ravens did the wrong move and they should have just gone for it on 4th and 3?
No, don't be conservative. First down, don't just hand it into the line, trying to kill the clock. Second down, don't run some stupid jet sweep. You have Derrick Henry, you have Lamar Jackson, you have a great play action game or even a RPO game. Run your damn offense.
Right.
Can I ask a bonus question?
Yeah.
Can we say that the Buffalo Bills fan who dared touch a player leaving the field not only should be banned from all NFL stadiums, should have got his ass beat? Lamar shouldn't have just shoved him, should have kicked his ass. You touch a player, they should put you 6 feet under.
I say the same. You know what? Hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and put you guys in midfield, and Lamar, you and the fan, go at it.
No, I want him to fight Derrick Henry. That's what I want.
Update, he has been banned from all NFL stadiums.
Right. I wanted his ass beat.
That would have been great.
Carry on.
Can we say that Micah Parsons will be a problem for the NFC North?
100%. I never understood the narrative and levels of copium from Lions fans. He's bad, has podcast. He's a penis. He's a game wrecker. There's 5 or 6 players in the league like him. Unlimited snaps yesterday, forced an INT, forced an incomplete, blew up a run play, sacked your quarterback. 4 explosives and 29 snaps when you haven't even gone through a full practice? Yeah, man, he's a distinct problem.
And just wait for him to get healthier. I don't know if he'll ever be 100% with the back this year, but he'll get healthier. Yeah, he's going to be a problem.
Guys, can we say that Deebo Samuel may find a revival in Washington?
Yes. He's a perfect fit for Cliff's offense. Yes. And honestly, if Jaden Daniels didn't miss 2 wide open deep throws, that game doesn't even look remotely close to 21-6. So, yes, I think Deebo is going to be really effective in the red zone for them. And you saw a little bit of it yesterday. I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, Mr. I don't want to be a running back and do that stuff. And that's who he is. So, yeah, he's really good.
Deebo, you want to eat? Yeah, run the ball. Can we say that maybe it's time for the Panthers to pull the plug on Bryce Young?
I felt like I hopped in a time machine. That was Bryce from last September, not the second half of the year. I don't know what that was. He was under 75 yards passing deep into the fourth quarter. Looked lost. It's weird when he plays poor how much smaller he looks. Yeah. It starts to bother you more when you're like, okay, I can't do this.
Right. They went and got him a receiver. And
look, you're going to ride out this season regardless because there was a lot of optimism. I hope that was just a bad dress rehearsal, a weird weather delay. I'm going to say no just because they don't have any other outs. But, yeah, I was ready to bail at halftime.
I'm with you. I'm hoping the delay did something. Like
it didn't make him taller.
We'll see with him. I'm still holding out hope.
Can we say that Jake Moody should be cut from the 49ers?
Yes, it's an embarrassment. He had a nightmare season last year. It continued into this year. And if Sam Darnold wasn't a useless ginger, it would have cost you the game. Yes, if you're a serious playoff team, you cannot have Jake Moody as your kicker right now. Yes, got to go.
To see his teammates visibly upset on the sideline because of what he's doing or not doing, I should say, yeah, he's gone. He can't be in that locker room past Monday.
Oh, David,
Tuesday, really.
I didn't think he was going to make the flight back. Kyle Shanahan visibly was just like, you know what, just go for it. But go for it. Get back out on the field. Can we say that Bo Nix may have run into the sophomore jinx?
No. It was just week 1. 4 turnovers, 2 fumbles, 2 picks. Tennessee's defense is not horrible. I'm going to say no. It just was a week 1 snooze fest. Not ready to go there.
What the senator from New York said.
Okay. Oh, no.
Can we say that the Miami Dolphins are the worst team in the NFL?
Yes. I'm ready to go there. Bottom 3 O-line, bottom 3 D-line. Tua can't function in that scenario. McDaniel's offense can't function. There's no verticality. Dude, you let Danny Dimes impregnate you, okay? That was your week 1. Danny Dimes just leaning over you. The guy, Danny Dimes, led a scoring drive every possession he touched the ball.
Yes.
That's the first time in NFL history a quarterback has led a scoring drive of every single drive. Everyone.
I saw that stat and was like, really? Yes, he owns that record.
Here's Danny Dimes. What's the baby's name?
David. And Tyreek Hill, I know he's not that good anymore, but he's going to kill a teammate on that sideline.
Hey, bigger meltdown, him or Malik Neighbors. It didn't even take 1 quarter for Malik Neighbors to have a meltdown. I've seen this movie before.
All right, 2 more. Can we say that the Green Bay Packers will be the team to beat in the NFC?
I'm not ready to go there after 1 week. I'm going to say no. That would be overreact, Jim. No, I'm not doing it.
Can we say
Yes,
that?
I love this game.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to say it yet. See what the Rams continue to do. I like what they did over there.
That's an elite defense, David.
Correct.
Nico Collins, 2 catches, 21 yards. Taking them out of that game, and they get the stop at the end, force the fumble, Fisk with the recovery. We got to do a Stafford spinal check.
Correct.
Week 8.
It was an elite defense because they kept Tank Dell to nothing.
Stop it, Rico. Stop it.
Fun fact, he has 1 leg.
David, let's sit back, get some popcorn. for this last one. Can we say that the Giants should start Jackson Dart week 2?
Yes. I'm done. It's another year you open up, you don't score a touchdown. That's 3 straight years. I know Andrew Thomas didn't play. It doesn't matter. You can't look that way. It was helpless. Russell Wilson, you're supposed to be a veteran, provide leadership, stand in the pocket. He was panicked even when he had time. Defensively, yeah, Abdul Carter was really good, led the team in pressures and blocked the punt. Brian Burns had 2 sacks. Kayvon had a sack. The problem, they gave up 450 yards. 450 yards. The secondary, you know what the Giants secondary needs? A piano and a pair of sunglasses. It's Ray Charles. Just have everybody look up the sky and scream, Georgia? It was a joke. Yeah, but you may as well play Jackson Dart because Russell Wilson looks completely washed. I'm exhausted by it. I'm tired. That's it. Hey, Deontay Banks. Paulson Adebo. Idiot from Minnesota, Newbin. That's it. Yeah,
One more time, David. So
I can't do it anymore. I don't understand how it can be this bad every year. Every year. And yes, to answer your question, yes, bought Big G Sunday ticket again. Ultimate F you to your parents. Buy him Sunday ticket to watch the Giants.
I thought we decided this year you were just going to walk over, ring the doorbell, and kick him in the balls.
May as well. It was early third quarter. I go, Pop, I got work to do. I've tried to watch some of this game. I'm out. I can't do it. Michael, it's early. It's still... Dad, it's not early!
I was going to say, what was Big G's reaction to the game?
By the end of it, he's like, I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. I'm like, well, 17 more weeks to go. Merry Christmas. Yeah, exactly. Oh, honestly, wait, we got a little superstition in there? Put some dreads and sunglasses on every Giants defensive back. It's impossible for me to do this anymore. It's ridiculous. Yes, they got to start Jackson Dart. Why? Because there's no hope. It doesn't matter.
I didn't over-deliver on that last question, folks. Can we say that? 97-1.
Daniel Jones, calm down.
Kind of like Mike, football brings out all emotions. That's why we love the game. But that feeling when you bet doesn't hit the same and you get hung out to dry when your whole sports book, that feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's how it works. Every single game now through October, new customers can get new customers get $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses, guaranteed. And now, additionally, new customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, whether you're winning or winning back money in fan cash, you're winning. Fan cash is that you use anything in the Fanatics universe like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk with other sports books when you could switch to a sure thing? Every single game day until October, at the end of October comes with guarantee. Your old sports book, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check it out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Extensive experience. It means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on the law firm, and many of them will come and go, but 30 years of experience, it's a testament to Maurice and Jerry's success. They are ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. Visit abrahamandrose.com or just call the number 248-539-5040. You won't have to deal with the IRS personally ever again. Well, welcome back, Giants football. We're live from the secondary. Sons of bitches. Thanks for that bump back. Somebody get a keyboard for Paulson Adebo. Lion fans, you think you got problems? Go ahead and walk in those shoes. All right. I want to go right to the people, David. We'll get to ticket text. If you're just joining, it's simple. Of all of the offseason consternation, all of which showed itself in week one, which of those issues concerns you the most? Lack of pass rush, interior of the O-line, 2 new coordinators. Hell, if you were delusional about Micah Parsons being a bum and a penis and a podcast idiot and overrated, yeah, none of that was true.
Yeah.
So just tell us. And no one's writing the season off. I'm not going to overreact to it. If you watched for 3 hours yesterday, it was garbage. It's okay to talk about it as garbage. What concerns you the most? For Rico and I, the interior of the offensive line, giving you some power stats on that. It's got to get better. Can't be worse. Your running backs get hit in the backfield 16 to 22 carries. Can't be worse.
See, I would say it can't be worse. Question mark?
Oh, fair. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on?
How you doing?
Good, Brian. What's up?
Hey, you know what I think everybody forgets in this town? Your callers and your other shows on your network here is the common denominator has always been the Ford family. Sheila Ford is no different than her mother before her and her father before that. They make money by not winning. Okay, the reason you don't have Micah Parsons here has nothing to do with the first and second round draft pick. You could have matched that, the 2 first rounds. You could have found a Kenny Clark type player to throw in there. It has everything to do with $188 million. That's the same reason you don't have name coordinators. Dan Campbell's not afraid. You bring in Nick Saban, he wouldn't be afraid. He's the kind of guy that's not worried about losing his job. It's all about paying the money to bring those coordinators in, which the Ford family won't do.
But, Brian, the problem with this is the following. Hold on. There's the one issue. You're conflating a couple of things. I mean, in the very same breath that we say that, they just handed out $83 million on Saturday night. Mm-hmm. They've paid Amon-Ra. Yep. They paid Goff. They paid Sewell. They're paying everybody. They're going to pay Aiden $1 zillion.
And they haven't paid an offensive line. You remember what Brady and the Patriots did when Brady gave back money every year? Let's pay the offensive line. Let's spread it around. That falls on the players of being.
Well, okay, now that part that's fair, but let's remember Jared Goff's 31 years old. Brady was damn near 37 at the time he made that decision. Brian, I'm not saying I absolve them completely, because where I do think they fail, whether it's William Clay, whether it was Martha, whether it's Sheila, you're never going to have one of them demand anything. Mm-hmm. They've always been very hands-off with it. And I'll give Sheila credit. They found the right people. But, Brian, I'll agree with you in one sense. This offseason, after the way last season ended, yeah, I wish we had a little bit more of a Mark Cuban type owner where it was like, go and get me someone. Go and fix this. I don't think that happens here. I don't think that's ever happened here. And for the people who want to continue to do the whole, you can't do this because of the cap, stop. Adam Schefter already debunked it. The whole idea would have been, even if you can't get Micah Parsons, even if you couldn't get Trey Hendrickson, you got to do better than relying upon Marcus Davenport. And they didn't. Now, part of that, you say, hey, Smart owners hire smart people, let them be smart.
Correct.
I agree. But Brad Holmes has gone real far into this whole we like our own people model. And that does scare me. And look, we haven't even gotten to the JMO thing today. I just laughed. I was just like, whatever. Like 83 career catches, $83 million.
Yeah, when I saw that, I'm walking back at the end of the state game, I'm walking down, the Red Cedar River, going to the car, and I get the notification. What?
And I understand the
real
deal. The deal doesn't trigger right away. But my whole thing is that money can be allocated other places than a guy who will struggle to be a top 3 target share guy moving forward. You used a lot of capital to get Sam Laporta, to get Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra. Oh, Tesla with 3 third-round picks. I can't do this.
And that was a shocker because okay, I thought maybe Tesla was his replacement. I can live with losing the 3 first-round picks because this guy looks like he's going to be really good. Okay, it balances out. Wait, stop the presses.
But you got to get out of the habit of blaming the Fords. Look, you just, it's kind of passe, guys. This is a Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell production. I don't think the Fords have anything to do with this. I don't think it's ever been a money thing. They've signed and given away a ton of guaranteed money.
I think we can safely say that Sheila is different from her parents.
Yes.
They're winning.
The one case I said where they're not, just so Brian didn't think I was all against them. No, I don't think you're ever going to have an owner come down and go, get me.
No.
Do I think Jeffrey Lurie's done that in Philly? Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I also don't need an owner like Jerry Jones, who's too hands-on and calls himself the general manager. I don't need that either. Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, Kyle. What's up?
Not much. Been waiting a while, so I'm still referring back to the Pulp Fiction sentiment. Who hasn't seen Pulp Fiction?
Kenny.
First of all. Oh my goodness. Well, you got to watch it. I'm not a big movie buff, but you got to watch Pulp Fiction.
That's it. It's like a birthright. You got to watch it.
You have to watch it, and it's just part of And I'm trying real hard not to be the shepherd, as Jules said, but I'm kind of really just over. I've listened to I listen to you guys all day long, and I'm just kind of over just the same things over and over again. I think that yesterday was obviously not our best, just in general our outcome, but I think we need to just take a step back, take a deep breath, and realize that it was one game. We went to Lambeau. We have a lot going on, within everything with our team, everything else. But it seems like everyone's just so caught up on this one thing, and it definitely is our offensive line.
So so let's step back for a minute. Which of the concerns you most, of any of them?
Offensive line for sure. I mean, just that goal line. Rush where, I mean, that was the biggest miss block I've seen in probably 4 years in the NFL. But when it comes to schedule strength, and I know you guys keep saying we have the toughest schedule, we have the toughest division. The Bears, the Vikings, they're all in the top 5. The Packers, we're all in the top 5 of the toughest schedule because we have the toughest division.
No, I agree with a lot of that. And your crossovers are tougher too. The crossovers don't do you a whole lot of favors playing the AFC North.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean the AFC it's a great conference, and then we have the toughest division within everything else, and it's
look. The biggest thing for me is can you be 3-3 after 6 weeks? If you do that, I'm not panicked. Just got to go 3-3. Certainly got to win this weekend against the Bears. I'll chalk up Ravens as a loss, but then it's Browns, Bengals, Chiefs. There's no reason you can't win all 3 of those games. And I'm not going to take week 1 and extrapolate it over the course of a year. They have to look better than week 1. But that was concerning, Kyle. That was bad.
I agree. And what's the line tonight? -1.5 for the Bears?
I thought the lines were 4.5-point favorites.
No, I think he said tonight.
No.
Oh, tonight Minnesota's laying 1.5 on the road.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, if we can beat the Bears, I think we're good. I mean, I don't see us as in any type of panic mode.
No, panic. There's no reason for panic. I'm concerned because everything that we harped on all offseason came true. Now, how do they react to it? I'm with you, Kyle. If they look the way they look this week and they look that way against the Bears, concern goes to panic. I'm not going there yet. I'm going to let them play the damn game. They've pretty much owned the Bears. But yeah, Kyle, the interior of that O-line 2 weeks from now against Baltimore, oh boy.
I mean, when Gibbs gets 19 yards, it's or whatever. 19. I don't even know what the stat was, but it was ridiculous. And, and Montgomery.
Lions ball carriers were hit behind the line. Doesn't mean they were tackled behind the line, but they were hit behind the line on 16 of 22 carries. The Packers in total had 9 tackles for loss.
And yards after contact is a huge thing, especially in the NFL nowadays, because
100%.
It's just different types of hits nowadays. But when you get hit, everything changes in timing, the play motion, everything.
And it means you can't
changes.
use verticality, and that's the secret to the sauce.
Exactly.
So look, let them get in the lab this week. Let's take a look. We're going to talk about it in real time, Kyle. And I know. This is also, too, I appreciate you listening all day. It's probably not the healthiest thing to do.
No, but
Just
maybe
throwing that out
it may
there.
be therapeutic for him. I mean, to get hit behind the line 73% of the time. Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah.
97.1. David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the people. We got a can we say that? Obviously, it's a Lions overreaction Monday. I'm here for it. You have every right to be upset. You have every right to be concerned. I don't think you have a right to be panicked. It is still one of 17. And much like you had a dud against the Bills in the middle of your season last year, all right, you had one in week 1. The concerning part is anyone who had concerns had them validated, every single one of them. You were called a hater, a negative Nancy, a doom and gloomer. You were told to let Brad cook. It's all good. It's not all good. The O-line, the pass rush, the 2 new coordinators, even Micah Parsons' arrival. And it all happened on the same day. And it is like Murphy's Law. The question is just which of these is your biggest concern? For us, it is the interior of the O-line. You cannot function. This offense will never look like any version of last season if the interior of this O-line is not better. And look, it ain't like the tackles had a good day either. And I'm not going to go blaming any one individual. I keep saying interior. Why? It's very hard to grade offensive line play when you don't know whose assignment is who. Frank Ragnow did a great job of, even if you thought he played poorly last year, getting everyone in the right spot at the right time, calling out the protections. Whether the rookie's at fault or he caught a bad signal or they didn't hear a kill, I'm not smart enough to tell you which. That's a hard part. Now, look, when Penei Sewell loses a one-on-one to Micah Parsons, I can tell you player A was better than player B. Mm-hmm. When you get into the interior, no, I'll always defer to somebody like TJ on that because I can't tell you. This is the problem I have with Pro Football Focus. Oh, well, your guard played like this. And it's like, okay, first of all, I don't need a dude from Bolivia telling me there better be a lot of it.
But the most sobering thing that you said, and earlier in the show, Odyssey Rewind if you missed it, this is the healthiest this offensive line is probably going to be.
Right. What happens if you lose 2 starters?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the NFL. And, I mean, look, Tampa took the field yesterday. Tristan Wirfs is already hurt. The Jets lost their best offensive lineman 3 days before the opener, Elijah Vera Tucker. The Chargers lost their left tackle and Rashawn Slater. He's gone for the year. The Giants are already dealing with an Andrew Thomas injury. This is reality. Atlanta lost their starting right tackle. He's out for the year. You're going to lose someone. You better pray to God it ain't one of your tackles. I mean, look, I didn't think Decker or Sewell had a great day individually, but, man, you lose one of them. The interior, who you replacing these guys with? Because whatever you have, it wasn't good enough to take their job.
Fair.
You know, like
that's what I think.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is the replacement for Glasgow an undrafted free agent? I believe your backup center is an undrafted free agent.
Let me look it up.
Unless you plan on moving Ratledge over, which they tried to do at the start of camp.
For about 10 minutes.
And they quickly went, nope.
Oh, no.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls. Just sit tight. I promise you we'll get to as many as we can. We got to do a can we say that in the meantime? Distracted driving. It's an epidemic. Look around. We've seen it. People do not pay attention to the road. That's how people die. And if you don't have good life insurance, well, you're screwing over your family. So, Mike Papur, National Benefit Plans, is going to get you settled. 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide, guaranteeing you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over and wonder what the hell's available or not. Let Mike and his 30 years of experience with National Benefit Plans get you settled. NBPHealth.com. That's NBPHealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Go ahead. Can we say that?
All right. Let's start off in the college ranks.
Okay.
Can we say that the University of South Florida is the best team in the state of Florida?
No. You can say they're the best of the poverty group of 5 or whatever it is. You can say that they're a trendy playoff selection. I'm fine with all of those things. You can't say that they're better than Miami, and I think what's about to happen is Miami's going to break their foot off in their ass. So, no, I can't go there.
Yeah, let's see what happens Saturday. If they beat them or play well, but no, you can't say it yet.
See, this is why I hate preseason rankings, but according to the rankings, they got the best 2 wins.
I understand that.
So, okay. All right. Can we say, let's stay there, that Billy Napier is back on the hot seat?
I think it's worse than that. I mean, their schedule is already brutal. Look at their next 4 games. I don't know where you find a win in there. The winning streak saved his job last year. All of his goodwill, all of the momentum, it's gone. You let a community college walk into the swamp and beat you. Not 38-35 in a thriller, 18-16. Where your offense, and you're an offensive guru, and I'm a gambler. You know, like he's out here like, I'm going for it before the 18-16. No, Rico, I think he's dead. I think it's done.
See, Mike, preseason, you already talked about what their schedule looks like with LSU and Miami and Texas A&M and Texas.
Yeah.
And then they finish off with Ole Miss, Tennessee,
That was
Florida
their
State.
second easiest game outside of Long Island University.
Correct. So with that already there, I'm sorry. I think he's gone.
Can we say that John Mateer will have a seat in New York for the Heisman ceremony? Not win it, but he will be there.
No, because Oklahoma should have won that game 38-3. But they were sloppy. They're not that good. It's just Mateer is a really good football player, but I don't think a 4-loss Oklahoma team is going to get a kid in New York. Should he be? Yes, because the whole thing's on his back. Will he be? No.
Well, I'm going to do my best John Jansen here. Well, he can go out next week and break his leg.
Oh, I thought it would be you going silent.
Oh, no.
Wait,
no.
what?
He talks about injuries all the time. Like, of course, taking injuries out.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to have a good enough season to have the Heisman or be in New York.
Speaking about being in New York.
Yes.
Can you, Michael, promise me you'll be open-minded about this next one? Can you promise me?
Yes.
Dante Moore, Oregon quarterback.
Heisman Trophy candidate. He did what, he had a showcase game on national TV. They didn't just beat Oklahoma State. They beat them 100-3. He threw 2 absolute dimes 50 yards down the field. I know it's Oregon. I know it's a QB machine. It's a good system, and Will Stein is a beast of a play caller. But, yeah, right now he has to be one of the 5 or 6 names you bring up, and he'll get his moment against Penn State. So, yes, open-minded.
Wow.
Also, by the way, it's year 3 for Dante. That's what it takes, guys. You don't just fall out of your mom's womb and start as a freshman and dominate everybody.
You mean a guy who can suck his first year and throw more pick sixes than touchdowns?
Yep.
Can get better.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to go to the other side. Mike Gundy, shut your mouth. Stop talking in the media, and
David,
that won't happen to you.
David, he's gone. Yeah. He's gone. And it's sad because I think much like Virginia Tech, those are 2 programs that are never to recover. Who knows? Michigan State might be in that pile.
Well,
like you just have these good programs that are brand names that matter that kind of don't matter now. But Gundy's done. They've got to let him go.
All right, one more. Speaking of Michigan State, did we see a coming out party for Aiden Childs?
I'm okay saying that. I mean, my concerns have nothing to do with him. It's everything to do with we have 4 Kenny Cotts on the D-line. But for Aiden, yeah, the play action game was great. Deep ball accuracy was very good. Made good decisions, improvised, ran when it was available. I'm okay saying it. And Rico, they're going to need him because defensively, I can't. I don't even know if we have 4 Division I pass rushers. It was unbelievable.
Okay, you know what? Hold David real quick. I'm gonna let some people behind the curtain. So Mike calls me Sunday morning like he normally does. He's like, "Hey, I want to see how you were doing. I know it was a late night game for you." And I'm like, "Yeah, you know what, Mike? With the defense, I just wish they would have blitzed more because, Longenham or whatever, Loggeman could just do whatever he wanted to." And Mike was like, "Well, it's funny you say that." They actually did blitz. It was just useless. I was like, really? Because, when you're at the game, you don't see it the way you see it on TV. So
you got to rewatch some things. Yeah.
David, I'm livid all night. And I'm glad. I guess I didn't even ask Jonathan Smith that question because I was like, did you ever think about blitzing maybe once?
Oh, they tried.
And Mike was like, oh, they actually tried. They would bring 5 or 6 people. It was just so
You
ineffective.
ever see when they do the crash test dummy stuff in the automotive companies and they send the car flying against a brick wall? That's actually State's second level attempting to blitz.
Yeah, so I got you. You got a couple for me?
Yeah, one of them can we say that Oklahoma State and VTech are officially dead and never to return?
Yes. Oklahoma State especially. I think the Gundy era is over, and you're going to have to do a major overhaul. And I don't know how accepting the alumni and the fan base will be because he's a favorite because he used to win back in the day.
It's over.
Kind of reminded me like at D'Antonio, the later years, where all you remember are the good years. It's like, but guys, we suck right now.
And for VTech, understand why I brought it up. You lose the opener to South Carolina. You come home under the lights at Lane Stadium, enter Sandman and Diego Pavia orbital rams you 45-20.
Yeah.
You didn't score in the second half. Yeah. Brent Pry's done. The last one. Can we say your adoration, lust, love, and belief in Justin Fields was all worth it because, damn, he looked good yesterday? Come on. Where's your belief that this is the year that Justin Fields gets it right?
Michael, I can say that, yes, it's going to be a great year for him because for the first time ever, he has a real offensive coordinator, and he doesn't have to look over his shoulders. If anything happens, he throws a pick, go out there, fix it. Get us back into the game instead of seeing Russell Wilson on the sideline warming up. He doesn't have any of that. I think Aaron Glenn believes in him. The team believes in him. And I'm watching him saying, yeah, that's the quarter.
What was that?
That was Kenny's side from Friday.
Can we hear that one more time? Can I have that on the drop board immediately, please? All right, here's the last one for you.
Okay.
Can we say Michigan has no choice? They've got to just throw Underwood into the fire. That the game plan they used Saturday night, if he's that ill prepared to play, and if you need to protect him to that level, you're effed. Does the kid have the makeup you could throw him into the fire? They've just got to say, you know what? First down is a passing down. We are going to let him run. Can we say that? Or is that an overreact Jim from the morning show?
Oh, no, you can't say that. Now, it makes sense, and we may talk about this later on in the week, but no, you absolutely can't, Mike, because if that kid gets hurt, you have nobody else in the quarterback room. I don't think you have any healthy bodies, and you're going to go back to the days of Alex Orji and that passing game. So, no, he can't take off and run because I know a lot of Michigan fans are, you got to unleash the offense with this kid. No, you can't. So I would say, no, you're not even listening. You have to bring him along at this pace. I think they're doing him a service.
Underwood back to pass, and it's fourth down.
It's got to stop.
You know what? David.
It's Christmas in September.
I got more of these. We'll do part 2 of Can We Say That?
My reaction?
Why'd you put that on this board? Put him versus Jeremy.
Hold on. Let's see here. It's like playing the drums.
Right.
It's like the July drop tournaments here. All right.
More Can We Say That
yes.
later. 97.1.
FanDuel getting you ready for football. You bet $5, you get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, $5. If it wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets across the app. Use them however you like. I can't even begin to tell you all the possibilities because it's completely out of control. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can download the FanDuel app today. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lions coach Dan Campbell said today that Terrion Arnold's injury doesn't look serious, but he's not sure whether he'll play this week. Offensive lineman Jamarco Jones will miss the season with an ankle injury, however. They also plan to make Isaac Tesla more of the game plan yesterday before his illness crept up last week.
See, I can hear you loud and clear.
Good, yes. New headphones. He's fancy. Michigan State starting safety Nakai Martinez has missed the first 2 games of the season. Head coach Jonathan Smith provided the latest today. State quarterback Aiden Childs has been named co-Big Ten Offensive Player of the Week after tossing 5 touchdowns against Boston College. Linebacker Jordan Hall also nabbed the Defensive Player of the Week after his career-high 15 tackles. Michigan coach Jerome Moore will have to miss the next 2 games per his NCAA suspension. What's the plan now? We also learned the Week 4 kickoff times. Michigan will play at 3:30 against Nebraska. Michigan State won't kick until 11 p.m. Eastern on the road against USC. The Tigers have the day off to look to bounce back from a series loss to the White Sox. They'll start tomorrow against the Yankees on the road. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The Kenny Drop remix. Fantastic. Worst thing Kenny ever did was make that noise. All right, welcome in at 5 o'clock. If you're just getting out of the office, let us help you get home. It's very simple. I'll give you the Cliff Note version of what we've talked about today. Everything we said all offseason we were concerned about happened in the first game. That's horrifying. It's also not something I'm ready to say is going to become commonplace. Worried about the interior of the O-line? It was horrible. Lions ball carriers got hit 16 of 22 plays behind the line of scrimmage. Packers had 9 TFLs in total. Okay. New coordinators. Offense looked stagnant pre-snap. Not a lot of motion, not a lot of candy. Combined with the fact they looked like they didn't trust their O-line, bad. Kelvin Shepard's debut. Defense, very vanilla. Couple of weird third down calls. Why are we dropping Aiden Hutchinson into coverage? Why are we dropping Marcus Davenport? Lack of a pass rush. For the day, you had 2 QB hits, no sacks, 2 TFLs. The Packers had 9 TFLs, 9 QB hits, 4 sacks. And then that Micah Parsons thing. You know, the homeless guy the Packers traded for from the Cowboys, who you guys told me was terrible and a waste and a penis because he has a pod and a bad attitude.
Oh, yeah, he's going to need a spinal injection or maybe even a new spine.
4 explosives. He got a sack. He forced a punt. He blew up a run play, and he forced an INT by getting in Goff's face. So, yeah, I'd say Parsons was a problem. The question for you is, which of the offseason concerns is your biggest concern? And shockingly, we've only had one person call in about the pass rush. It has been almost to a man, offensive line or the coordinators. The pass rush, that tells you how bad everything else was. Because if you go out and the Packers, Aiden Hutchinson didn't record a stat. Marcus Davenport didn't record a stat. You got 2 QB hits all day. The Packers were able to just block you up. And that's how Jordan Love was taking vertical shots all day. And mind you, they were up by so much and they had so little fear of you. They threw a grand total of 6 passes in the second half. They were just ready to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, they got a Thursday night game. So
for you and I, we were O-line. That was a major concern. The interior of the O-line. That was your superpower. So I'm just putting it out there for you. What are you most concerned with? Is the season over? No. Do I think they're going to look that bad all year? No. But at least between 2 and 6, we're going to live in reality. Mm-hmm. They played. The game counts. They got orbital rammed. So here's the deal. We're going to talk about it. I'm not going to sit here and gaslight my listeners and be mad at you for what? Reacting? Just like I never understood why people were mad at us for pointing out shortcomings of this offseason. Well, we're on this adventure together. We all want the team to win. Now, let's take a look at Chicago tonight. And I'm not going to panic until or unless they look like this next weekend. They will lose to the Ravens. But if you're 1-2 after that, you got the Browns, you got the Bengals, you should beat both of those teams. That puts you at 3-2, showdown in Arrowhead, right?
Sounds right, Mike.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to provide not calm.
That the season is not over.
not.
You still have a chance to get out of this gigantic hole that you dug for yourself.
But were you one of the 4 or 5 worst teams yesterday?
You absolutely were. Because it wasn't because you had injuries out there. You just didn't look prepared to play.
Also, do we have Rieger screening calls right now? What the hell is going on here?
I don't know.
What is going on? He looks like he's really enjoying himself.
He has no idea what he's doing.
If you'd like to call up and speak to Jeff Rieger personally, now would be your time.
Yeah.
He's apparently screening calls as Kenny's in the corner. Okay, let's go to the people, shall we? Let's go to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, what's going on, buddy?
What up, boys? How you guys doing today?
Good, Jeremy. What's on your mind?
Man, I want to say not only is it the biggest concern, but as of 1 week, my only concern is the offensive line. And I'll say this. Yesterday was the first live fire game for the offensive and defensive coordinators with the number one teams against another number one team. The way people do playoffs now where they don't play their players, I was kind of expecting a rough start when you're bringing in new offensive line, new coordinators, and it looked dry, and the team didn't look confident in the game plan. They didn't look confident in what they were running. So the offensive line is definitely the biggest thing. But what I'm more concerned with is with Brad Holmes and the fact that, look, when a guy tells me he doesn't prioritize the defensive line, I believe him. The problem is this team is built around the offensive line, and instead of signing J-Mo, I feel like that's where it should have been reinforced. I might differ with what they need on defensive line, but once again, when a guy tells you he's not going after that and he lets you know, hey, I built my team this way so I don't prioritize defensive linemen, look, I take his word for it, and ultimately his job's on the line when it plays out. But I hate that they're signing so many skill position players, and I feel like they're minimizing what made this team great and what brought us from the depths that we were at, and it's that offensive line. So I do think we'll be better next week, but that interior offensive line, I don't know if it's a skill thing or it's a technique thing, and that's kind of what's bothering me the most right now. But I'm still on board. Like I said, I knew they were going to lose at least one game to Green Bay. Yeah, it sucks that the first game of the year was the one we looked this bad, but I think we can come back from everything else. It's just if that offensive line don't get better, man, we're
But
dead.
here's the question, and Jeremy, this is what Rico and I have struggled with, and we've never gotten a great answer. How do you allow Kevin Zeitler to sign a 1-year deal with the Tennessee Titans? You had all this cap space. He played at a Pro Bowl level last year. And the reason he gave to going to the Titans wasn't, oh, I'm from Nashville or I love honky tonk. He basically just said, well, it felt like the right decision. That's the only quote I've ever gotten. So you could play for a Super Bowl contender or go play for a team that's going to win 3 games. They let Kevin Zeitler walk out the door. That has nothing to do with Ragnow. 1 year, $8 million. How?
And that's where I have a problem with what he's been doing, because my whole thing is this. I think he's losing the main approach to what built this team. I feel like all these flashy toys and all these skill position players that are very, very great. Like, I thought Tesla move, giving up the 3 third-round picks, was pretty much assuring we weren't going to pay J-Mo.
Correct.
Now, why were we giving up 3 third-round picks? Like, I wanted to back that move because I thought it was a setup for another move.
Yep.
But now I feel like they're doing the same thing with the offensive line. It's just like, even if you didn't bring Zeitler back, there were better guards or centers or a veteran out there they could have got. That's where I feel like he didn't protect the team, not the defensive end, because they've already said, like, if you ran a team, Mike, I wouldn't expect you to get big-name wide running backs. If Rico ran the team,
that's right,
I wouldn't expect big-name wide receivers. I know that's not how you build your team, so I'm not going to complain about that. But I am going to complain about this offensive line because it terrifies me, man. Y'all have a good day, man. Appreciate
Jeremy,
you, boys.
appreciate you. No, you're right. If I ran the team, you'd have like Bill Krosky-Merritt out there. I wouldn't care. Give me 7 of those guys.
He's a P1. So, yeah, you know me. We're not doing big wide receivers.
No, and the J-Mo thing we haven't even been able to really get to today. That was just like, whatever. You know what? Whatever. I'm done fighting the fight. You didn't have to do it. 2 words, transition tag.
Thank you.
2 more words, franchise tag.
Thank you.
2 more words, free agency. It is just not anywhere I need to be.
I thought, if you did the transition tag or you let him go to free agency or maybe even just a trade, Mike, you can recoup some of the draft capital that you've lost.
Or you just let him sign somewhere else, take the comp pick, and move forward. Because if Brad Holmes is even half as sweet as some of these people say he is, he'll draft a good player.
What was it, third-round selection?
Yes, if he signs a primo deal, yeah.
Right. So, that's what I'm saying. So you at least got one third-round pick back from the Tesla
It just
trade.
wasn't necessary to me. And I'm not going to freak about it. They can, because the cap isn't real, but they just continue to do. If I said to you that off of the season they had, their offseason would consist of the following: Carlton Davis out, DJ Reed in. Fine. If you want to call that a marginal improvement, I'm not angry about it. Then nothing. We will just sign Kirby Joseph. To me, it's inexplicable. It didn't need to happen, but fine. They love Kirby Joseph. By the way, go look at his 2 previous seasons, how he played versus last year's miracle with the turnovers. Cool. Highest paid safety in the league. Then, and I know, team-friendly deal. Fine. And we're just going to dap J-Mo up for $1 million per catch. 83 career catches, $83 million. That's your offseason.
I can't argue with that.
And then they look like they
well,
look
do you need to get
one.
an edge rusher? No, we good.
Nope. That's the wrong one. My right hand to God. That was an accident. I'm sorry. I meant it. Rico, they're right next to each other.
Some could say.
No. I apologize. That was a complete mistake.
I'm looking like Tayshaun Prince. Hey. But to be told we have Aiden Hutchinson, and why do we need anything else?
Look, the results through one game are suboptimal. But let's be fair. Onzarique's gone for the year. Well, why the hell did they bring him back in the first place? Okay. Aleem, we know, is going to be gone for most of this year or half of this year. Fine. Pascal, we've known for a while, would be out the first month of the year. Mm-hmm. They decided we don't need Za'Darius. The Eagles went and got him. Okay. They didn't partake.
Oh, rewind that. The Eagles went and got him after they could not get Micah Parsons.
Correct. So, again, the trade deadline is still a thing. Let's go play the Bears this week. But could it look worse? No. It's not possible.
Well, I don't expect anything with the trade deadline. I will be pleasantly surprised if they did.
I'm going to trade you Kayvon Thibodeau because it looks like my team is bleeps up.
I don't think that
we don't win in Dallas. The for sale sign's out.
Maybe they go get Calais Campbell. They raid the Dolphins. Now they're dead. Pick that corpse.
Didn't he leave? I forget, but Calais is somewhere else.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I thought he was back in Arizona.
Yeah, he is.
You're right.
Somebody else paid him. Yes. I go, well, good luck looking for him. Let me know how the search goes. All right. Football season. Elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. Starts with the right truck, the 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab. You lease it right now. Moran Buick GMC, $199 a month, $999 down. They've also got crazy pricing on the Buick Encores, $249 a month, $1,499 down, 24-month lease. It's MoranExpress.com. Always check the inventory, and you can book online for that free loaner car with any Moran certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegram, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Okay. I mean, look, I'm not overreacting to that stuff. They played like crap. Every possible thing that could go wrong did. And things we were all concerned about showed themselves. But if you trust Dan Campbell, you believe this is a good football team, I still do. I'm going to give him the opportunity to get it right. But no, that wasn't acceptable yesterday. No, that wasn't how a potential Super Bowl team is supposed to look. And it is week 1. It did feel like a dress rehearsal. One problem. You don't get those in the NFL. So they didn't look ready to play. That is on Dan Campbell. And the coordinators have to be better. The interior of the O-line has to be better. That pass rush has got to, I'd say, be better. It has to be there at all. And we're asking you guys your biggest concern. We'll go to Alex, 97.1. Alex, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen, what's going on? I got a hot take to throw at you.
Okay.
I still see a path where this team might win 13 or 14 games.
Listening?
I'm just kidding, man. That was abysmal that I saw.
I wasn't going to make fun of you, Alex. I really wanted to know, how are they going to do that? Go ahead.
Oh, my gosh. So I've been with you guys all summer long about our interior or our defensive line. And I don't know what the gaslighting is for Brad Holmes, but I've been telling all my buddies, we got to get somebody to match up with Hutch. Davenport, off an injury, I just don't have faith, and obviously what we saw last night wasn't it. For the offensive line, that is what I think is our number one issue now, because the glass now play on the goal line, we can beat the dead horse there, but when I watched, I don't know how much the Sunday night game you watched, but when Lamar threw a wide receiver screen out to Zay Flowers, I saw their left tackle and left guard. They looked like they got shot out of a cannon that way. And they blocked the corner and probably the outside linebacker there. And I just put my head in my palm there. I'm like, that could have been us. That was us last year. So
it feels
I'm
like,
worried about our O-line.
Alex, it does. It feels like you lost your superpower a little bit. You know, you get used to having a Frank Ragnow even in a down year, but everyone's assignment is crystal clear. Kevin Zeitler was a Pro Bowler. Inexplicably, he goes. Okay. And look, I'm not mad that they put a little bit of faith in Christian Mahogany, and I'm not ready to bail on him by any means, but let's be clear. You're a Super Bowl team who's entrusting a guy with 2 career starts who's got 6th-round pick pedigree. That's risky. Mm-hmm. And your worst lineman last year was Graham Glasgow. Now he's your center. And yesterday, he got an F. He was not good yesterday. And I before I blame Ratledge or Mahogany, I'm going to blame Glasgow based on the center calls the protections. And if people look confused, I would err on the center there. But I'm always careful about that. So I'm trying to just say, hey, it's the interior trio collectively. When a tackle gets beat, you know what the assignment is.
Yeah.
It's very hard to discern whose assignment is what in the interior, especially when teams start running twists and different things. The interior as a whole was terrible, and when your ball carriers get hit 16 to 22 times in the backfield, come on.
73% of the time.
That's nice job with numbers. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy? Whoopsie daisy, wrong button. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey.
What's up?
Good. Just wanted to make a comment on it was mostly the offensive just play calling.
Yeah.
Was my biggest take out of the game. It was just like, it seemed like every 4 minutes I was watching like the screen pass to Gibbs or like a flat route. It was just every 4 minutes. It seemed like it was just some out route, just barely getting any yardage. Like you just paid JMO $83 million, but yeah, we made sure he got his one catch. Like that's all he needs. Might as well just put him on. Like I just don't understand like the play calling or even the concept. Like who's making that call? It was just very frustrating.
But I think part of the problem, Joe, like, listen, everyone gets real comfortable with the deep crossing routes that the Lions are known for. Those are the longest developing route in football. If you can't have elite pass protection, is specifically off of deep play action, you're never going to be able to run that stuff. So John Morton, I think, quickly recognized we can't block this stuff. Mm-hmm. And if you're Goff, what's Goff's go-to if he's not elite protection? He's a check down Charlie. Mm-hmm. So it was just a nightmare scenario yesterday. I mean, it's got to get better because I sure as hell can't get worse. That was awful.
No, definitely. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you got it, Joe. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ethan, 97.1. Ethan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. How you guys doing?
Good, Ethan. What's going on?
Yeah, so my thing is this, right? So I was the first person watching the game yesterday. I mean, I was texting all my friends. I'm like, we suck. This is terrible. But then I sort of had some time to think about it a little bit. And here's my take, right? So I remember back in 2016 or 17, the Patriots, now I know it's a little bit of an outlier because they were like the Super Bowl champs. They were the Patriots, right? But they got blown out by Kansas City week 1, won the Super Bowl, right? Mm-hmm. And even if you go back last year, I know that's one side of the coin, right? Other side of the coin last year, the New Orleans Saints, they got really hot first 2 weeks, blew out their opponents. Everyone and their mama thought Derek Carr was winning the Super Bowl.
That's true.
Now he's retired. So I can't draw any, like, my biggest concern, people may be a little bit over concerned. Now here's what I will say. With the Bears, if we let Ben Johnson trick play us out of the building, then I'm going to get a lot more concerned. But I can't overreact yet. I got to calm down a little bit. I got to let this thing play out a little bit. And what I will say is after seeing the offense, though, I'm taking the Bears. I'm taking the Bears tonight on the money line.
I wouldn't touch that game with a 10-foot pole, but I wish you good luck. It's just two mystery boxes at quarterback. Now, as far as the offense goes, the idea that John Morton was going to walk in and be Ben Johnson was fool-ass. Now, if you do some deep dive into it, pre-snap, formationally, personnel groupings, route combinations, guys, it was very vanilla. It was very basic. And it looked nothing like last year, offensive line play aside. But I have a little bit of a concern here. I was concerned no matter who you hired. They weren't going to be Ben Johnson.
Right. I was very concerned because when I was saying that, people made it seem like you don't know what you're talking about. This offense will go on business as usual. Look at all the weapons. How it's too big to fail. And then I saw it fail. I saw it crash and burn because this offense is based on the ability to run the ball, leads to play action, leads to the fact that Goff only has to throw the ball 20 or less times. You control the clock, you score points, and then you go deep to J-Mo. It works because you've sucked in the entire defense because they're afraid of the run game.
You have to have play action on a third of your pass attempts for this thing to operate. Look, I've always comped Goff to Matt Ryan. The year that Atlanta made the Super Bowl and was up 28-3, they had almost a 35% play action rate on passing downs. Mm-hmm. That's what Matt Ryan needed. Mm-hmm. Goff needs that, whether he was with McVay, who's known for that. What do you think has helped extend Stafford's career? Or to here with Ben Johnson? So the interior of this line, if you get the running game going, I do feel like a lot of this gets fixed.
But that's just it. If you don't have the running game, I don't have to respect the play action.
Correct.
Because, I know exactly what you're going to do.
David, what was that, David? Are you stretching or are you telling us a message? Okay. All right.
That's him telling me to tell you, the people, about Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment, from a full-body workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching, with brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and the supine benches, free weights, cable towers, upper and body strength machines, treadmill, stairmat. You get it. Everything is at Planet Fitness except for one thing: you. They got convenient hours to fit your schedule and your routine, and free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. There's over 50 Planet Fitness in the Metro Detroit area, so you need to hurry, because right now the classic membership is just $1 down, $15 a month. That's it. Hurry, because this is a limited time only thing. Find your nearest Planet Fitness and join today. You can do it online, or you can use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness. All right, gentlemen.
Quickly, let's go.
This was going to be more NFL related. Let's start with David Steelers. Can we say that maybe the Steelers are going to be a playoff team again?
No, not at all. They have to fix that defense. No one showed up defensively. So, no, I cannot say that they're a playoff team right now.
I'm with David. A fumbled kickoff and a 60-yard field goal was your salvation. I'm not here for it. To hell with them. No.
Can we say that Daniel Jones will resurrect his career in Indianapolis?
For this season? Maybe. Like, I'm fine if you say, hey, for this season, could he lead the Colts to be 9-8 and sneak into the playoffs? Yes. A revival, a renaissance, a Baker Mayfield?
I was about to say, will he turn into a Baker Mayfield where maybe he finally has found his place and his spot in the city that will back him?
No.
Now, is this because you don't like him?
No, it's because he's a dull, blank stare idiot. No, I'm out.
If he plays the Dolphins every week,
yeah,
sure.
exactly. I mean, that's the equivalent of playing a 1AA team.
Okay. Can we say that the Bills and the Ravens will meet again in an AFC Championship game?
Yes. They're a cut above, and I don't think Kansas City is in that club anymore. I'll say yes to it, 100%.
I'm going to predict no. I don't think they face off. I think they face off in some like the divisional round before. Something's going to happen with the seeding.
But do we agree they're going to meet again?
Sure.
Okay.
On a side note, can we say that maybe the Ravens did the wrong move and they should have just gone for it on 4th and 3?
No, don't be conservative. First down, don't just hand it into the line, trying to kill the clock. Second down, don't run some stupid jet sweep. You have Derrick Henry, you have Lamar Jackson, you have a great play action game or even a RPO game. Run your damn offense.
Right.
Can I ask a bonus question?
Yeah.
Can we say that the Buffalo Bills fan who dared touch a player leaving the field not only should be banned from all NFL stadiums, should have got his ass beat? Lamar shouldn't have just shoved him, should have kicked his ass. You touch a player, they should put you 6 feet under.
I say the same. You know what? Hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and put you guys in midfield, and Lamar, you and fan, go at it.
No, I want him to fight Derrick Henry. That's what I want.
Update, he has been banned from all NFL stadiums.
Right. I wanted his ass beat.
That would have been great.
Carry on.
Can we say that Micah Parsons will be a problem for the NFC North?
100%. I never understood the narrative and levels of copium from Lions fans. He's bad, has podcast. He's a penis. He's a game wrecker. There's 5 or 6 players in the league like him. Unlimited snaps yesterday, forced an INT, forced an incomplete, blew up a run play, sacked your quarterback. 4 explosives and 29 snaps when you haven't even gone through a full practice? Yeah, man, he's a distinct problem.
And just wait for him to get healthier. I don't know if he'll ever be 100% with the back this year, but he'll get healthier. Yeah, he's going to be a problem.
Guys, can we say that Deebo Samuel may find a revival in Washington?
Yes. He's a perfect fit for Cliff's offense. Yes. And honestly, if Jaden Daniels didn't miss 2 wide open deep throws, that game doesn't even look remotely close to 21-6. So, yes, I think Deebo is going to be really effective in the red zone for them. And you saw a little bit of it yesterday. I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, Mr. I don't want to be a running back and do that stuff. And that's who he is. So, yeah, he's really good.
Deebo, you want to eat? Yeah, run the ball. Can we say that maybe it's time for the Panthers to pull the plug on Bryce Young?
I felt like I hopped in a time machine. That was Bryce from last September, not the second half of the year. I don't know what that was. He was under 75 yards passing deep into the fourth quarter. Looked lost. It's weird when he plays poor how much smaller he looks. Yeah. It starts to bother you more when you're like, okay, I can't do this.
Right. They went and got him a receiver. And
look, you're going to ride out this season regardless because there was a lot of optimism. I hope that was just a bad dress rehearsal, a weird weather delay. I'm going to say no just because they don't have any other outs. But, yeah, I was ready to bail at halftime.
I'm with you. I'm hoping the delay did something. Like
it didn't make him taller.
We'll see with him. I'm still holding out hope.
Can we say that Jake Moody should be cut from the 49ers?
Yes, it's an embarrassment. He had a nightmare season last year. It continued into this year. And if Sam Darnold wasn't a useless ginger, it would have cost you the game. Yes, if you're a serious playoff team, you cannot have Jake Moody as your kicker right now. Yes, got to go.
To see his teammates visibly upset on the sideline because of what he's doing or not doing, I should say, yeah, he's gone. He can't be in that locker room past Monday.
Oh, David,
Tuesday, really.
I didn't think he was going to make the flight back. Kyle Shanahan visibly was just like, you know what, just go for it. But go for it. Get back out on the field. Can we say that Bo Nix may have run into the sophomore jinx?
No. It was just week 1. 4 turnovers, 2 fumbles, 2 picks. Tennessee's defense is not horrible. I'm going to say no. It just was a week 1 snooze fest. Not ready to go there.
What the senator from New York said.
No.
Can we say that the Miami Dolphins are the worst team in the NFL?
Yes. I'm ready to go there. Bottom 3 O-line, bottom 3 D-line. Tua can't function in that scenario. McDaniel's offense can't function. There's no verticality. Dude, you let Danny Dimes impregnate you, okay? That was your week 1. Danny Dimes just leaning over you. The guy, Danny Dimes, led a scoring drive every possession he touched the ball.
Yes.
That's the first time in NFL history a quarterback has led a scoring drive of every single drive. Everyone.
I saw that stat and was like, really? Yes, he owns that record.
Here's Danny Dimes. What's the baby's name?
David. And Tyreek Hill, I know he's not that good anymore, but he's going to kill a teammate on that sideline.
Hey, bigger meltdown, him or Malik Neighbors. It didn't even take 1 quarter for Malik Neighbors to have a meltdown. I've seen this movie before.
All right, 2 more. Can we say that the Green Bay Packers will be the team to beat in the NFC?
I'm not ready to go there after 1 week. I'm going to say no. That would be overreact, Jim. No, I'm not doing it.
Can we say
Yes,
that?
I love this game.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to say it yet. See what the Rams continue to do. I like what they did over there.
That's an elite defense,
Yeah,
David.
correct.
Nico Collins, 2 catches, 21 yards. Taking them out of that game, and they get the stop at the end, force the fumble, Fisk with the recovery. We got to do a Stafford spinal check.
Correct.
Week 8.
It was an elite defense because they kept Tank Dell to nothing.
Stop it, Rico. Stop it.
Fun
David,
fact, he has 1 leg.
David, let's sit back, get some popcorn for this last one. Can we say that the Giants should start Jackson Dart week 2?
Yes. I'm done. It's another year you open up, you don't score a touchdown. That's 3 straight years. I know Andrew Thomas didn't play. It doesn't matter. You can't look that way. It was helpless. Russell Wilson, you're supposed to be a veteran, provide leadership, stand in the pocket. He was panicked even when he had time. Defensively, yeah, Abdul Carter was really good, led the team in pressures and blocked the punt. Brian Burns had 2 sacks. Kayvon had a sack. The problem, they gave up 450 yards. 450 yards. The secondary, you know what the Giants secondary needs? A piano and a pair of sunglasses. It's Ray Charles. Just have everybody look up the sky and scream, Georgia? It was a joke. Yeah, but you may as well play Jackson Dart because Russell Wilson looks completely washed. I'm exhausted by it. I'm tired. That's it. Hey, Deontay Banks. Paulson Adebo. Idiot from Minnesota, Newbin. That's it. Yeah,
One more time, David. So
I can't do it anymore. I don't understand how it can be this bad every year. Every year. And yes, to answer your question, yes, bought Big G Sunday ticket again. Ultimate F you to your parents. Buy him Sunday ticket to watch the Giants.
I thought we decided this year you were just going to walk over, ring the doorbell, and kick him in the balls.
May as well. It was early 3rd quarter. I go, Pop, I got work to do. I've tried to watch some of this game. I'm out. I can't do it. Michael, it's early. It's still... Dan, it's not early!
I was going to say, what was Big G's reaction to the game?
By the end of it, he's like, I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. I'm like, well, 17 more weeks to go. Merry Christmas. Yeah, exactly. Oh, honestly, wait, we got a little superstition in there. Put some dreads and sunglasses on every Giants defensive back. It's impossible for me to do this anymore. It's ridiculous. Yes, they got to start Jackson Dart. Why? Because there's no hope. It doesn't matter.
I didn't over deliver on that last question, folks. Can we say that? 97-1.
Daniel Jones, calm down. Yeah, that about sums that up. All right, injury attorney David Femininio, the guy you call when you're in an accident. But what if you didn't have to make that call? As a reminder, David has started the Driving Edge. Tips to keep you safe, prevent the crash. GetDavidGetPaid.com/Driving Edge. And because accidents do happen, and when they do, David will be there. It's very simple. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. Odyssey.com, rewind, you missed anything. Also, the football show, if you missed it last night, you want that. That's on YouTube. Did you do all your recaps, 5-Star Zone, Big Ten?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's up as
just
well.
dropped a few
wherever,
hours ago.
wherever you get your podcasts, and Cookies and I have your college recap as well. So it's all there for you. And anything we did Lions. David, a couple of ticket texts to round out the day, and then Rieger's joining. Is Woj here too?
Wojo just got here from Green Bay. He's here.
Graham Glasgow shouldn't be our center. He wasn't elite at guard or tackle. If we're being honest, this looks like Anthony Lynn's offense. Please be better next week. Rico Mike, my biggest concern is the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. We got manhandled. They looked lost.
That's the biggest problem. Now, again, defensively, reinforcements will gradually happen. I mean, Pascal will help you. I mean, Aleem McNeil should be a big boost. The problem, to Rico's point, when you have a catastrophic injury, I don't think you just hit the ground running. Now, I don't care what some Bulgarian football analyst at PFF said about Hutch. I refuse to accept he played some high-caliber game. Didn't register a stat. Was nowhere on screen and was largely handled by Jacob Tam. Not Anthony Munoz or Orlando Pace or Trent Williams.
Right.
Jacob Tam.
Right.
You know, Davenport, same deal. So they've got to roll with what they have.
And I think a lot for Hutch is still getting back to that whole game motion. Forget about, the Hutch rule and during training camp where he's close to the quarterback, we blow the play dead. He needs to get out there, gets pushed around, needs to get hit, needs to really test that leg out.
Yeah, let's see what he's like in Chicago.
Yeah.
I would expect it to be a lot better. Minus whatever, French Riviera analyst PFF is.
The idea of Lamar Jackson going full NFL blitz on that fan is my favorite mental image of the day.
You touch a player, you deserve everything coming to you. And I don't think police should get involved. Those guys are at work, and they are on the playing field. You could say a lot of things. You can't say everything. But the one thing you cannot do, you shoving another player's head, hitting DeAndre Hopkins. No, I honestly, I wish Derrick Henry would have put him 6 feet under.
No, at that point, treat it like the Waffle House. You're in trouble.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. Some of the best fights ever at the Waffle House.
The "we're good" quote by Campbell has me downright fired up today. We weren't good, Dan and Brad. We aren't. No McNeil is very apparent. Need someone better off the edge to complement Hutch. We're not good.
Let's see. Hey, it's okay to feel that way today. Let's see what week 2 looks like. It can't be worse. I would expect much better. But I do think it would help you watch tonight's game. Really take a look at what the Bears look like. Because if Ben Johnson has shown up and the Bears offense looks Ben Johnson-esque, that's a distinct problem. Now, the other angle will be what do the Bears defense look like against a very good offensive line of Minnesota and a very good offensive play caller in Kevin O'Connell. If the Bears defense looks good, that would be almost more concerning based on how your offensive line and offense played.
Yeah, because I guess right now the Lions are favored by 4.5 this Sunday against the Bears.
It seems fair.
Be interesting to see which way the line moves after tonight.
I don't think the Lions could look that bad with a healthy lineup. I would give Campbell and the two coordinators an F- for a grade.
An F-?
Wow. Is that even possible?
No, actually it's not. They don't get Rico's the teacher.
So.
He's not giving that grade out.
Wow.
Right. At that point, just drop the course.
Incomplete.
Right.
Next week has kind of turned into a must-win. Starting 0-3 isn't a recipe for making the playoffs.
No, look, and I know what people will say. They'll bring up all the anecdotal evidence. The reality is you got about a 10% shot if you go 0-2.
The Cowboys won the Super Bowl in the 90s.
Right.
Emmitt Smith also held out those 2 games.
Oops.
That matters.
Riggs, what's going on?
What's up, boys? How we doing? I was just looking at some PFF scores, and do you know that Aiden Hutchinson had a better PFF score than Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary?
I reject it. I watched the game.
So there you go.
No, again.
Are you serious?
I swear to God.
Yeah. Parsons had 4 explosion plays.
Right.
Hutch had 0. I reject PFF on principle.
And see, I'm going to say 5 plays. Because
sometimes it's okay to just watch the game. Like I'm not interested in what some guy in Scotland has to say about defensive line play. The PFF thing has gone way too far to me.
I'm with you. Like, do I believe my lying eyes apparently, or what you see in PFF? Because not just 5 plays, because I still say that 4th down play where they forced the line to kick the field goal, where he lines up over Glasgow and Goff's like, nope, change this play. Nope.
Well, there's one guy in this room that thought Micah in Green Bay would be a complete and utter disastrous bust. Let's talk to Wojo now.
That's not fair.
Don't start lying.
Oh,
He
come
does this.
on.
You can't. He can't even talk about when he's sort of right on something because he lies about everything else.
Dude, you were so full of it, Woj. When that
we're not doing this.
When
I
that
said,
happened,
we're not doing this. Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys want to leave? Am I making you uncomfortable?
No, it's not uncomfortable. It's just I know I can listen. Yep, we're done.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, you don't even want to know what we're talking about?
Panic in Lionstown
and Tigerstown.
Panic in
everyone with
Lionstown.
respect. Here's the Gator Rant.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren all September long. Hamilton